What's up, fam? Smash the like button for the algorithm and let's get started with the story. Sitting in front of a system plate that said, "Watch until the death of the alternative world," the guy said in his head to the inhabitants of paradise. "There is no need to think about purgatory. This quote is perfect, but what if I go to hell? A person living in hell would dream of heaven every second." As he continued to watch the inscription in the system notification, the boy said, confused, "Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it to the end. Watch it to the end." Feeling his brain start to go crazy, he said, "Why should I do this?" At one point, having reached the limit of fatigue, the boy lost consciousness and then heard a voice saying, "God, Shinhan and Insal, are you sleeping? I think Insal is very tired." Then thought Shinhan, "This person is calling me, right? My name is Shinhan." Continuing to hear the voice in his head telling him not to wake her up until they got home, and seeing past events, he mentally added the dream again to the night. "I was driving home with my family." The next moment, when the dream came to its logical conclusion, as a bright headlight appeared in front of the hood of their car, he mentally added that, abruptly waking up after a nightmare. The guy thought to himself, "I don't know how much time has passed. I woke up alone and found myself here." Then I saw a light falling on a book. Picking up the object that stood out so brightly in front of him, Shernan thought, "I was given the origins of the divine martial art of cultivation by the book I found." Opening the book and starting to read the contents, Shinhan mentally added a message that said, "Read to the end if you want to go home. If I excel in everything, will I be able to return to the arms of my family?" Feeling how much he was exhausted by reading this book to the end, the guy mentally said, "I can't do it anymore." Then a notification appeared in front of him. "Congratulations. You have completed the training." He woke up abruptly when he saw that what he was supposed to watch to the end was finally over. He shed a tear and said, "I did it! It's going to be over soon. Dad. Mom. Insal." Except he realized it only when the door opened. The place he reached wasn't the end of the world, it was just the beginning. Kneeling on the rock, Shinhan said, "A lie? Where the hell is this?" Bending his head down and pounding his fist on the ground, the guy exclaimed, "Why are you doing this to me? Isn't it enough? Why have I been doing this for 10 years? While continuing to lament what he had to go through and how it turned out to be for nothing, the guy mentally exclaimed, "What do I have to do to see the world end?" Then he heard, "Hey kid." Having attracted the boy's attention, the man who found him by chance added, "I heard your voice, and I would have let you go, but I didn't." As soon as Shinhan turned his head to the man, he saw a thin person with a weapon in his hands who added, "But my family is dying from the head, so can I cut off a piece of your flesh?" Seeing that he was in danger, the guy suddenly forgot about all the problems that had happened to him, and his eyes were filled with fear. A few minutes after the confrontation, Shinhu exclaimed, "It's not my fault!" Looking with a frightened look at the boy he had accidentally killed, the boy added, frightenedly, "What should I do? How did it all happen? He attacked me first. I had no choice. Anyone else would have done the same. I didn't know what I was doing, and when I stuck the knife in. What should I do? I'm a murderer now. It's all a dream, yes? It is. But why me?" At one point, his frightened remorse was interrupted by a system notification that said, "The level of external art has been raised." After which, Shinhan said in surprise, "The man died, but I raised the level." The next moment, after calming down his hysteria, Shinhan got to his feet and laughed nervously. Continuing to laugh involuntarily, the guy bent his head down and felt a tremor in his body, unable to understand what exactly was happening to him when he saw the message. The boy instinctively realized that he had to make the origins of the divine art of cultivation, as well as the level, to return to the world from which Shinhan came. "I must reach the maximum level. Now let's move on to the present day." Shinhan, smiling slyly after a boring fight, said before he could finish, his words were interrupted by one of the enemies who was rapidly approaching him, shouting, "The leader of the demonic cult!" Hearing that he was being called by the supreme sword of Emperor Chachin, Han, holding his sword at the throat of one of the enemies, said, "You are the leader of which generation of the demonic cult?" In response to the question, the hostage was frightened and spoke, "The Emperor's supreme sword." At the same time, Chachin Han looked away and began to count on his fingers, saying, "The 8th generation is correct since those I destroyed were the 6th or 7th generation. Let me count." The next moment, looking behind him where a large number of eliminated attackers were lying, Chachin Han said, "I am proud of you people, you come back to look for me every few decades." The next moment, making a quick rotational movement in a circle, Cha Shin Hun swung his sword and cut off the man's head and said, "Well, that was fun." This was followed by the cult leader seeing how their leader had just been killed right before her eyes. One of the cult members rushed at Cha Shin Hun and shouted, "The Emperor's supreme sword, you devil!" Having dodged an attack in the back of his opponent, Cha Shin Hun said in surprise, "Should a follower of a demonic cult say such a thing?" The next moment, after avoiding his opponent's attack, Cha Shin Hun grabbed him by the face and using his technique said, "I am impressed with your bravery, child." At the same time, feeling his whole body covered with a strange energy, the attacker mentally said, "How my body disobeyed him." After which, a barrier appeared in front of him. Having fenced himself off from the attacker, Cha Shin Hun neutralized the enemy's movements and demonstrated all his strength to show that he was no match for him. After a few seconds, he pushed the guy away from him, put the skill away, and said, "It will take years or decades. It doesn't matter." As the boy stood there in confusion, Cha Shin Hun walked past him and added, "Come back after you learn the new demonic arts, and come and entertain me." Continuing to move further and further away from the guy, who was the only one left after the death of his entire family. Cha Shin Hun added, "Now you are the leader of a demonic cult." Returning back after the battle with the enemies, Cha Shin Hun threw his katana to the ground and said in disappointment that even the new leader was not skillful enough. The next moment, he sat down next to the abandoned weapon and added in frustration, "Well, how am I going to entertain myself now?" Continuing his speech, Cha Shin Hun added in frustration, "Should I create a sect with dark martial arts supreme masters? Why is everything so boring?" Immediately after his words, he paused briefly, turned his gaze to the moon, and added, "I have been living this boring life for 140 years. Suddenly remembering his past, the guy added in disappointment, "Yes, 140 years. During this time, I've had enough of all those who wanted to see the world die. Now I can't even remember the faces of my family members." Continuing his reflections, focusing on his sister, he added, "Heaven is a place that never existed for me. Every day I lived my life as if I were in hell." Immediately after all that was said in his head, the guy opened his eyes again, looked at the moon in front of him, and said, "That's enough. Let's finish this." As soon as he said that, a system screen appeared in front of him, and Cha Shin Hun was taken by surprise and exclaimed, "What?" Looking at the table of contents that said, "External Art 50th level maximum. Congratulations. You have reached the highest level. The restriction requirements have been met. Final level, Divine Ascension. Restriction removed. You are returning to Earth." Cha Shin Hun spoke in disappointment. After all these years, the guy laughed hysterically again, put his hand to his face, and said, "Did they really feel sorry for me if I decided to surrender or not?" The next moment, removing his hand from his eyes and looking ominously ahead, the guy added, "Maybe they're calling me a divine descent." After applying the skill to be transported back to Earth, he said, "Does this mean that I have reached the divine level? But it's really strange." Looking up, waiting for the corridor to be completed, the boy said, "I must be free of earthly desires if I am to become a deity. I wonder if I have ever been so full of emotion in my life." Again recalling the images of his family, Cha Shin Hun mentally added, "My family may have already died because it's been so many years. I've long since lost the desire to return to my world. My heart is full of retribution. It's all I have left for the one who did this to me." After confirming the request from the system window that asked if he wanted to return to his world, the guy walked back and shouted over and over again, "I'm going to finish you." Unwinding in this world of Mamu and moving back to Earth, Cha Shin Hun added menacingly, "Whoever you are, I will personally finish you off." At the moment of the spell to move to Earth, a giant pillar of light formed around the place where the boy was, through which he had to go back while breaking into pieces to be carried. Cha Shin Hun recited in his mind, "The supreme sword of Emperor Cha Shin Hun." After staying in Mai for 140 years, feeling his body quickly traveling to another part of the world, the guy added in his head that he was returning to Earth, the year 2011. Earth, before Toin Hun had his accident. Folding her hands in front of her, the holy girl recited a prayer and said, "The day when the horrors would become a reality was near. Humanity must evolve." While somewhere on the ground, in the middle of the forest, a portal overflowing with monsters opened up. The girl added, "To face and resist this horror." Continuing her speech, the saintly girl, anticipating the trials that await humanity, where piles of monsters will soon break in, added, "Do not miss the blessings given to you." Smiling ominously before the start of the grand event that we had to wait so long for. The person said, "It's finally starting! I'm sure you've been waiting for Chosen Hun." 2025, Korea. The Red Wolf Dungeon. A girl went hunting with her team and pulled her aunt's bow, preparing to shoot. At the same time, down below, a red wolf was chasing one of her comrades, and several other members of the herd were running behind him, aiming at the enemies who were following her comrade. The girl used the archer's skill of a decisive arrow and fired a shot. By shooting an arrow at the enemy, the girl killed all 4 wolves that were running after her friend in just one shot. The next moment, when she came downstairs, she shouted out a command to gather her comrades around her and heard the team leader, Cho In-sol, respond while approaching her friend, whom she had just rescued. The girl said, "I'm glad I'm not too late. Let's get out of here as soon as possible," and was answered, as expected from a leader. Continuing the dialogue with the girl, the boy added, "Thank you very much." But before he could finish speaking, the teeth of a monster that suddenly popped up behind him sank into his shoulder. Seeing that her friend had just been attacked by a monster, the girl shouted out in confusion, "No, Ben! Gucci!" The next moment, hearing screams behind her, she turned to see that a herd of red wolves had attacked the rest of her team and were already tearing up their victims. Continuing to confront the enemies, of which there were many, the girl thought tiredly, "Oh no, things are bad. These monsters have no end, and my bow will break at this rate. I will soon meet the Creator." At one point during the confrontation with the enemies, she heard the stomping of feet and looked to the side to see a guy running away from the battlefield, trying to somehow bring back the fugitive who had betrayed everyone and started to save his life. The girl called out to Seo Junhun, not receiving any reaction from the coward. Cha In-sol heard the monsters growling behind her and quickly looked around, shouting at the annoying creatures, starting to pull the string of her bow again to resist the enemies. The girl nervously said in her head, "Damn if this is going to continue," at the same time as I left the battlefield with my tail between my legs. I exclaimed in my head, "Damn, I was too careless." Continuing to run away, the boy looked back at his comrades being torn apart by monsters and added, "It wasn't my goal to join the team with these weaklings. If I stay here, I'll die like them." Seeing a portal near him that led to the exit from the dungeon, the guy looked at the hope of salvation and exclaimed, "I've got it. I need to get there as soon as possible." Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow stuck in the ground right in front of him, and he suddenly stopped and froze in place. The next moment he looked back, exclaimed, "What a bastard!" and saw the team leader, Seo Junhun, speaking in front of him, holding her arm which had been injured in the battle with the monsters. Chain Seo angrily exclaimed, "You damn bastard! Where do you think you're going in such a hurry?" In response to the team leader's threatening remark, the boy nervously exclaimed, "Oh, team leader! You survived. I'm so glad you're here. What a blessing. I know how it looks, but please calm down." Ignoring the frightened CEO of her ward who had betrayed everyone, the girl grabbed him by the collar and exclaimed, "I told you it was dangerous on the battlefield." After shedding a tear for the loss of all her comrades, Jong-gil added, "Because of you, you incompetent deaf bastard, our entire team died." After hearing this, Seo Junhun knocked the girl's hand away from him and shouted, "You, __, and then at least I should get out of this alive." Listening to the boy's exclamations, who was afraid for his life, the girl smiled and exclaimed, "You're right, it's Seo Junhun." The next moment, turning her back on the cowardly boy and walking backward, Cha In-sol added, "It's pointless to talk to trash like you. Turn around, even if your father has your back." Immediately after her words, she looked back at the boy and added, "Let's see if he will turn a blind eye to this incident when we return before dawn." After finishing her speech, she was walking on and suddenly heard someone shouting at her back. As soon as she looked back, she saw Seo Junhun running toward her using the Assassin's Stone Breaker ability. When he caught up with the girl, he threatened to tell her everything when she returned to Swak after the hunt. The boy struck her devastatingly in the body. As a result of the blow, the girl was thrown back several meters and stopped, hitting the ground, after which she moaned heavily. At the same time, approaching the wounded team commander, Seo Junhun said in an excessive tone of voice, "Let's see you talk like this." Approaching the beaten girl, Seo Junhun took her by the hair and lifted her head up, saying, "Who do you think you're talking to, you stupid girl? If everyone admires you, you think you've achieved something?" The next moment, lifting the girl to her feet by her hair, Seo Junhun added, "Do you want me to help make sure everyone knows about you? Concentrate on her achievements." The leader, Miss Cha In-seo, became a hindrance, which is why the raid into the dungeon ended in failure, and the entire team was destroyed. Continuing to threaten the girl and preparing to strike her again, the boy said, "Well, thanks for your efforts, Team Leader Cha." Just as he was about to hit the girl, thunder rang out from the sky, followed by lightning striking the ground a few meters behind him. At the same moment when he found himself on the ground, Cha-san who saw a new location in front of him, and said, "Wow, that's amazing!" Also, after receiving the notification, internal art level 50th maximum, external art level 50th maximum. You returned to Earth and exclaimed joyfully, "At last I am here." Continuing to rejoice at his return, the guy exclaimed, "So the reward for the maximum level was a return to Earth? Seriously, what a disgusting hobby you have." After which his tone suddenly changed and he added menacingly, "I'm not there to help you escape." At one point, interrupting the joys of the guy who had just returned to the ground, Seo Junhun exclaimed, "Just look at you, muttering nonsense." Hearing someone's remark, Cha-chin-hun turned his head in the direction of the sound source and saw an angry guy who shouted out from nowhere, claiming that someone would be killed by the teleportation you just used, "You wizard!" Continuing to point his finger in the direction of the guy who had just appeared out of nowhere, Seo Junhun exclaimed in displeasure, "You better tell me who sent you!" Ignoring absolutely all the exclamations of the guy who was making a show of himself, Chosen-hun walked past him to the girl who was lying on the ground while Seo Junhun exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and then, as the guy walked past Seo Junhun without paying him any attention, he mentally exclaimed, "That bastard is ignoring me!" Approaching the girl who was lying on the ground under a tree, Cha-chin-hun heard a life-and-death fight and it looked like she was dying. Then he noticed something strange about the girl. At the same time, he gritted his teeth in anger at being ignored and thought, "Oh." Immediately after realizing a certain problem that appeared out of nowhere, the coward thought, "I screwed up, he saw me with Chin. If I'm still like that, who knows what could happen? I don't know who he is, but the only way out is to get rid of him." The next moment, when he heard Ch Shin-hun say, "Hey Chuni," he asked if it could be the pendant, and then Seo Junhun added, "We were just having fun with a deadly fight. If we go back quietly, everything will be fine." Immediately after his words, Seo Junhun attacked the guy with his fists and shouted, "Only if you don't want your ass kicked too." Before the guy could carry out his attack, he was suddenly blown away by the strong energy that began to come from the person in front of him. Landing on his feet and sitting down on the ground, Seo Junhun thought in confusion as he looked at Cha-chin-hun, wondering what was wrong with this energy. Starting to demonstrate his absolute strength and greatness in front of the life that dared to injure his sister, Chosen-hun slowly walked toward Seo Junhun, gritting his teeth against the rhinestone. The Bobo looked at the monster that was coming at him and suddenly realized that this could not be happening. Continuing to walk toward the stunned Seo Junhun, Cha-chin-hun said something he might not have noticed in other circumstances while starting to concentrate spiritual energy in his hand to finish off the impudent guy. Chosen-hun added, "You seem to be asking my name like that." The next moment, he picked up the stones around him because of the very tight concentration of the boy sitting there and added, "The supreme sword of Emperor Chosen-hun." Immediately after his words, he stood in front of the boy and brought his finger, which glowed from the energy concentrated at the tip, closer to his forehead and added, "Even if I explain it, you still won't understand." Having made a powerful shot that changed the landscape of the surface along the entire length of the beam, the boy added, "Everything right to Cha-chin-hun." Having beheaded the person who dared to harm his girl, the boy put his hand in his hair and said happily, "I'm Ch Seal's older brother." Standing at the exit of the amusement park, the girl barely held back her tears as she heard Chinol say, "If you keep whining like this, I'll leave you here." After hearing her father's exclamations, the girl's mother said, "God, the sun is starting to set." At the same moment, approaching his younger sister, Cha-chin-hun asked to know how much she liked the parks, and then she said, "Appa." Continuing to calm his younger sister, the boy smiled happily and added, "What should we do? If we continue to stay here, we will cause our parents trouble." Hearing her brother's remark, the girl bowed her head down and clutched the bear to her saying, "But if we go home, will we see each other again?" "Oops. Mom said you won't be able to come home often because of school." After listening to the reason for his younger sister's protest, the boy put his hand on her head and said to Inso, "You know how much I care about you. Even after I go to university, I will visit you often." Starting to calm down, the girl looked at her brother and said, "When I come, we'll go to the amusement park, okay?" Having received the promise from her older brother, the girl smiled happily and said goodbye. After finally convincing his sister to go home, Chin-hun said, "Good girl, in Seoul, we'll go home." And she jumped on her brother's back and exclaimed, "Take me to the car on your back." He replied, "Good. You should ride on your back more often while you're still light." She exclaimed, "I'm light. Ride me on your back every day." And he replied, "I'm light." After a while on the way home, the car had an accident, and Chai Seo, feeling guilty about what happened, thought, it was my fault if I hadn't been so stubborn. Looking at her parents, who were in the front seats, the girl added that if she hadn't been so bothered by going to the amusement park, her parents would still be alive. The next moment, turning her head to the seat next to her and noticing that it was empty, the girl said in surprise, Allah! And mentally added, and my brother would not have disappeared either. At one point, after completing her recollections at the moment of loss of consciousness, she suddenly woke up. Trying to stand up, the girl leaned on her wounded arm and moaned heavily. Seeing this, Cha Shan-hun said, "Oh, you're awake. Even though I helped you with my skill, it will be difficult to move around for a while due to the serious wounds." Hearing the remark from the guy who had healed her, little Cha Andal asked, "Who are you?" And heard the answer, "I thought you wouldn't recognize me." Reaching out to the girl's hand, which was clutching a pendant with a photo inside, Chin-han said, "You've grown a lot. Now I can't carry you on my back, you've become too heavy." The next moment, taking the girl's hand and quickly calming her worries, the boy added in a gentle tone, "And so much matured." When she heard what Cha In-so's boyfriend had just told her, she was surprised to think that it couldn't be true. It was simply impossible. The next moment, she suddenly remembered the moment when her older brother handed her the pendant and said it was a gift. Opening the pendant, which had a photo of their family together inside, Cha Shan-hun added, "Be brave, even when I'm far away." To Anol, suddenly bursting into tears after she realized who it was that was standing in front of her. The girl added, "Where have you been all this time?" Hugging his younger sister, who began to cry after a long separation, Chosen-hun said, "Yes, I know it was very hard for you." A few seconds after demonstrating her feelings, the girl suddenly pushed her brother away from her and shouted, "Seo Jun-hun. What happened to them?" After receiving a question from his younger sister, Chosen-hun looked back to where the boy's body was lying and said, "If you're talking about the person who attacked you." Looking in the direction her brother was looking, the girl saw the boy's motionless body not far from her and suddenly froze in place in shock. A little while later, when she came to, the girl exclaimed, "You killed him! You killed him!" To which Chan-hun replied, "Yes, and what's the problem?" When she heard what happened to Seo Jun-hun, she suddenly grabbed her brother's hand and pulled him along, saying that they needed to run away as fast as possible. After a while, arriving at his apartment, while the girl was thinking about what to do next, the guy looked around and said in surprise, "I haven't been home for years, everything is still the same." The next moment, breaking her silence, the girl bowed her head down and said, "We have big problems. Director Suk Kong-jin will come for us." After which Cha Shin-hun asked, "Suk Kong-jin?" In surprise, realizing that the boy was unaware of this person. Chaein Seol, the director of the Dong Guild and the father of Seo Jun-hun, said that he used to be a member of a criminal gang and that his cruelty and ruthlessness were notorious. Continuing to mention the man who could make their lives terrible, she added that he is also one of the 11 high-ranking hunters in Korea. She looked at the time on her phone and spoke nervously. "Fainting! It's been a long time since I was supposed to report the situation. Seo Kong-jin must have learned about his son's death by now, and he will suspect me if I'm the only one who survived." Hearing his younger sister's words, Chosen-hun suddenly asked, "What was bothering you?" And then she turned her gaze sharply to him. The next moment, throwing his hand on his head and ruffling his hair, the boy added, "If it's so hard, I can just finish off Suk Kong-jin immediately." After her words, the girl began to stretch her elder brother's cheeks and heard, "The supreme sword of the emperor." To which she replied, "Offer me something more realistic." After punishing her brother, the girl began to rub her hands together and added, "Firstly, Seo Kong-jin is above the 50th level. He is not just holding the position of the leader." After which Cha Shin-hun thought, "A level?" The next moment, after she said that, the girl angrily shouted out for a second time, "This nickname, the terrible supreme sword of the emperor. Who the hell uses such a name? And what is with your manner of speech that has returned 14 years after disappearing? And why do you have a pronounced egress syndrome?" Hearing Chosen-hun's sister scolding, he thought it seemed to bother her a lot. Then the girl grabbed her head and exclaimed, "I don't know anymore. My parents are dead, my brother is gone. Do you even realize how hard it was for me until now?" Having calmed down a bit, the girl stopped her hysteria and exclaimed, "Where have you been until now?" The next moment, she saw Cha Shin-hun walk over to the picture of their family hanging on the wall and look at it closely. Immediately after viewing the painting, Chosen-hyun turned to his sister and said, "It's clear our parents are dead." The next moment, turning his gaze to his sister who was standing behind him, Shin-hyun said, So you say I have a strange way of speaking? Starting to answer the questions, the boy added, all this time I was in a place called Murim. The reason is quite confusing. I need to understand what is happening, and much more. The next moment, the boy began to bombard the girl with questions, adding who the hunters were, what kind of guild they were, and that this world also had a concept of levels. Grabbing her head after a bunch of questions that fell on her, the girl suddenly said, No, wait! My head is going to explode. Immediately after her words, heading for the exit, the girl added, Let's discuss the details a little later. First, I need to deal with some urgent matters. Then I asked, Where are you going? In response to her brother's question, the girl showed him the car keys and said, Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. After closing the door behind the girl, Chain Hun walked around the apartment for a while and went to his room and said, Nothing has changed, it's as if I had been here only yesterday. The next moment, remembering the exclamation of his younger sister, who had angrily emphasized this horrible nickname, he mentally said, You have become so strong on your own during this time. Sighing heavily after his reflections and walking out of his room, the boy said, I need to become the good big brother I couldn't be all this time. As he continued to wander around the apartment, Chain Hun thoughtfully said, First of all, was it Suk Kang Jin, or should I look for him first? He then heard a sudden noise from the entrance. Turning his head in the direction of the front door, Chain Hun saw 3 thugs kicking it out of the curtains, one of them shouting menacingly, Where is she? When he saw what the invaders had just done to his apartment, Chain Hun said, You bastards! Continuing to stand at the entrance to prevent the boy from escaping, the director of the Dawn Guild, Seo Kong Jin, spoke again to Chain Hun. At the same time, upon arriving at the headquarters of the second-generation South Korean Guild Dawn, Chain Sol mentally said, I immediately came here. But feeling somewhat nervous about her delay in reporting, she mentally added, Has Suk Kong Jin already made his move? What if I'm caught when I enter the building? Standing near her car, she continued to think, wondering, Who could I ask for help from? When her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Miss In Sol, who spoke in surprise. Looking back from where she was called, she saw Lai, the deputy leader of the Dawn Guild, who added, What brings you here at this hour? Hearing the girl's voice, Chain Sol froze in place with nervousness. I thought you were going to go on a raid with Ko Jun Hun's team. Did something happen? Hearing the question from Deputy Leader In Seoul, Deputy Leader Lee Ji-hai mentally said, She is one of the 4 strongest hunters in South Korea, known for her steadfastness and sense of justice. It's hard to know what she is thinking. Feeling very nervous, Chain bit her hand into a fist and mentally added, Can I trust her? This is my only chance. And then shouted to the deputy, at the same time looking at the 3 men who broke into his apartment. Chain Hun said, How dare you? The next moment, pointing a finger at one of the men at the entrance, the boy asked, Are you Kang Jin? Didn't your parents teach you that you can't break down a door when you enter someone's house? He replied, What we should have done was knock politely, like we came to a house party. Angry at the behavior of the boy they met in Chain Sol's apartment, one of the guild leader's henchmen shouted out, You idiot! Who the hell are you? After which Seo Kong Jin put his hand on his subject's shoulder and spoke more quietly. After calming his subject, the man turned his head to the guy in the apartment and said, I don't care who you are. Where is Cha In Sol? In response to a question from the uninvited guest, Chain Hun said, The reason you're looking for her is probably because. Continuing his speech, Chain Hun added, If you're looking for your son's killer, it's me. After which, Suk Kong Jin suddenly blushed with rage. Seeing the man's reaction to the words he had just spoken, Chain Hun smiled slightly and said that this was exactly how it should be. The next moment, when the leader of the Dawn clan rushed at Chain Hun with his sword, he also prepared his technique for use and exclaimed, Come on, show me how good you are. At the same time, after hearing the girl's story, Lai Hai said in surprise, Your older brother, who came back from Mirim, is called Chain Hun, and I have to meet him right now. Continuing the battle with the leader of the Dawn clan, Chain Hun mentally said, His sword was imbued with some mysterious power. The aura and energy of the sword were similar. But trying to figure out what his opponent was using, the boy mentally added a different origin to the bottom of the list, and this is the ability of the so-called hunter In Seoul was talking about. The next moment, remembering the first guy he had met in the dungeon while rescuing Chain Hun's sister, he mentally added, That guy, Seo Jun Hun, also used a strange power. Immediately after completing his thoughts, Chain Hun smiled slightly and said, This is worthy of study. At the same moment, Seo Kong Jin used the warrior's ability to strike in a sequence in a short period of time, approached his opponent, and prepared to attack. At the moment of the strike, Chain Hun Hun easily blocked his opponent's sword, and a steady ringing sound was heard from the collision of the weapon and Cha Shin Hun's body. Looking at my enemy, who looked embarrassed, Chosen Hun said, I realize his level corresponds to the peak level of martial arts. To be honest, I am impressed. At the same time, looking at the hand of the guy who blocked his punch, Suk Kong Jin thought it was crazy to block the attack with his bare hand, and right now he is pushing me back. The next moment, looking into his opponent's eyes and smiling slightly, Chosen Hun said, So, there are 10,000 people like you in Korea. At the same moment, a couple of the wards jumped on the guy from behind to help their leader and shouted out to Director Ku. Noticing the attack from behind, Chosen Hyun thwarted the attacker's intentions, waved his hand, and said, Do not interfere. After one unsuccessful attempt to approach the boy, one of the attackers, once on the ground, attacked the boy with fire magic, using a fireball. At the same time, watching the fire show his friend was putting on, the guy with the shield shouted out with a sly smile, Ready! After setting the guy on fire with the help of a sorcerer's skill, the attacker grabbed his sword and rushed at Cha Shin Hun again, shouting it was over. Catching the man's sword right in front of his throat with one hand, Chosen Hun smiled slightly and spoke, Better. The next moment, clutching the sword blade in his hand, which shattered into small pieces, the boy added with a sinister smile, Than I expected. Immediately after his words, Cha Shin Hun used his skills to release an aura that extinguished the flames that had been engulfing him after the enemy's last attack. When he saw that his attack failed, the man stepped back and said in confusion in his head, What was wrong with this bastard? Continuing to look at the absolutely calm guy who was dusting off his clothes, the attacker mentally added, Who is he? When Cha Shin Hun finished cleaning up the garbage, he looked at the calendar and thought, I've only been away for 14 years. The next moment, he turned his attention to the enemies who had invaded his apartment, and mentally raised the level of all three of them in the martial arts to a level that required not only technique and thousands of years of experience, but also purely innate talent. Continuing to marvel at the skills of the people in this world, Cha Shin Hun thought, Humanity has reached the level of the Mamu people in just 14 years. There are enough Jews in this world whose martial arts skills are at their peak. Continuing to marvel at the skills of the people from the earth, Cha Shin Hun remembered the Muru masters and mentally added, I'm just amazed at this, but none of the lower-level martial artists have reached the level of the top 10 martial artists. Having met 10 martial artists in Mamu in the past, Cha Shin Hun asked with a sly smile if there were rumors that his Django rating was higher than mine. Deciding to test himself and show who the true master is in this world, the guy added, Well, in that case, I will reach the top and create my own rating, provoking a simultaneous attack by all 10 martial artists. As a result of the duel, having defeated all 10, Cha Shin Hun, as promised, took the highest level of skill and remained the strongest in Mamu. At the same time, Cha No was hurrying home with Li Jihai, thinking about how so many things had happened that were driving him crazy, and the vice principal suddenly wanted to meet his brother. Turning her head in the direction of where the passenger was sitting, Cha No added, Normally, I wouldn't hide anything from her, but I'm not sure if she's a friend or an enemy. After Li Jihai heard her brother's name, she immediately said, Arrange a meeting with Chosen Hun, and in exchange, I will help you hush up the case of the leader, Seo Jun Hun. Then Anol asked in surprise, continuing to insist on her own desire. The guild's deputy added, The problem with Director Seo Kong Jin. Remembering that conversation, Anol mentally said, I can't refuse this offer. Recalling again how the girl who had looked out the car window had said that she had no desire to become enemies with Chosen Heian. Inol mentally added what she wanted at one point in the trip. Without taking her eyes off the road, Li Jihai said, You said Cha Shin Hun disappeared a few years ago. And she heard her reply. Continuing the dialogue with the guild's deputy, Inol added, That was in 2011. So it turns out that it was 14 years ago when she heard when her older brother, Li Jihai, disappeared. She suddenly grabbed his hand and thought excitedly. 14 years means 140 years. I can't even imagine how strong he was then. The next moment, looking out the window again, Li Jihai asked, What kind of person is your older brother? She heard him say, He is kind and reliable. With her head slightly down, Cha Nol added, And Li Jihai, who was also very bright in her studies. Said in surprise, continuing to talk about Shin Hyun, the younger sister added that he was able to enter University XX without a tutor. To which University XX replied, He must be a genius. After receiving a remark from the clan's deputy, Inol added, He was smart, but the most important thing is that his brother is incredibly persistent and stubborn, and he always brings his endeavors to completion. At the same time, standing in his apartment where 3 robbers had broken in, Cha Shin-hun. Hun pointed his finger at the magician and said, "Hey you!" while another attacker was approaching him from behind. Shin-hun calmly added, "You have a power I've never heard of or seen in Manhwa before and a strange energy. Try using it again." The next moment, putting out his hand, which his opponent eventually crashed into, Cha Shin-hun said, "Don't bother me, I'm not interested in you." After hearing a request from a guy who was interested in him, the magician began to create magic circles and apply ice magic. As soon as the ice fragments flew in his direction, breaking when they hit the barrier, Shin-hun said, "I've seen a million of these tricks in the ice palace of the North Sea." Immediately after his words, raising his hand and using his ice magic technique, Cho Shin-hun spoke. The ice palace, immediately after the application, created a dragon made of ice with 5 heads, which appeared right in front of the enemy. When his ice sculpture froze an enemy who was demonstrating his abilities, Shin-hun added, "Something like this." Seeing what had just happened to his friend, one of the attackers, who was playing the role of a defender, ran to the exit shouting, "Let me live!" Before he could get far, he ran into a transparent wall that did not allow him to go any further, and then he screamed in fright that the hyenin barrier was blocking the exit. The next moment, after he shouted, a laser beam shot through his forehead, instantly making a hole in his forehead. Seeing that his comrade had just fallen to the ground, the clan leader exclaimed in confusion, "Kim Shiok, you are the shield that is supposed to cover us from the front. How dare you turn your back and run away?" Hearing the shouts of his enemy who was killing his comrade, Cho Shin-hun, blowing the smoke from his finger, said, "Well then?" Having attracted the attention of the last of the robbers who broke into his house, the boy smiled and added that he did not care about the loyalty of the bandits. Gritting his teeth in anger, Suk Kang-jin thought, "Ice magic is a barrier, and he cast some kind of spell with his fingers. Or is it a mage system? But a mage couldn't block my blow." The next moment, he looked down at the floor of the building and mentally added, "I also noticed that the apartment was not damaged despite the battle. It was all because of the barrier." After analyzing the entire situation, Suk Kang-jin exclaimed, "You rascal! You set up a trap here, so you knew we were coming and prepared for it." In response to his opponent's various shouts, Chan-hun folded his eyes in front of him and said, "I have shrouded this area with the sword of the mind for many years. I could not let some thugs pollute the floor like this." The next moment, remembering his position in Mumu's world, Cha Shin-hun added, "It's hard for you to understand the level of my actions." With a sly smile, looking at his enemy. After explaining what he had done, Shin-hun added, "By coming to my house, you have entered my territory." After listening to everything the boy told him, Suk Kang-jin used his berserker ability and shouted, "Hey, you crazy bastard! I'm taking you with me." Immediately after his landing, as soon as the berserker mode was activated on him, the man screamed loudly, preparing to use the berserker explosion skill. Seeing what his opponent was doing, Cha Shin-hun said, "Well, who's the monster here? It looks like your strength has grown significantly. Are you going to die to get rid of me?" Ignoring all the further words of his opponent, Suk Kang-jin began to swing his sword and slashed at the boy. Watching these crazy actions and the man's frantic screaming, Cha Shin-hun seemed to have lost his temper, just like one of the martial arts masters. The next moment, grabbing the sword from the floor, which had been dropped by one of Cho Shin-hun's enemies, he said, "I will show you respect." Immediately after he said this, the guy instantly got close to the enemy and, with his strike, cut the enemy in two. As soon as the opponent was finished, the boy said without looking back, "You have received this honor." The next moment, putting his hand in his hair and turning his head back, the boy added that it was a blow from the Emperor's supreme sword. After a while, reaching her apartment, Enol said, "This is my home." After which Lee said, "Sorry for the intrusion." After that, Enol exclaimed in confusion, "Why was my door open?" When she saw her older brother in the guest room wiping blood from the floor, she exclaimed in displeasure, "What happened here? Why is the door in such a state?" He said, "Damn, I didn't have time." Continuing to clean up the remains of the battle as if nothing had happened, the guy added in a calm tone, "Don't panic, it's just a housewarming party." Hearing the exclamation in response, "Why is there blood all over the place at a housewarming party?" Continuing to radiate anger, Cha No said to her brother, "You keep getting into trouble after you come back." To which Shin-hun replied, "You have a good expression. If you go to the mum, you can become much stronger." Then she added, "It looks like there was a battle." The next moment, when he turned his gaze behind his younger sister and saw Li Jihai behind him, the boy was surprised to see this girl. In his head, feeling some connection between her and himself, Shin Hun mentally added, her inner art resonates with the origins of divine martial art cultivation. Here is the text with corrected punctuation. Place of the guest brought by the younger sister, she mentally said to Cha Chin Hun. You are even able to use sound propagation. Who are you? Continuing to look at the guy in front of her, the girl added. You really thought you were the only person who had ever been to that place? After a certain period of time, Chain So woke up abruptly after a dream and opened her eyes in confusion. Immediately after suddenly waking up, the girl jumped out of bed and went to the living room to find her older brother. Unable to find her older brother, the girl said sadly, hearing his name. Chosen Hun, who was standing by the window on the balcony, said to his younger sister, You woke up early. After hearing her older brother's voice, the girl immediately looked back to see where he had just spoken from. As soon as the girl's gaze returned to him, Chosen Hun said, smiling gently, What's the matter? You thought I'd disappeared again? Realizing that her brother had come back, she was relieved to think that it was not a dream after all. What a relief! She then asked. Why did you wake up so early? After asking his sister, when he heard his phone ringing, he said, Wait a minute. To which she responded, So well. After hearing what the interlocutor demanded from him, the guy headed for the exit and said, I'll be back soon. As soon as Chosen Hun headed for the car that was supposed to take him to the meeting, In-Sol thought it had been a week since he returned, but it still seemed unreal. She also recalled the meeting between Lai Hai and her brother. The girl mentally added that Lai Hai's deputy leader said that he left absolutely nothing behind, and before he left, he said only, Let's meet again. Continuing to recall the situation that took place in the first days of her brother's return home, In-Sol mentally added that very soon, some men in black arrived and took away the remains of Director Suk Kang-jin and his subjects. Also remembering the solution to all the problems, she mentally added that the next day, the report about Seo Jun-hun was shown on the news along with the disappearance of Suk Kang-jin after he suddenly decided to retire. Thinking of the deputy guild leader who had taken care of all of this, In-Sol mentally told Lee Ji-hai to keep her promise. Watching from the balcony as a private driver was sent to pick up her brother, the girl added mentally. Being the only survivor and the one who took responsibility for the raid on the Red Wool Dungeon, the guild gave me a suspended sentence. As she continued to think about the latest developments, In-Sol added, Today Lai called her brother. And then said to Lai, What are you up to? As soon as Cha and Hyun got into the car sent for him by the guild's deputy leader, the girl added, I hope you'll be back soon, brother. At that time, somewhere in a cafe serving various flavors of hot drinks, Lee Ji-hai was sitting, waiting for her boyfriend to come. At one point, as she was reaching for her teacup, she suddenly heard a question addressed to her. You seem to have nothing to do. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction with what his life had become, Chosen Hun added, If you put me under round-the-clock surveillance. Hearing the remark, the girl happily said, Hey, you can see it, but this is not surveillance, this is security. And Shin Hun replied, I thought so. Immediately after his words, as soon as the guy sat comfortably in a free seat and took one sip of tea, he said this in surprise. Seeing the guy's reaction to the drink she ordered, Lai said, It looks like you know about Zhongshan Ningjin. I often stop at Honam to have a cup of tea like I used to in Murim. Hearing the sly tone of the girl, who unwittingly hinted at what the conversation would be about, Chosen Hun said, Immediately got down to business. I like it. Continuing the conversation with her boyfriend, Lee Ji-hai put the drink on the table and added that it was confirmed that 3 people had returned from Mamu, Mr. Cha Chin Hun and myself. Also mentioning a third person who returned from Mamu, the girl added, The leader of the Twilight Guild, Park Taein, a guild in conjunction with the Dawn, runs the Korean Hunters Association. At the moment, there is discord and enmity between them. But continuing her story, Lai said that long ago, after studying Park Taein's history, some data came to light. Recalling the story of the girl who got to the masses, he added that one day in 2011, he opened his eyes in a strange cave. Telling the story from the news reports, Lai spoke from the book of the Divine Martial Arts Cultivator Origins lying next to her. Telling the story of what happened to all those who disappeared from this world, Lee Ji-hai added that when he left the cave, he found himself in a world known as Morm. After telling the news to the public, the girl added, The same thing that you, me, and Park Tan experienced, correctly? After listening to the story, which seemed to be written from him, Cha Chin Hun, recalling all those inscriptions when he appeared in the other world, said, Yes, everything was true. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lai Hai said, You returned to your world after a long time, and this world was already in the era of hunters and dungeons. Duty or a cruel joke of higher powers? We do not know. But the fact that this world was turned upside down and our journey to Mamu are definitely connected. After listening to everything the girl told him, the boy, without saying a word, just kept looking at her and then asked, "How much do you know about hunters and dungeons?" After receiving the question from the girl, Shinhai began to recall the information he knew and mentally said, "The dungeons, hunters, and monsters began to appear when the revelation of the goddess came down 14 years ago." Continuing his story about learning about this world, the boy added, "A system of classes and abilities, not very different from the RPG games we played as children. But more importantly, I want to ask about something." Suddenly interrupting his story, the guy added, "How did you and Park Tun get back to Earth?" Or maybe he didn't have time to finish, and the girl said in surprise, "We came back after we died." Immediately after she answered, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't you come back the same way as Cha Chin Hyen?" Immediately after she said that, she noticed that the guy was getting very angry and nervously asked, "What happened?" Clutching the cup of tea in his hand, which had already begun to fill with cracks, Cha Chin Hun mentally said, "I was told to witness the destruction of that world, that was the condition." Smiling ominously, the angry boy added, "I'm just amazed. I wonder who that goddess is." Also remembering one moment of what he had experienced in the other world, he mentally added, "Whether she knew who sent me to Murim and for what reason." Continuing his reflections, the guy mentally added that the reward for reaching the maximum level in martial arts is returning to Earth, and there should be a reward for reaching the maximum level of a hunter. Having completed his thoughts, Shinhan, having reached the truth, confidently said, "This reward should be the answer to my question, unless, of course, she wants to lose the dignity of a goddess like this." At the same time, Li Gaihai just silently watched the strange behavior of the boy, whose range of emotions was rapidly changing. Having finished all his thoughts, Shinhan turned his head to the girl in front of him and said, "Now maybe you can tell me the reason you called me, because there is something you want so badly." She exhaled nervously after receiving the question, and after a short pause said, "Maybe we should go for a walk." Once in the open-air garden, the girl said, "The Dawn Guild opposed Park Ti-hun, that is the Twilight Guild. We were careful in confronting them in situations where we did not know what could go wrong, that is, until the death of a member of the directors Seo Kong-jin." The next moment, after completing the narration of the basic situation, the girl looked back and added, "You must take responsibility for eliminating him and destroying the main force of the Dawn Guild." Stopping in her tracks and looking at the guy in front of her, Li Gai added, "Please join the Cha Chin Hun Sian Guild. I'm offering you the position of executive director and also promising incredible fame and fortune. The terms of the contract are good, aren't they?" Hearing the offer from the girl who had called him to the meeting, Shernan put his hand behind his head and said thoughtfully, "If my sister's boss is offering this, it will be hard to ignore." Immediately after his uninhibited remarks about the proposal, Chosen Hun said, "However, I have to decline." When she received a rejection of her wonderful offer, she exclaimed in surprise, "But why?" and was told, "I work alone." The next moment, taking a few steps forward and looking back at the girl, Shin Hun added confidently, "Besides, maybe because I don't want to serve someone who is weaker than me." Hearing another reason why the boy refused to cooperate, the deputy leader of the guild, Dawn, suddenly said, "Then maybe we should check it out." Having attracted the guy's attention with a sudden proposal, Li Jihai locked eyes with Sha H and added, "Who was stronger?" Continuing the dialogue with the guy she wanted to recruit, Li Gai added, "You know 1 year in this world is equal to 10 years in Niram, so you know you spent 140 years in Niram, right?" To which he thoughtfully replied, "Yeah, something like that." Having received confirmation of her guesses, Li Gai said, "That age and ability may not always be comparable." Hearing the girl's remark, Chosen Hun smilingly replied, "I completely agree. If someone spent 300 years there, they would still be weaker than me." Hearing the self-confident statement from the guy in front of her, Li Hai stretched out her hand in front of her and asked if it was true, and then cast a spell and said, "Open up." Immediately after she said that, the girl shot a purple sphere in Chosen Hun's direction, which stopped a few centimeters away from the boy, and then added, "Shadow dance." Just as the area around him began to fade into gray tones, Shin Hun mentally said, "My senses are blocked, and my surroundings are becoming terrifying. The range is about 50 meters. Creating such a large dome using only the laws of physics requires a great deal of energy and time." As soon as the entire area was covered by the dome, Li Gaihai said, "This is my original ability." And Shinhai replied, "It turns out we're in an alternate dimension that reflects the real place we were actually in." In response to the question, she said, "From the outside, it will look like we just suddenly disappeared." Continuing her speech, the girl slowly stepped forward and said, In Murim, they called me the Bloody Cherry Blossom, and I never failed an assignment to eliminate. Hearing who the girl in front of him in the other world was, Shin Han happily proclaimed, "So I was right, you fight to the death even with your hands tied." After receiving a remark from her opponent, the girl took out a blade in both hands and said, "It's very simple to get out of this place, either you defeat me, or you die." After hearing how he could leave this space, Cha Shan Hun smiled and said, "So this is a threat in broad daylight? How scary! But this ability doesn't seem to be about trapping the enemy." As soon as the boy said this, the girl immediately rushed at him with her weapon and put one of the daggers to the boy's neck, saying, "Of course not." At one point, in a split second, Shin Hyun stepped back and dodged the girl's blade. Seeing the movements of her opponent, Lee Ji-hai, who was continuing to actively attack, quickly changed the grip of her blade in her right hand. Immediately after the change of grip, Lee Ji-hai began to actively attack again, swinging her weapon, but Shin Hun easily blocked absolutely all of the girl's blows with one hand. At one point, realizing that there was no point in continuing at this pace, the girl jumped back and lunged at the guy. At the time of this attack, she was aiming at Shin Hun with two simultaneous blows that crossed each other as they approached. Avoiding this attack, Chosen Hun jumped back and then held a dagger in each hand, one of them parallel to the hand in a specific style. The next moment, Shin Hun looked up at the girl, who was using an interesting fighting style, and recited the martial arts of the greatest assassin, Mamu the Dark King. Continuing to voice the technique he knew, the boy added, "The Moonlight of the Bloody Path." Hearing the name, Lee Ji-hai said in surprise, "You understood it from just one glance?" In response to a question from the girl, Cha Chin Hun stopped in his tracks and said, "I've already fought once with someone who used this style, and I was a little inexperienced at the time." Continuing his thought, the guy added, "I accidentally killed him in a split second." Hearing this, Lee Ji-hee suddenly froze in place in shock. Shin Hun shocked the girl and said, "Since you are my Muruhaba, I will allow you to use 3 styles. If you can defeat me, I will join the Dawn Guild." Staying where she was, the girl heard that it was the first style of the 3 acceptable ones. Hearing the boy's remark, the girl changed the grip of her dagger again and started to attack him, saying, "Think of it as you wish." At the same time, watching the girl's movements, Shin Hyun thought, "It's amazing, being in her space, I don't feel her at all, as if she had just disappeared." Continuing his thoughts, the boy noticed a strange thing that began to happen and thought, "I wonder if this is also a feature of the dome." Quickly jumping from the place where something had just exploded, the guy, being in the air, began to watch what would happen next. The next moment, debris and several energy daggers began to rapidly move toward Shin Hun. Seeing that he was in danger, the guy used his skills and easily dispelled the enemy's attack. When the danger was over, the boy came down to the ground and said, "This is amazing!" At the same moment, a girl who thought she would catch him by surprise attacked him, but Shin Han reacted with ease and blocked the girl's attack with a sly smile. After the unsuccessful use of the girl's skill that changed the fighting style, Shin Hyun said, "This was the second style." Having failed again, after a long time of pushing the guy, Lee Ji-hee bounced back and said, "As I thought," breaking the distance with her opponent. Stopping in place, the girl added, "The strongest Shaolin master, who left the world at the age of 150. The next moment, turning her gaze to the boy in front of her, Lee Ji-hai added, "Ch Shin Hun, who can be considered his equal, should be the strongest." Hearing his name called, the boy awkwardly scratched his cheek and said, "Oh yeah." And seeing Lee Hai's strange reaction, "You're treating this like something normal." Activating her skill again, after which points appeared from the greenery, the girl said, "Then if I finish you." As she watched the spearheads fill the arena of the covered territory, she added, "Will I become the strongest in Murma?" Remaining steadfastly in one place despite the use of techniques by his opponents, Shin Han said, "Indeed, I had even lost the power of speech." The next moment, spreading her arms in front of her, Lee Hai used her technique to speak a shadow dagger. As soon as all the preparations were completed, she pointed all the shadow daggers created by her technique at Shin Hyun. He continued to stand there, raising his head up and simply watching the shadowy daggers that were coming at him. The next moment, when the attack was about to reach him, Chosen Hun spoke, using his sword of the mind technique. As a result of the use of his technique, a powerful explosion occurred, which instantly destroyed all the shadow blades of the girl's dagger. Squinting her eyes and crossing her arms in front of her to avoid a sudden attack, she did not notice a large rock flying at her. At the moment when the huge boulder was about to demolish her, she thought in her head, "My body is not listening to me." Realizing that she could not escape and avoid this fate, Lee Hai closed her eyes and tensed her whole body, mentally adding, I feel like something is holding me. The next moment she heard the sound of a thud and opened her eyes to see Shinhan smashing a giant rock flying at her with one hand. After demonstrating his strength and saving the girl from serious injury, the boy said, "The third style, it's over." Immediately after his words, looking into the eyes of the confused girl, Shinhan smiled and said, "Well, do you want to continue?" To which she replied, feeling a shiver throughout her body, "No, I lost." Removing her dome and returning to reality, Li Hai looked at the boy and said, "I will no longer ask for a battle, but in exchange, answer one question." Holding her wounded arm, the girl said in confusion, "What have you done?" For 1 second, I thought I was fighting a creature I could not resist. Hearing the question from the girl, Shihan sat down on the grass and said, "You were right in your self-confidence. Fighting in this space, your strength grows so much that it is enough to finish off an enemy stronger than you." After receiving the boy's remark, Li Gihai continued to look at him with a nervous look and asked him, "Tell me, what reality have you achieved?" Continuing to ignore the girl's question, Shinhan said, "The effect of the martial arts combination and abilities was impressive. I enjoyed the battle, and that's why." While the girl was hiding her daggers back in the spatial vault, Shihan added, "I accept your offer." Which said that Dawn would provide material support and information, and I would support the guild with my strength. Continuing his speech, the guy held up an extended finger in front of him, and added, "But I will do it as a freelancer, not as a partner of Dawn." Expressing his proposals, the young man added, "You can consider it an alliance. Not that I don't want to help, but I just don't want to be under anyone's authority." Accepting the conditions that Shihan had just announced, the girl said, "Okay, but then promise me something. No matter what happens, you will not join the Twilight Guild." When he heard what he had to promise the girl, the boy extended his hand to her and said, "I promise you, by the name of the Emperor's supreme sword." Shaking hands with the boy, Li Gi thought what a loud nickname she had heard, and then said, "Take off the surveillance. I put up with it because my sister worked for you, but I don't know what can happen now. You know what I mean." After receiving a remark from the guy with whom she made an alliance, Li Gihai said, "I told you before we wouldn't do anything that could spoil our relationship." To which Shihan replied, "Thank you for understanding." The next moment, he tore off a piece of cloth from his outerwear and handed it to the girl, saying he was sorry for what happened, to which she replied in surprise, "Are you handing me a clean cloth to bandage the wound?" Shihan said, "I teased you about the 3 styles and such. I wanted to compare the abilities of a master of measurement and a high-ranking hunter." Accepting the boyfriend's apology, Li Gihai said to Shinhan, "I appreciate your words, but it's okay. I was ready to fight you until the first death." To which he replied, "No wonder you were aiming for vital points." The next moment, after Shinhan's remark, he added, "But why did you choose to study the art of assassination out of all the possible options?" To which she answered curiously. Continuing to answer the question, the girl did not look away and added, "Have you ever felt a desperate desire to kill someone?" Having received the answer to his question, Shihan suddenly recalled the same signs that read when he entered Morm. "Do you wish to return? If so, then achieve the destruction of this world." Recalling what had annoyed him so much in the previous world, the boy said, "I understand your feelings because I think about it all the time." At the same time, not far from the place of the walk, a car with a personal driver was standing on the forest path, waiting for his lady to return. Seeing that the girl had finally arrived and the condition of the driver, the deputy leader exclaimed with concern, "Are you okay? It looks like you used a shadow dance." To which she replied, "I couldn't even scratch him with that." When the driver heard that the leader had failed to harm her opponent with the strongest technique, he exclaimed, "Unbelievable." After which Li Gihai added, "I thought he exceeded my expectations. I have critically low stamina, and I have completely used up my mana points." Immediately after her words, recalling the moment of her last attack, the girl mentally added, "But he never attacked me. I don't even know how he deflected my blades when he attacked." And then said, "It was just a crushing defeat." After hearing all that, the driver looked in the mirror at the girl and said, "Have you thought about sending Shinhan to the Sun Festival we hold at dusk?" After receiving the question from her driver, the girl folded her hands in front of her and said, "We need Shinhan to stop Park Than in his guild." Immediately after her words, the girl recalled the moment when the man in front of whom she was kneeling said in an ominous voice, "To GH, come along. We must follow his will." Smiling slightly and extending his hand to the girl, the man added, "I am the god of the heavenly battle." Having finished recalling this moment, the girl folded her arms in front of her and said, "We will be doomed if we lose Shinhan." Sometime after the dialogue with Li Gihai ended, the boy crossed the threshold of his house and said, "I'm home." But before he could finish, his sister threw herself into his arms, unable to understand his younger sister's strange behavior. Cha Shan Yen asked insolently why she was so suddenly like that. Trying to somehow loosen the girl's grip, the boy asked her if she was going to break him, to which she replied menacingly, "Shut up." Suddenly changing her aggression to calmness, the girl bowed her head down and said, "Don't go away from me anymore, don't do anything dangerous, and be good at home." While persuading her older brother not to do anything that would cause her anxiety, Shihan looked at the girl and said, "I'm afraid that Oppa will disappear again." After listening to all the persuasions of his younger sister, Cha Shin-han put his hand on the girl's head and said, "I understand you." But Insal, having attracted the attention of the girl who had just persuaded him not to do anything dangerous, added, "I decided to become a hunter." Hearing what her older brother had decided for himself, the girl made a disgruntled expression and asked him if he wanted to die. After a while, the guy put a magic object on the table and said it was a mystical cube. Lee gave it to me, saying that with its help I could get a hunter status window. After which the girl said, "You're really stubborn." After receiving a remark from his sister, Shin Hyan took the mystical cube in his hands and said, "Well, let's get started." Then it shone brightly in his hands. A little surprised by the beautiful sight and seeing him suddenly drink in his hand, Shin Hyan asked if Li Gai-hai was a fraud, to which Insal replied that it was fine. Now try to call up the status window. Following his sister's advice, the boy spoke the words, "Status window," and then 2 yellow and blue windows with different characteristics appeared in front of him. Looking at one of them first, Shin Han mentally said, "This side of the window is Mamu's status, no one but me can see it, and it's real to this world." The next moment, turning his gaze to the blue window, the boy mentally added, "A hunter status window on this side." Then looking behind his brother at the status window, Insal said, "Watch what class appears." Seeing that her older brother had no class, the girl exclaimed, "As I expected, the path of the OPA is not like the path of other hunters. If so, let's start from the beginning." After which he asked in surprise, "What? But why start the training from the beginning?" Insal said, "I've said before that hunters are divided into 6 classes: warriors, defenders, mages, priests, archers, and assassins. Of course, if you count the high-ranking classes, there are more, but these 6 are the main classes of hunters." Continuing her story, the girl folded her arms in front of her and confidently added, "For example, I am an archer, but my high-ranking class is a SN sniper. Everyone starts with a basic class and cannot change it or remove it." The next moment, pointing a finger at her older brother, the girl added, "But Oppa, without class means you didn't get class, you're just an ordinary person." Continuing to frustrate her brother with stories, Insal added, "Of course, people without class can also become hunters, but the problem is in the ability." And then thought, "I should say this so that the opponent would give up the idea and give up." After these thoughts, the girl added that the hunter needs to get experience points to level up and fight monsters. You can only fight with abilities getting experience points for it. Continuing her story, Insal added that, unlike hunters of 6 classes, a hunter without a class must gain an ability through a cube skill. Immediately after mentioning the main lever that could discourage her brother from becoming a hunter, she added, "For example, the cheapest ability, hand-to-hand combat technique, costs 20 million won, sword technique, 25 million won." After which Shihan said, 20 million won. Continuing to talk about the structure of this world, the girl added that hunters with classes can automatically gain abilities by increasing their level, but hunters without a class can only constantly spend a fortune on it. Immediately after her words, the girl added with a sly smile, "But brother, you have money," meaning that Shinhan only gave a disgruntled nod. The next moment, remembering his rescuer, the guy joyfully exclaimed, "Li Ji-hai! I have a sponsor!" Li Ji-hai, and then Insal, who was already unhappy, told him not to be fooled, wiping the sweat from his face. After mentioning his sponsor, the boy mentally added, "If I hadn't made the alliance, I would have been in big trouble, but that's not the problem." The next moment after he said that, remembering his position in Mamu, the boy mentally added, "You mean to tell me that I am a genius who will never appear in Mamu history, but I am a talentless hunter? How annoying." After a while, Cha Shan-hai and her younger sister arrived at Mount Chayak of the Dawn Guild Training Dungeon, or in other words, the Rabbit Dungeon. Seeing an enemy near her, the girl pulled the string of her bow and shot at the rabbit, setting it on fire to destroy the monster. The next moment, looking back at her brother, she exclaimed, "You saw the Oppa!" To which he replied, "You should try your best to catch at least 1 hare." In response to her brother's remark, the girl looked at the disappearing rabbit and exclaimed, "You don't understand. Newcomers who think like opponents die immediately. And she said, "It can't be that this happened to me." But still, picking up the object left by the defeated enemy, Shihan said in surprise, "Moonstone, you say I can make money with this?" He heard that it was a natural resource that is not polluted and stores a lot of energy, which is why nuclear power plants slowly disappeared with the advent of monsters. Reaching behind her back for the next arrow, the girl added, "Be careful. In any case, even if the opponent says he is the strongest master or something like that, anything can happen in the dungeon." Before she could finish, the older brother, ignoring the girl's words, had already easily killed 4 monsters at once. Offended by the fact that he did not listen to her, the girl thought, "My words flew in one ear and out the other." After which Shihan said, as he thought, "I would not receive points of hunter experience using the martial arts status window." Opening the status window and looking at the one skill he had, the guy thoughtfully asked, "Should I ask Lai Ji-hai for another skill?" Hearing her brother's request and slamming him against the wall, the girl exclaimed, "You shameless bastard! Of course, you would want a free ability near the top of the training dungeon." To which Shihan replied, "It's a rarely effective ability." The next moment, looking at the swordsman's ability, the guy was surprised to hear that it was level D. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, Anol said, "I don't know what kind of contract you signed, but Li Ji-hai, the deputy leader, is not an ordinary person, and she will definitely try to take everything from you." After finishing her thought, she turned her gaze to her brother, who looked rather wary, and said in surprise, reaching out her hand to him, "Why are you so sharp?" The next moment, grabbing his younger sister's hand and pulling her along, Chosen Hun said, "Let's go, there's a better place than this." When they arrived at the place her brother was talking about and saw the number of monsters, she exclaimed in amazement at how many there were. In response to his sister's surprise, Shinhan confidently said, "The exact number is 337. I calculated it before coming with my senses." Reaching for an arrow for her bow, the girl said, "But even so, there are too many for the beginner level." To which Shinhan replied, "Don't worry about such trifles." The next moment, when she saw her brother jump down to the pile of monster rabbits, she exclaimed, "What are you doing, Oppa?" Falling down into the pile of enemies to protest a little, the guy mentally said, "Shame, there is no such thing as shame." The next moment, recalling the time when his sister teased him about his lack of class and the skill he had learned from Lai Ji-hai, he mentally added, "Let's not give the ability to wield a D-level sword to someone who has reached the maximum level in the martial art of fencing." The next moment, taking his blade out of the sheath that was tied to his belt, the boy mentally added, "And turn me into an unimportant person without class." Immediately after his thoughts, using one of his techniques, Cha Shin-hun landed, destroying the ground beneath him. With this spectacular appearance, the boy was able to attract all the attention of the rabbit monsters. The next moment, Ino's disgruntled voice came from the mountain where he had jumped, and she exclaimed, "Cha Shin-hun, you jerk!" "I almost fell off," he replied. "Stop being angry. I'm thinking about how to cook these animals." Just before the battle began, Shin-hun saw dozens of system plates suddenly pop up in front of him, and wondered what they were. After reading the contents of these signs, the guy waved his sword and cut one of them, exclaiming, "The system is trying to teach me." After dealing with one sign and quickly cutting up all the others that were bothering him, the guy smiled and spoke too loudly, having provoked the monsters with sharp movements. The rabbits, who at first just looked at him in surprise, rushed at the boy together. Noticing the danger coming at him, the boy made clear and skillful movements with his sword and cut through the monsters one by one, exclaiming, "Who will teach whom here?" After dealing with the first wave of enemies that attacked him, Cha Shin-hun went on to hunt, saying that his hunting abilities began to appear 14 years ago. Having dealt with all the enemies, after which there were a lot of energy stones left, the boy added, "You will need about 100 more years to teach me." As soon as the battle was over, Shinhan began to drown in system windows again. Trying to remove them, he said with a grudging smile. "And then those annoying windows again." Trying to somehow disperse the system notifications, the guy said unhappily, "Why are there so many of them?" He then accidentally saw the content of the notification, which said, "Fencing ability." Looking at the number of notifications he received, one of which said his fencing skills had reached A+, Shin Hyan said, "What does it mean?" Continuing to poke at the windows to close them, the guy added, "A status window always appears so small. Where to change their settings?" At the same time, the girl, who appeared behind her older brother's back, said in surprise, "Oppa, what have you just done?" In response to his sister's question, the guy continued to point at the notifications, closing them, and replied, "I have no idea. I don't know English." my skill in all types of swordplay should be described in the system, or there was a glitch. Having received the answer to her question, she wondered if it made sense to get the A+ skill rank at the same time. At one point, Shihan froze in place and asked Unseal if it was possible to get experience points from monsters using only a passive ability without using mana points, to which she replied, "Yes, it is." Hearing the good answer, Shihan smiled and said, "Yes. To nothing." Looking at the notification with the content of the energy original ability, the next moment, as he began to knead his fists, the guy confidently added, "I just want to make things much easier in the future." Immediately after his words, he took up a fighting stance and struck a blow in front of him that destroyed the remaining monsters. Frozen in place in a striking pose, the boy added, "From now on, using martial arts, it seems I will be able to earn experience points for hunting." Continuing his thought, Shinhan confidently added, standing in front of his sister, "Nothing can be done if the strongest hunters in Korea are Li Ji. He and Park Taeyeon, because they, like all hunters, must have original abilities." After listening to her older brother's words, the girl looked at the bow she was holding and thought of martial arts. Immediately after deciding to make the change, the girl shouted out, drawing her brother's attention to her insistent demand, "Teach me martial arts!" Clutching her bow in her hand, she added, "I had my doubts when you easily defeated Sukong Jin, but today, seeing it with my own eyes, I realized that you are a powerful oppa." The next moment, recalling the events of the last dungeon hunt, she added, "What happened in the Red Wolf dungeon? And if nothing is changed, this will happen again and again." As she was reviewing the events of that day in her head, she added that there were no guarantees that history would never repeat itself, but for me, I would be a team leader if I stayed at the same level. Clutching her weapon in her hand, the girl shed tears and said, "I don't want to regret anything anymore." The next moment, she looked up at her older brother and added, "I know I can't be as strong as you, but if I can learn martial arts, everything will be different." Before the girl could finish expressing her request, Shihan put his hand on the girl's shoulder and interrupted her words, saying, "I will teach you, so don't worry." Looking at his crying sister who asked him to teach her martial arts, the boy added, "I've never taken students before, but even with you, I'll be strict." Seeing the fighting spirit of his sister who was ready for the challenge, Shihan thought it was for the best because I can't always be there for Inso. She has to learn to defend herself. Who knows what the future holds? The moment he finished his thoughts, the guy turned around and said, "Now let's go to the next point." To which Inso replied, "That we were on a golf course." Moving to the next point at a fast pace, a pair of young people heading towards the cluster of monsters started a conversation with each other. Watching the road while traveling, the girl asked, "Oppa, what would you do if you were fluent in fencing?" Running past the monsters that were above them on a rock ledge, the girl added, "The ability to continue using the warrior's abilities." At one point, when they got close enough to the monsters, they jumped down from the cliff, heading for the people running below. But Shinhan noticed the paratrooper swinging his fist and preparing to deliver a devastating blow to his enemies. The boy said, "Now I am able to level up using martial arts." As a result of his strike, he not only killed the 2 rabbits that were flying at him but also lifted into the air the top of the rock on which they had been sitting. Covering herself with her hands from the debris that fell on her after the explosion, she heard, "Not sure, but I know something for sure. In my current state, my future as a hunter is still vague." The next moment, blocking the girl's path further with his hand, Shihan found even more monsters in front of him, adding that it was possible to level up the hunter with martial arts but fencing off the girl from the monsters in front of them. To achieve what he wanted, Cha Shan Hun added, "I want to master a special class ability." Immediately after, he froze in place and, looking at the monsters, Shinhan thought Li Ji Hai was able to raise the level by combining her martial arts and assassin abilities. The next moment, imagining the girl he was thinking about in his head, he added, "I also need to find an ability that I can relate to my martial arts." The next moment after his thoughts, the boy quickly rushed forward to the epicenter of the rabbit monsters. Once in the air, the guy began to create a magical martial arts sphere in his hand for combining. Trying to think of something effective, Shihan remembered the attacker's skill when he appeared and thought, "Well, any ability that can merge with martial arts will be useless." But immediately after recalling the fight in the apartment when something interesting was used on him, the boy mentally added that he had abilities that were rather difficult to connect with martial arts. Recalling what the enemy used, the guy confidently said in his head, "It was magic," and then made a powerful explosion after hitting. Seeing what her older brother was doing, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "Oppa, if you act so recklessly alone." Before the girl could finish, Shihan smiled happily and thought of a new area of ability that I couldn't connect with martial arts, and then interrupted his sister and added, "And no, I'm going to become a magician." Hearing the decision of her older brother, the girl said unhappily, "How many times do I need to repeat? At APA, without a class, he can't become a mage at will. If it were so easy to use the abilities of mages, then other classes would not be as important, like other hunters." She also mentioned that, "My brother is really stupid." Continuing to listen to the joys of her older brother, who was actively rejoicing behind her, the girl sighed heavily and thought, "To hell with him." Calling up the status windows, Shinhan looked at them and thought, "After trying out the hunter system, I'm now sure there's a big difference between the two status windows, the Mamu and hunter systems." As he continued his thoughts, he mentally added, "Mamu's system windows only display characteristics. There are no special functions in it. You can only check the level and status of external and internal martial arts." At that time, after collecting all the moonstones from the monsters, Enol said, "We can now not worry about our saves." Continuing to look at the hunter's system window, Shinhyan mentally added that knowledge of characteristics is very helpful to those who use martial arts. But on the other hand, the hunter's status window displays everything from abilities to stamina and even mana points. The user-friendly interface has a lot of features and details. The essence and presentation of both systems is completely different. The next moment, imagining a character from the game, Shinhan mentally added a system in which to earn experience points you need to fight monsters. Rewards are given immediately, which awakens the growth of hunters. Of course, I cannot deny the obvious risk, but by daring to do so, everyone can become stronger. The next moment, when a picture of different types of training appeared in his mind, Shinhyun thought of another way to become stronger in Mima, which was much slower and more dangerous than here. Endless training with the risk of life was the way to gain enlightenment, and if you failed, you had to experience life-changing events. Immediately after recalling the Divine Martial Arts Cultivation book, Shin Heng thought of the fateful events of the celestial deity, a legendary figure who became a deity after the divine ascension. In the distant future, he created his Origins of Divine Martial Arts Cultivation. Recalling the moment of discovering this book after waking up, he mentally added, "A secret treasure of legend that Ma fought for a long time for." That was when I woke up in the cave, walking with his sister across a lawn with green grass. The boy mentally added, "Those fateful events seemed too obvious to me, so I ignored them, confidently looking ahead." During the journey, Shin Hun thought, if the goddess was the one who gave the hunter system to humanity. Then the next moment, having realized a certain truth, the guy exclaimed in confusion, "The creature who had sent me to Muram was most likely the one who had sent me to Myram." He pictured in his mind the image of the creature who was behind his transfer to another world and mentally said to the god of the heavenly battle. With the support of Li Chashan, Han was able to spend a whole month in the dungeons to improve his level. Faced with a new giant opponent, the guy said, "Wow. Now I understand why I came back to Earth and not to Korea." Thus, in 1 month, he managed to reach the second level of the hunter, and was now preparing to defeat another monster. Shinhan said, "There is no more traditional Korean food than chicken." It was also when Enol studied all 365 bloodstreams in the human body. She also had to pass on her internal arts. To be honest, she was late in learning martial arts due to her age, but there is a way. Sitting on the floor in the bathroom, after hearing about one way to learn martial arts, she asked, "What is it?" In response to his sister's question, the boy smiled happily and said, "Enol, don't worry and don't hold back, even if you vomit blood." When she heard what awaited her in the near future, the girl was frightened and said, "Why would you say such horrible things?" In response to the girl's question, Shinhan said everything he could to force the internal forces out of the channels and remove the impure Ci, after which a loud scream came from the house. Thanks to these trainings and the actions of her older brother, the girl managed to move up 1 level after hitting the target with an arrow. The girl showed her brother her results and exclaimed, "It's incredible! Just look at this!" The guy's hair almost burned off when he met his sponsor again. Chosen Hai heard the girl suddenly say to him, "I can see that you're doing well now." Immediately after announcing her remark, the girl asked, smiling happily, "Well then, let's start our deal." Hearing the girl's request, Shinhan said, "You haven't changed at all. You're going to start working right away." Pouring tea from the teapot, he said, "I told you I don't want to be in an awkward position." Pulling the cup of tea to his mouth, Shernan said, "It's been a while since you called me, so you have a plan for what I heard." "So be it." Immediately after her remark, the girl suddenly jumped up from her seat and leaned against the guy in front of her and said, "Jason Huni." Smiling happily at the guy in front of her, Lee Hai extended her hand and asked him, "Would you go out with me?" After receiving the invitation, Shin Han put his hands in front of him. He said, "This is the first date invitation in my entire life, but for some reason, I don't feel it." After which, Li Hai happily remarked, "Don't be like that." Continuing to persuade the guy, the girl added that a new dungeon had appeared in Puzan. The 10th level of danger. The permissible level for entry was from 45 to 50, which meant that we needed a team of hunters close to a high rank. To which she heard in response that this dungeon was not the place to go with level 20 hunters. Hearing the remark from her interlock, the girl confidently looked at the guy in front of her and said, "But everything would be different if it wasn't Chach and Huni." Right after hearing the remark from the girl who wanted to drag him into the dungeon, Shihan said, "I want to enter such a dungeon only together." "And why?" After receiving a question from the guy in front of her, the girl said, "My goal is to control the number of particularly dangerous dungeons." Continuing to voice the reason for this invitation, Li Jihai added, "But I also want you to grow as a hunter as soon as possible." Hearing the reason why the girl wanted to go there alone, Shin Han smiled and asked, "Does that mean you're actually going to support me?" Hearing the boy's remark, the girl said, "God, where did you learn that word?" "You're acting like an old master." To which he replied awkwardly, "I understand it perfectly well, and I don't know who you call old." Starting to shake the empty cup of tea, Shin Han asked, "It's not surprising that you support me for the sake of our alliance, but what do you gain if I become the strongest hunter?" Hearing the question, Li Hai suddenly became quiet, watching the nervous movements of her interlocutor's hand. The next moment, deciding to reveal the truth behind her clinging to Shin Han so strongly, she asked him what he knew about the Sun Festival. When he heard the question, the guy said, "It was a festival held annually by the Dawn and Dusk Guild, something like a friendly fight where we determine the best guild in South Korea." After hearing the information from her interlocutor, Li said, "From the outside, this looks like a match that is being held to strengthen relations between the two guilds, but in truth, it is an opportunity to identify the strengths and weaknesses of our opponents and determine the chances of being able to cut their throats. So you can consider it a mini-confrontation." Continuing the story of this festival, the girl added that Dusk and Dawn constantly conflict when distributing ownership of the dungeons, which leads to bloodshed. This is not public information because everything happens inside the dungeons. Telling the horrific truth. Li Jihai added, "But now we are at a boiling point where a full-scale battle can begin at any moment. We are like a powder keg that is about to explode." After listening to the story, Shin Hyun was surprised and asked why the two guilds were fighting for first place. It was enough to simply consider it a tough fight for rights. Hearing the question from her boyfriend, Li Hai answered that it was all because of Park Tahan, but suddenly he started to strive for power like a man possessed. Continuing her story, the girl added something like, "We need to follow the will of the heavenly god of battles" or something like that, which impressed the guy. Immediately after hearing this, Shin Hun jumped up from his seat and exclaimed, "The heavenly god of battles is here! What is his relationship with Park Tan?" To which Li Jihai exclaimed, "Calm down. I don't know much about this god of battles myself. I heard once he received a message through Mamu's status window." Sitting down in his seat, Shin Han mentally said the message means, after which Li Jihai added, "No one knows if it's true since we can't look at Mimi's status window and others." Continuing her story, the girl recalled one terrible fragment of her life and added that even if Park Hyen had received a specific order from the heavenly god of battles, she didn't understand how he could treat the Dawn Guild and her in this way because they once had a good relationship. Tilting her head down and looking at her reflection in the tea, she added, "Mimi, we were comrades who understood each other and shared a common destiny." The next moment, suddenly looking up at the boy in front of her, Li Jihai said, "Please take part in the Sun Festival by cooperating with the Dawn Guild." Heading to her personal driver, who was already waiting for her at the scene, Li Jihai said to Shin Hyen that the balance of power that should not have been shaken had recently shifted to the Twilight Guild. Approaching the waiting car, the girl added, "As they aggressively take over the dungeons and roads." Seated in the car with the guy in the back seat, Li Jihai added that if the imbalance became known at the festival, it would be the end of our guild. The next moment, the girl made the first stab at the guy's conscience and said, "If we lost Director Sukong Jiang, our strongest fighter, at such an inopportune time." Before she could finish, Shin Hyen, trying to somehow stop these blows to his conscience, said, "I understand the situation, but I still haven't heard the reason why you want to raise me to be the strongest hunter." In response to the boy's question, the girl said that the Sun Festival is a festival where external media groups are invited and it is broadcast live. Li Hai pointed a finger at the guy and added, "Don't tell me you're planning to show your martial arts to the world. It's hard to prove you were in Morum, and it will only provoke hunters around the world," continuing to point accusing arrows at the guy. the girl added. I think you are confident enough to deal with the International Association of Hunters. To which he replied awkwardly, I can't say that it's not so. And then thought, I'm being poked at quite a lot today. Continuing her thought, Li Ji Hai said, That's why you need to attend the Sun Festival, using only the skills of a hunter. After breaking another arrow, which he had already tried many times, he said, Of course. And then thought, Since I owe her a favor, it will be hard to refuse. Having received a positive answer, the girl joyfully exclaimed, I knew you would agree to it. But before she could finish, Shin Han asked, Wait, is that considered a yes? The next moment, holding out a suitcase with mythical cubes to the boy Li, he said, Here are the 6 wizard skills you asked for, as well as the high-level skills of a magician and a sorcerer, 1 each. Hearing what he had just been given, Shin Han thought to himself, At some point, I would have to fight Park Tun, so I guess this is a kind of victory. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a piece of paper that flew past his thoughtful muzzle and caused some surprise. Finding himself at a table with a whole pile of papers, Shin Han exclaimed, What is this? He was told that, unlike Muru, in this day and age, there are things called legal steps, documents that confirm your official relationship with the Dawn Guild as its ally. Taking out a pen from her purse, the girl added, These are the supporting documents with all the things we have provided you so far, and the contract for guaranteed payment. After which she heard a disgruntled tone. And these are the official documents on the registration of hunters and the creation of the guild. Looking at the content of one of the papers, Shin Han suddenly asked, Why was I creating a guild? Li Ji Hai replied, For a free hunter, there are complicated rules for participating in the Sun Festival, and there are problems with checking the receipts for the things we provided you. The next moment, showing a suitcase with money, the girl, smiling happily, added, Guess how much these skill cubes cost in total? I can be sure it will cost much more than a house. If you understand that, then just sign it. Shin Han replied awkwardly, That's what you wanted from the beginning. Sighing with a disgruntled sigh after hearing all that, Shin Han began to sign the papers and said, How did I get involved in all this? Putting down his hand in a piece of paper, the boy thoughtfully said the name of the guild, after which Li Ji Hai said, It was just a formality, so you can fill in the ribbon with anything. Then, Shin Han wrote the name of the guild, Boundless. After a while, when Shin Han moved back to the monster bird dungeon in Payan, he said, I feel like all I do is go from home to the dungeon and back again. To which he replied, Well, it's nice to see that you are a proper disciple. The next moment, raising her head up, she added, Be careful, even though they are weak alone. Continuing to look at the monsters flying in the sky, Li Ji Hai added, We have some information that there are countless of them. Having received some information from the girl, Shin Han created a magical sphere in his hand and said, Something similar to when I scouted with my AI, there were at least 3,000 of them. The next moment, having created something like a weapon from the magical sphere, the guy added, A lot of it. After the girl's surprised exclamation, he said, But for me, it's even better. The more targets, the easier. Having completed the formation of the monster hunting equipment from his magic, the boy stood in a stance and prepared to throw. With just one throw of his magic spear, he eliminated several dozen monsters during the flight and a dozen with an explosion when he hit the target. Standing aside and watching her friend hunt, Li Ji Hai said, It's only been a few hours since you learned the skill. Hearing the girl's surprised voice, Shin Han said, Mana and CI are functionally similar to what Li Ji Hai said, but not to me. Immediately after her words, the girl looked at the moonstones that fell to the ground after the destruction of the monsters and added, If you overexert yourself so much from the very beginning, you will run out of mana points. She heard in response that this would never happen. I am the boundless wizard Chash. After the guy's words, Li Ji Hai remarked, You're just classless. And Shin Han asked, picking up the scattered moonstones in his hand, There's not only one class of monster in this dungeon. When he heard an affirmative answer from the girl, he looked at her in surprise and said, That is indeed quite strange. Somewhere in Seoul, at the villa of the Twilight Guild, leader Park Tan was sitting on a pebble, feeding fish, when a subject appeared behind him and shouted out to the leader. Upon arriving at Park Tan's office with a report, devotee Kim Chulho added, We had received news that the vice leader of the Dawn Guild, Li Ji Hai, was behaving rather suspiciously. Continuing his report while the leader was quietly preparing fish, Kim Chulho added that she supports the newcomer who was not registered through the association, and we were also told that they go on dungeon raids together after pouring fish food into the pond. The leader of the Twilight Guild asked if she had really done it, but what was so strange about it? After receiving the question from the leader, Kim Chulho said, Based on the results of our investigation, this new member, Ji-hai, is the older brother of the leader of the Cha Nol team, who is in the Dawn Guild. His name is Cha Shin-hun, and there is something else interesting. He was reported missing for the last 14 years but recently reappeared. Continuing his report, the ward added that it was especially suspicious that when he appeared, the director of the Dawn, Sung Jin, tried to cover his tracks. After which, Park Ta-hun raised his hand and said, "Enough is enough. For 14 years, tell me where he was." After receiving a question from his leader, Kim Chul-ho nervously looked through the papers with the report and said, "Our intelligence could not find out." Immediately after, the subject added, "Suk Kong-jin learned the truth, but immediately afterwards disappeared without resigning. Probably going to Cha Shin-hun to avenge his son." But interrupting the confused words of his subject, the leader of the Twilight clan took off his hat and put it on the ground, saying, "He was dead." After which, he heard a surprised response from his subject. Paran repeated that he had said that Suk Kong-jin was most likely dead, and then he heard what was meant. After receiving another question from his subject, who was in complete confusion, the leader of the Twilight, Park Ti-hun, said, "Cha Shin-hun finished him off." Immediately after his words, the leader of the Twilight Guild said, "That rascal is from Mamu." At the same time, having dealt with some of the monsters in the dungeon, Shin-hun went down to the ground and spoke well, clenching his hand into a fist. The boy gave a slightly different sensation than when using the palm of the wind and then heard the girl's sigh. Surprised by this sigh, the boy turned his head in her direction and said, "I understand your satisfaction with yourself after the skill you have learned." Continuing the dialogue, Lee Ji-hai added awkwardly, "But it's been an hour. Except for these feelings, your mana is not spent at all. Will this dungeon spoil it?" Then Shin-hun asked in surprise if the mana was already in this state. The next moment, the guy put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully, wondering how to explain it. Recalling the box of cubes, the boy said, "Do you remember that among the magic cubes you gave me, there was one called the Exchange of Life Force?" He heard in response that it was something like a skill for an emergency situation when you need to exchange life force for magic. "And what about it?" The next moment, Shin-hun raised his finger up and confidently said, "In Muria, when you reach the 35th level in the internal and external martial arts, you will receive an astral body. And if your body is in this state, you will be able to use your powers endlessly. Blah blah blah. And when you reach the 40th level in the external martial arts, you will receive the rebirth of youth." Continuing her story, the girl, who was sickened by the story, heard that due to this upgrade, you can constantly use your abilities to maintain vitality. Blah blah, and if you have infinite power, you also have infinite vitality. So if I use the exchange of vitality, I can use magic power endlessly. Such a wonderful formula. Realizing that he had overdone it a bit, the guy suddenly said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I got carried away. In short, it's an endless flow of power. Even if the type of martial arts at high levels all become similar." The next moment, Shin-hun pounded his fist into his palm and added, "I'm trying to say that nothing is impossible if you have a high level of martial arts." Then Lee Ji-hai asked if it was really possible. Without answering the girl's question, Shin-hun said, "I'm going to go and deal with the midges before the battle with the boss." And then walked off. After which, Lee Ji-hai thought, this man is not just explaining but actively shoving his thoughts into sentences. The next moment, she summoned the spatial vault and took out her weapon, thinking, I would just worry about the boss. If it was just a monster, I was an idiot if that was all. The Sun Emperor had nothing to worry about. At the moment of reflection, one of the monsters was approaching rapidly behind Lee Hai. At that moment, she thoughtfully said, I wonder if I should. In an instant, she took off the head of the monster that was approaching her from the back and then added, something to earn a living. After a while, she burst onto the battlefield and continued her training, making several aerial cuts to eliminate the monsters in the sky. After that, falling down, Lee Hai stuck one of the daggers into a ledge on the rock and, holding it in the air, exhaled heavily and spoke seriously, quite high, after catching her breath after the hunt. The girl regained some strength and jumped off the cliff again, rushing into battle against the monsters. Once in the sky, Lee Hai began to jump from one flying monster to another, destroying them. At the same time, having destroyed a certain number of enemies, the girl jumped down to the level surface of the mountain and then looked down and said, I wish we could finish clearing this dungeon. Continuing to look down at the considerable amount of moonstones left behind by the monsters, the girl thought, when I return, I will increase the danger level of these creatures much more than in the report, especially since they are harder to fight because they fly. Continuing her thoughts, the girl considered what level of hunters should be needed to raid a dungeon with a team of 5 people, a shield, a mage, an archer, a priest, and someone from melee. At one point, her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden roar from the monster. Looking up, she saw an enemy that was much larger than ordinary people. Surprised by the size of the enemies, which would be several at once, the girl was confused and said, "What is it?" Amazed at the size of the monsters that suddenly appeared above her, Li Jihe mentally wondered why it was so huge. How could there be two bosses in one dungeon? As soon as she thought this, she noticed that the enemy had started to act and had to quickly retreat from her location. Once in the air, the girl noticed a giant monster's mouth in front of her, ready to swallow her. Realizing that it would not end that easily, Li Hai pulled out her dagger and prepared for battle, exclaiming, "Damn, he's annoying me!" As soon as she said this, she heard something strange behind her and quickly looked back in the direction of the sound. At that very moment, she saw the monster flap its wings and use its demonic power to attack her, knocking her backward and falling down. Shocked by what she had just experienced, Li Ji thought he had used demonic power, which is not a simple phenomenon. The next moment, as the monster rushed after her to swallow her, she lost the ability to continue fighting. Ji mentally added that the entire dungeon system was broken. Suddenly, at one point, the girl felt the warmth of hands and suddenly opened her eyes to see her savior in front of her. At that very moment, after saving the girl from danger, Shin Hyan joyfully said he had finally appeared. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the boy, the girl exclaimed, "Shin Han, don't tell me you knew about this!" She replied, "I told you, boss. While I was scanning the dungeon with my senses, I found an unusual monster." Surprised by her savior's words, Li Hai asked, looking at the monsters that were chasing them, "So you mean that despite knowing about them, you did nothing?" He was told that he expected them and that it was normal to leave the boss for last. The next moment, landing on a hard surface, Shin Han said, "Hey, I understand that you were worried and that's why you froze, but if you calm down, you can easily handle them. Just stay calm." Immediately after his words, the guy put the girl on the ground and said, "By the way, it's time to eat. Let's choose a menu." Continuing to talk actively, Shin Han said, "Do you like fried or grilled food?" To which Li Hai replied that in this situation one cannot be frivolous. Ignoring the girl's words, Shin Han used his skills to say, "I've been waiting for you." When he saw several enemies aiming at him, the boy confidently said that tonight he would have chicken for dinner. Lifting her head up and looking at the giant cluster of monsters above her, Li said in surprise at what was happening. Immediately after contacting her friend with the help of telepathy, the girl said, "Cha Shin Han, can you hear me? Didn't you say you would use magic?" Continuing to watch the guy use the usual skills to destroy enemies, Li Hai added, "And now you just use your fists." Hearing the girl's remark, Shin Han looked at his hands, which were covered with the magic of lightning and fire, and replied through telepathy that it was definitely magic. Then he heard, "Yes, it's definitely her." The next moment, after the conversation with the guy was over and it was useless, she looked up and noticed something very strange in the sky. Looking at the magic door from which the enemies came to the dungeon, the girl was surprised to see that it was a portal. Immediately after seeing the problem, Li Hai turned her attention to her friend, who was fighting the monsters in the sky, and shouted to Cha Shan Han to watch out. Seeing that her friend was in danger, Li jumped up and went to him, thinking that monsters appear here from a portal, it's impossible, and then exclaimed, "Oh my God, this guy!" When Li Hai came down from above and saw that her friend was surrounded by enemies, she thought it was dangerous and then shouted out, "What are you doing? Run away!" Trying to somehow reach out to her friend, who began to ignore her, the girl, trying to save him from the monsters, said through telepathy, "Cha Shan Han, you can hear me? I will create space and we will get out together. Come on, hurry up." Seeing the girl's attack on him, the monster boss directed smaller monsters to block her attack at the cost of their lives. Witnessing what had just happened before her eyes, the girl exclaimed in surprise that this boss did not care that the smaller monsters were simply dying. After some time on the ground, and observing Li Ji, she thought, "I know for sure now." Keeping her head up at the pile of monsters circling around in one place surrounding Cha Shin Han, she mentally added that the small monsters were not acting of their own free will. Focusing her gaze on the boss, who was in charge of the minions, she again mentally added that the large individuals were in charge of them because each of them had blocked attacks aimed at the boss with their own bodies, voluntarily sacrificing themselves. Continuing her thoughts, Li Ji mentally added, "The battle will not to end until we deal with the big monsters, but how to get them staying put and making a plan," Li said, as well as Cha Shan Han, who said he would manage. Recalling the last time she saw him before he fell into the circle of monsters, Li Gi said he didn't look away from me on purpose when we met. The next moment, with a heavy sigh, the girl said, I can't understand what he's thinking about. It's so hard to answer through the vocal cords. Immediately after opening her eyes in displeasure, Li Hai said, "This is the first time that such an anomaly has appeared. No matter how strong Cha Shan Hun is, it's still dangerous. I have to help him, but I can't reach him while he's in the air." At one point, the solution to the problem appeared by itself when the girl accidentally noticed a monster flying quite low above her. Jumping on the back of one of the monsters, the girl mentally said, "This cluster of monsters around Cha Shan Hun." The monster did not even notice that I was on his back, in which case it would not be a problem to get to him. Walking to her companion on the back of the monster, Li Hai thought, "Please hold on a little longer. If I'm going to deal with the mutated monster that emits this strange aura." Before the girl could finish her thought, another monster crashed into her monster at speed, knocking the girl off her back. Going downstairs, Li Hai, irritated by what had happened, noticed another monster below her that she could jump on. Falling down, the girl used her dagger to drive it into the body of the monster she was falling near and managed to hold on to it. This way, she was able to fly to her boss. As soon as he turned his head to her, Li Hai said, "What's up? You finally paid attention to me." Immediately after her question, she pulled the dagger out of the small monster's body and jumped right into the bigger one's mouth, but it was too late because it was a one-on-one fight. Heading to the boss to figure out who was controlling all that crowd, Li Hai used her technique to say, "No monster in my game! Shadow dance, open up!" As soon as she used her skill, the boss monster opened one of its wings, which held countless monsters. After assessing her strength and the number of opponents, the girl hesitantly said, "I wonder how quickly I can handle this." As soon as she said this, she saw a bright beam fly by her head with incredible speed. After seeing what she saw, she looked back and noticed a bright glow and saw Shin Han, who instantly dispelled all the monsters that were circling around him. Amazed to see her comrades slay so many enemies, Li Ji thought he was using a power blade without any resources, using the sword of explosive air to control multiple blades at the same time. Continuing to marvel at the guy's incredible skill, Li Ji mentally added that astral body, after which Shin Han set a role-playing game as a hunter. The next moment, pointing his swords created by his astral body at the monsters around him, the boy added, "This is the end of the story." Immediately after the end of his speech, all the swords he created went in different directions, destroying all the monsters on their way. At the same time, standing on the edge of the cliff, Li Hai watched the rain of moonstones covering the ground. Amazed by this sight, she thought, "Thanks to Cha Shan Hun, we've managed to get through this. But there's a more important problem. What if something like this happens in other dungeons?" Starting her thoughts, the girl put her hand to her chin and thought, "Now the system determines the level of hunters who are able to clear the dungeon based on the level of danger, but is it enough to fight the mutated monsters in that portal? Without a doubt, it will be destroyed." The next moment she turned her gaze to Shin Hyan, who was looking at the dark moonstone, and added in her mind, "The Sun Festival is not the most important thing right now. We need to do a full investigation." But the next moment, remembering the leader of the Twilight Guild, she mentally added, "Park Yen would definitely not miss her chance once I let my guard down." Imagining the consequences of one mistake, Li Hai added in her head, "If we don't concentrate, we will be destroyed by his guild." In the same second, with her head down, the girl excitedly thought, "What should I do?" And then suddenly looked up and saw the moonstone in front of her, not understanding why she was being poked in the face with a pebble. Li Ji asked, "What are you doing?" To which Shin Han replied, "Why are you flying in the clouds? I asked you about this stone, it's different from the others." Looking at the object that was being poked in her eyes, the girl said, "This is a monster skill stone. You have scored a lot of points, Cha Shan Hun. Since you defeated a great monster, you have become the owner of a stone with a rare skill." Continuing her thoughts, the girl looked back into the battle and spoke of a large monster. "That's right, the boss." The next moment, she suddenly turned her gaze to the boy in front of her and said to Shin Han, "I have to tell you something." 1 month after that event, the company's employees went out for a lunch break and started talking about it. "Hey, did you see the schedule for the Sun Festival?" "Of course I did. I can't wait." But there were so many rumors. Not far from them, Kim Chulho was sitting on a bench, looking down and hearing his name being called, Cha Shin Han, who is now very famous on the internet, not even a month after he registered as a hunter, feeling very anxious and sweat pouring down his face. Kim Chulho heard a rumor that he was a secret weapon from the Dawn Guild. After listening to all the talks of the men who went out for lunch, Kim Chulho, who was supposed to give a presentation at the guild meeting, said, "I was completely __." Sometime after the meeting began, one of the attendees threw a glass at the speaker and exclaimed, You're kidding. He was chosen as the savior of the Dawn Guild, but you can't find out where he's been for the last 14 years, let alone his level and class. After hearing an angry exclamation from one of the members of the Twilight Guild present at the emergency meeting, Kim Chulho said to me, in fright. The next moment, Park Tan intervened in the conflict that began to form and told Director Park, who heard the boy's voice and suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Guild leader!" Looking at his subject with a sly glance and taking a sip of his drink, the leader of the Twilight Guild, Park Tan, said, "Sit down." As soon as the subject calmed down and took his seat, the guild leader continued. It seemed that the Dawn Guild was concerned about something. Rising from his seat and looking at Shin Hun's photo, the guild leader added, "For the guild's trump card, they made their choice too quickly. We will only be able to find out if it's a bluff or a jackpot when all the cards are on the table, because I'm right." The next moment, pulling the glass of drink back into his mouth, the guy smiled slightly and added, "We must destroy this seed of discord." After a while, having taken a seat in a cafe, Kim Chulho waited for the visit of an invited person. After ordering a coffee, the guy looked at his watch every minute to check the time when his guest would arrive, saying he would be here any moment. The next moment, when he noticed the person he was inviting to the meeting, Kim Chulho abruptly jumped up from his seat, waved his hand, and shouted, "Hey! I'm here!" Demonstrating his placement in the establishment, the boy waved his hand and exclaimed, "Kled. Thank you for responding to my invitation, Mr. Cha Shin-hun." As Shin-hun approached the table, he saw a young man across from him nervously wiping sweat from his face with a handkerchief and stretched out his hand to him. Without receiving a greeting or hearing a single word, Kim Chulho said, "Hello, Mr. Cha Shin-hun." After which he looked at his hand, realizing what he was trying to achieve. Shin-hun shook Kim Chulho's hand and said, "So you're that guy, Kim Chulho from Twilight." And then suddenly stopped, thinking that Seol was right, and added, "Mr. Kim Chulho, that's right." In response to his guest's question, Kim Chulho nervously replied, "That's right, it's an honor to meet you." And then thought, "What a rude bastard." Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added, "On the other hand, it is good to know his true nature. My role for today is to collect as much information as possible about this guy." And then, I said, "The reason why I invited you today." The next moment, the boy crouched down and began to rummage through his bag, exclaiming, "Oh right." At first seeing this strange behavior, Shin-hun wondered if there was any point in keeping the Twilight under control if they were only made up of such jerks. After placing a strange device on the table, Kim Chulho was asked what it was, and he answered that it was a magical device called a sound isolator. "If you press this button after activating the device," Kim Chulho, observing its action, added, "a curtain that would block all external noise so our voices would not leak out. It is an ideal device for private conversations." Hearing what the boy had just said to him, Shin-hun smiled and said, "We'll talk privately." And then Chulho asked, "Didn't you expect this coming here, Mr. Cha Shin-hun?" The next moment, getting straight to the point, Kim Chulho spoke regarding the Boundless Guild. "The Twilight Guild, no, the Twilight Guild would like to partner with you, Mr. Cha Shin-hun." Hearing Shin-hun's proposal, he thought, "Well, this is exactly what I expected." And then said, "Didn't you see my performance at the Sun Festival? I'm working with the Dawn Guild." After receiving a remark from the guy, Kim Chulho nervously exclaimed, "Of course we know. We also know that you have received the support of the Dawn Guild." Continuing his dialogue with the guest, the subject of the Twilight Guild said, "The hidden circumstances of the problems with Sean Jin's team are known to us, but we also looked at the success of your dungeon raids with the leader, Lee Ji-hai." Continuing to press the guy, Kim Chulho said, "But at the same time, Mr. Cha-shin, you didn't join the Dawn Guild." The next moment, after adjusting his glasses during a serious conversation, the boy added, "Instead, we formed our own one-man guild and are working with Dawn." Continuing to press the guest with information, Kim Chulho added, "Knowing this, we are convinced that there is a distance between you and the Dawn, Mr. Cha Shin-hun." Immediately after his words, Kim Chulho added, "Work with us. We promise you something that the Dawn Guild can never promise." Hearing this, Shin-hun smiled and thought, "Look at him, he's even better than I thought. I take back what I said about him at the beginning. His information is impressive, and it's hard to deny what he said." The next moment, Kim Chulho took out the papers from his bag and said, "If I could explain the final terms and circumstances." But before he could finish, Shin-hun interrupted him and said, "I don't need to." Getting up and heading for the exit, waving goodbye, Shin-hun added, "I came here because I was curious what you would say, but it was a waste of my time. I reject any of your proposals. To this, Kim Chulho exclaimed, "What? You refused before I could even announce." Trying with all his might to hold on to the boy, Kim Chulho exclaimed, "If you leave the sun ritual, then whatever you want." "We will not have time to finish." When Shin Han interrupted him and said, "I can say I owe Li Hai a debt of gratitude." The next moment, stopping in his tracks and looking back at his interlocutor, the guy added, "I'm counting the losses, just so you know." Rushing after the boy, Kim Chulho nervously exclaimed, "Wait a minute! If you're going to leave like that, then wait a minute." Starting to shed tears because he was ignored, Kim Chulho mentally exclaimed, "You bastard! I still have so much to say." Then he shouted after Mr. Shin Han when the interlocutor left the institution. Park Tun took off his mask and said to his subject, "How much longer will you stand there and stare into the distance?" Getting up from his seat and heading to his subject, the boy heard him nervously shouting to the guild leader. The next moment, throwing his arm around his subject, the guild leader said to Chulho, "I know I told you to stretch this dialogue as long as possible." Immediately after his words, Park Yen grabbed the guy by his tie and pulled him toward him, adding in an ominous tone, "That my eavesdropping was completely useless. I was only the leader who let him go," and walked forward with his hands in the air. Kim Chulho shouted after him, "I'm really sorry for that bastard. I mean, that guy was so rude." After hearing his subject's excuse, Park Tan said indifferently, "It was more important to wonder who he was." At the same time, after contacting her friend, Li Jiha said, "I wonder if it did happen," and was told that Paran must be very disappointed right now. Continuing the phone conversation, the boy added, "He probably thought I was from Mamu." But the name of the Supreme Emperor did not go very far. Continuing his dialogue with the girl, the boy recalled the beginning of the meeting and the strange person nearby and said, "As soon as I entered the cafe, I felt like he opened the external CI. Your guess was right." Continuing to recall the person who tried his best to hide himself, Shin Han felt, "This guy will be cautious. He is the kind of person who gets very nervous when the situation goes beyond his expectations." Hearing this, Shin Han said he wouldn't bother for a while and asked how the investigation in the dungeon was going. He heard back that thanks to him, there hadn't been any new complaints since the dungeon. Holding the phone in front of her eyes, Liha continued to report on the situation and added, "Well, at least for now." In the next moment, remembering the moment after their first visit to the dungeon, Li Jiha added, "I would have worked myself to the bone if you hadn't taken over the investigation of the sinister bird dungeon, Mr. Shin Han. Thank you for this favor." When she received a question from her interlocutor, she heard his strange voice and said nothing specific. The next moment, deciding to find out what might have happened to him, Li Jiha asked him if something was wrong. At the same time, she went to her older brother, Insal, and asked him if he had finished talking on the phone. Having attracted the boy's attention, the younger sister, dressed in a formal dark suit, said, "Let's go." Hearing the girl's call, Shin Han took the phone away from his ear and said, "Well then," mentally saying, "Nothing can be done." After a while, he and his sister arrived at the cemetery where his parents were buried in a separate cell. Putting her hand to the compartment where her parents' ashes were kept, Insal said, bowing her head, "Dad, Mom, and Dad and Opa returned." While his sister was commemorating their parents and experiencing strong emotions, Shin Han, standing behind her, said in his head, "I knew it." Feeling absolutely no sadness at the moment of seeing off the deceased family members, Shin Han added in his head that it was a bad idea to come here. The next moment, looking at the photo in a separate cell, the boy mentally said, "I am very different from what I used to be. I cannot shed a single tear, even though I am standing next to the remains of my parents." Turning his back to his sister so that she could not see his stony expression, the boy mentally said, "Even if I show her such an inhuman side of me." Without returning his gaze to the girl, who was barely holding back her tears, Shin Han mentally said, "This is definitely not going to work out well for Insal." Continuing to stand near the cell with the family photo and the remains of their parents, the girl asked, "Do you feel anything at all?" Continuing to ask questions to the guy, who continued to be silent, the girl added, "You don't look sad or even a little bit touched." Only silence in response to her questions. The girl suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, why are you silent?" Immediately after her next question, she felt some anxiety and asked me again, as if what I had just said was true and I was sorry for what I heard in response. Heading for the exit, Shin Han added, "I've become someone who can't show you what you want to see." And then mentally added, "I think it was impossible to hide it completely." Angry at the words her older brother had just spoken to her, the girl turned sharply to him and, without looking up, exclaimed, "Do you even know how strange you are, what you're apologizing for, and what you think I want to see?" Continuing to hold back her sadness, which continued to overwhelm her, the girl added in a stern tone, "What I want is this." The next moment, Insel suddenly remembered a moment from her childhood when her older brother was riding her on his back, and she was sincerely happy. When Insel finished recalling, she couldn't help but wipe her tears with her sleeve and asked, "Why have you changed so much? You're acting cold." Even now, having attracted her brother's attention, the girl continued to reprimand him and added, "I'm not even sure you're still my brother." Immediately after confidently stepping forward, the girl said, "But since so much time has passed, it is impossible for you to remain the same as before." "It doesn't matter. I lived normally and alone until today." Looking back at his younger sister, who was walking away in resentment, Shin-hun did not say a word to her. Continuing to stand silently in place, the boy bowed his head down and thought, "I shouldn't have come here at all." The next moment, as he began to recall what he had experienced in Manhwa, Shin-hun thought, "Why have I changed so much? You want to know? I wish I knew the answer to why this happened to me." At the same moment, when he heard the sound of the notification and looked back, he saw a notification from Mew, which said, "Why?" he said in surprise. "You can't be here." Smiling ominously and sending the guy a message from another dimension. The strange person sent the guy a message again, with the content still taking the form of a human. Frozen in place by the sudden turn of events, Shin-hun continued to look at the notifications that appeared before his eyes, the last one saying, "Cha." As he continued to stand in one place, the boy received several more notifications that said, "How come you are still Cha Shan-han's person?" Shin-hun felt his hands tremble with shock and excitement, and said, "What the hell is this?" Once you receive a notification with content again, and your feudal resistance. If you need motivation, I can help you. "Boy," you said, "and you still do things unilaterally? Who the hell are you?" Smiling ominously at the system notifications that were sent to him, the boy said excitedly, "The next moment I receive a notification with the content, I'll take everything from you again, just wait." Shin-hun pulled his tie and smiled, saying, "This madness." Continuing his dialogue with the unknown person, the boy added, "I don't know who you are and why you're doing this to me, but just try it." Starting to smile ominously again after voicing his opinion on this matter, the guy added, "I will find you and tear you to pieces." After receiving the threats, the guy received another notification. "Just wait." After which they all instantly disappeared. After having a good talk with the heavenly god of battle, Chosen Hyun, looking in the wake of his younger sister, said, "Everything I have." A few seconds after her demonstrative actions, Cha No walked a little further to the exit of the cemetery and looked back to where her brother had already gone. Offended by the fact that he left, the girl said, holding back her tears, "He didn't even follow me, the insidious bastard." A few days after the event, a girl in the commentator's seat joyfully exclaimed, "I congratulate everyone. This day has finally come." Continuing to rejoice at the beginning of the grand event, the girl commentator exclaimed, "Especially for those heroes who will go to conquer dungeons and hunt monsters. We all waited a very long time with passionate curiosity and expectations in relation to hunters." After which her colleague awkwardly added that it was exactly after that he thought he chose the wrong partner. The next moment, the excited girl jumped up from her seat and exclaimed joyfully, "We will continue without further delay with the grand event of Korea." Continuing to announce the long-awaited event that everyone had been waiting for, the girl joyfully exclaimed that the Sun Festival had begun. While people from the stands and around the stadium were waiting for the start, the commentator added that while the festival unites the hunting community and gives a truce, you can also watch the hunters in action with your own eyes as part of the solar festival. Listening to the commentator's noise that echoed throughout the stadium, Shin-hun felt as if it was something like the Olympics or the World Cup. Hearing the words of her friend, Lee Ji, who was just nearby, she remarked that it was actually very similar. In the eyes of the public, hunters are the most interesting. Continuing to talk about this event, the girls sat down on the sofa with a cup of tea and added that they were like superheroes who could use superpowers, like in movies and cinema, but this information is limited internationally. The next moment, opening her one eye and looking at the boy, Lee-ha added a second reason for the Sun Festival, to create a more sociable image of hunters. Immediately after her story, she noticed something strange in the boy's behavior and asked Shin-hune if he had a fight with the team leader, Cha In-sul. The next moment, remembering the moment when they first arrived at the festival, Lee Ji-han noticed this, and no wonder he looked tense when we arrived at the arena. Deciding to help solve the problem, Lee Ji-ha said, "Tell me what happened. I think Shin-hune did something wrong, am I right?" Then the boy thought, as usual, she was right on target. At one point, after his thoughts, Shin-hun said, "Help me find a place to live, somewhere quiet and secluded. The girl asked, confused. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? When I received a question from my friend, Shin-hun, I didn't hesitate to answer, but I received a message from Muru's status window, which plunged her into shock. The next moment, Shin-hun began to voice the reason for his decision, saying, I don't know his purpose, but I think the heavenly god of battle is coming for me. Because I don't know how I will hold my own against him. If Enol stays close by, she will be in danger. Hearing the reason for the request, Lee Ji-ha slowly got up from the couch and said, Wait a minute, Shin-han, I can't digest everything so suddenly. The next moment, looking at the guy who was standing with his back to her, she added, Even if it's true, you need to stay with her and live separately for the safety of your sister. It's strange hearing the remark from his friend. Shin-hun looked at the screen where the view from the camera was broadcast and said, Insal doesn't need an older brother like me. Watching the joyful children walking with their parents, he added that she had told him earlier that he, whom she knew and hoped to see again, had long since disappeared. The next moment, turning to face Lee Ji-ha, the boy asked if it would be better to return to the way things were before, and then saw the girl's fist fly at him. Immediately after the girl's sudden actions, Shin-hun, without even trying to dodge, simply took the blow and then froze in place, with Lee Ji-ha's fist punching him in the body. She bowed her head after the blow and said, I don't like to get involved in family disputes, but if my brother said that to me, I would have hit him. I act like you are my brother. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction with the idea of a boyfriend, Lee Ji-ha added, Shin-hun, you know even less about your sister than I do, don't you? The leader of Team Insal, before the girl could finish, a man suddenly burst into the waiting room and shouted, Vice leader of the guild, you're here. Having attracted everyone's attention and feeling that he was very badly timed, the man awkwardly exclaimed, Excuse me, vice leader of the guild, the event will start soon. Lowering her hand and walking toward her subject, the girl laughed awkwardly and said, Don't guess why, seriously? Knocking the same name basics, isn't it? After which she looked back at Shin-hun and said, We'll continue talking when I get back. Don't go anywhere until I get back, understand? Hearing Lee Ji-ha's instructions to follow the prisoner out of the waiting room, Shin-hun mentally said, I've just been punished. When the leading figures of the clans entered the arena, the commentator exclaimed, Before the festival begins, let's watch the opening ceremony. Continuing to announce the people who appeared in the arena, the girl added, The leader of the Dawn and Dusk, who organized the Sun Festival, will come out to greet each other. After which, the leader of the Dawn Guild, Young Jun-ho, and his vice leader entered the arena. Opposite them, the leader of the Twilight Guild, Park Tae-yun, and the vice leader of the guild, Jang Jong-hun from the assassin class, appeared in the arena. Continuing to comment on the events, the commentator exclaimed that some may not know that vice leader Lee Ji-ha and leader Park Yen used to be in the same guild, to which her colleague added that it was true. Continuing the speech, the boy commentator added that they started together as ordinary hunters, and now they are standing on top of each other. At the same time, stretching out his hand to the girl, Park Hun said, So much water has flowed under vice leader Lee Ji-ha. She looked at the guy who was holding out his hand to her and smiling happily, and she could barely contain her aggression. Gritting her teeth, the next moment she smiled back at the guy with a fake smile and said, I'm sure it's leader Park Tan. Is everything okay? Immediately after her words, she turned her attention to the person behind her and added, The assassin boy who served as my replacement has grown quite a bit, hasn't he? Noticing the sharp movements of his subject, the clan leader stretched out his hand to him and said to the vice leader, Lee Ji, stopping his dog. The boy said, smiling happily, I heard that you yourself were quite busy taking care of the newcomers. You always take care of the weak, don't you? After making his sarcastic remark, the boy spoke through Ji's telepathic connection. And this time I will get rid of everything with my own hands. Recalling the reason why his former affair was left behind. The guy mentally added, Everything that keeps you from moving forward. Hearing what her former comrade had just mentioned on the voicemail, the girl sighed heavily and looked away. The next moment, with a wide smile, Lee Ji-ha said, I'll take this as a compliment to leader Park Tan. Immediately after the voice text, looking into the eyes of the guy who was snapping at her, the girl replied, Over the voice link, just try it, you, bastard. The next moment, as soon as the leaders shook hands before the event, a commentator shouted out, The Sun Festival starts right now. Sometime after the Sun Festival began, warriors entered the arena and began their demonstration battle. Swinging his weapon, one of the participants used his warrior skill of sequential strike and began to attack his opponent. Trying to somehow restrain the onslaught of her opponent, the girl gritted her teeth and thought, Oh, underscore. After breaking through the defense of the girl he was confronting and knocking her to the ground, the boy swung his weapon and delivered the final blow. Seeing the result of the confrontation, the commentator shouted out, "The individual match of the Warrior Tournament number 5, the participant Nam Sono from the Twilight Guild wins the victory with incredible strength. And although this is a blunted weapon specially created for the competition, he severely wounded his opponent." After seeing the result of this fight between his participant and his opponent, Park Tan happily said, "As expected." It had been a long time since Manhwa had fought with his opponent for so long. Continuing to say harsh things, the leader of the Twilight Guild added, "Well, in any case, she wasn't a threat to him." Hearing this, Lee thought, "How arrogant." The next moment, Park Tan got up from his seat and went about his business saying, "I'll leave then, and I hope you can entertain me at the next match." Heading out of the special guest room to watch the battles, near the exit arch, the subject appeared behind the boy and spoke to the leader, demonstrating his dagger and taking it out of its sheath. The vice president asked when he would be able to finish off Li Ji. Hi. Looking back at his subject, the guild leader smiled happily and said, "Calm down, Sway. You'll have your opportunity soon enough." While continuing to smile slightly in conversation with his subject, Park Tan gave everything its time. "So her name was Cha Anu, and I want to greet her." After a while, having changed the location at the stadium, the commentator exclaimed, "Welcome to the Archers' Survival Arena, an opportunity to see archery experts from each of the guilds." Continuing to announce the change of scenery, the girl added, "The qualifying competitions will start soon, commentator, and do you root for anyone in particular?" After receiving a question from the girl, my colleague said thoughtfully, "There are a lot of good participants, but personally I'm rooting for Cha Anil. She's young but promising as she shows great results." Continuing to do his job as a commentator, the guy added, "However, I heard that she recently had an unpleasant incident called the Wolf Dungeon Incident." At the same time, while sitting in the waiting room, one of the participants looked back and said that the leader of the team, Cha Insal, would really participate in. Why the vice leader of the guild allowed someone to kill his subject. To which the comrade added that something would happen to them if they made a mistake. Unable to stand these discussions behind her back, the girl exclaimed, "Why don't you say it to my face if you've already started?" Immediately after receiving the remark from the team captain, one of the guys quickly headed for the exit, followed by the other who called out, "Wait for me." Left alone in the team's waiting room, she looked up and sighed heavily, speaking to the thoughts she had been having since that day. Hearing her recall the day she visited her parents, and the day of the family quarrel, Insal added in her mind, "I didn't say a word to my brother." Immediately after her thoughts, the girl began to aggressively exclaim, "Now that I think about it, I'm angry again. I'm sad. Then why is he avoiding me?" And then suddenly the team leader, Cha Insal, said, appearing at the door of the room. The girl nervously added, "Could you go to the waiting room for a while? Someone is waiting for you there." When she heard that her presence was requested in the waiting room, Insal froze in her tracks and wondered if it could be a Branna. Of course not. After a while, when she met with the vice leader in the waiting room, she was heading to the Aina and asked how the team leader was feeling, to which she replied with a grudging smile. The next moment, she turned her gaze to Liha and added that she was with her right before the competition, to which she replied, "You mean I just came to support the promising hunter of our guild?" Continuing her dialogue with the comrade's younger sister, the vice leader added, "I wanted to go in with Shinhan, but I have no idea where he disappeared to." After which Insal's expression abruptly turned, frowning. After seeing this, Liha continued her dialogue with the citizen and said, "I don't know what exactly happened there, but wouldn't it be better to resolve all misunderstandings between you?" After receiving a remark from her leader, Insal suddenly asked, "Since when do you meddle in other people's business?" To which the vice president of the guild awkwardly replied, "Why do you say that?" "I'm just concerned as Shinhan's sponsor and your boss." Hearing the reason for this concern, Insal smiled and said, "But I don't like you. It feels like you're keeping your brother around and pushing him around as you please. Or am I wrong?" The next moment, remembering her older brother, Insal added, "Now that I think about it, he decided to become a hunter after meeting you, and it hasn't been long since he returned to normal." Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, gritted her teeth and tilted her head down, and added that her brother should not have become a hunter without looking up at the embarrassed Li Ji. Hi. She added what he was trying to achieve by becoming a hunter and gaining strength. He even chased something without telling me anything. The next moment, giving free rein to her emotions, she began to shed tears and said, "My brother is no longer the brother I knew. He has changed and distanced himself." Immediately after her words, an announcement came from the cabin that the archery competition would begin in 1 minute, and the participants were asked to move to the arena. Hearing the announcement, Cha and Seo began to wipe her tears with her sleeve and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to show you this side of me." As soon as Anel passed by, her supervisor said, "I'm sorry," she suddenly said. "Shin Hyunwoo probably didn't want to change like that. I know that because I felt the same way as Shin Hyunwoo." Hearing him recall his life in Morum, Lee Ji added that he went to hell, where he could die at any second, and spent a lot of time there alone. He just couldn't stay in his right mind. Continuing his story of survival in Morum, the vice leader of the guild added that he did not want to show this side to his sister. Hearing what Insal had just told her, the boss suddenly froze in her tracks and said, "It's strange. Why should I listen to something about my brother who is the vice leader of the guild?" The next moment, turning her head half a turn back, she added, "My brother probably doesn't think I'm reliable." Continuing their not-so-friendly dialogue, Insal added, "Unlike you, who was on the short end of the stick with him," and then quickly headed toward the arena. Still standing there, staring at the girl's trail, the vice leader of the guild instantly turned her gaze back to where she had felt someone's presence. When she saw a guy around the corner who was listening to their conversation, she said, "I was wondering where you disappeared to, but you were here." Continuing the conversation with Shin Hyun, Lee Ji Hai added, "You said you were going to leave her, but you probably care about your little sister." He replied, "I just happened to be passing by." Hearing the boy's ridiculous excuse, Lee Ji Hai said, "You're really no different from Park Yen." The next moment, she approached the boy and grabbed him by the collar, angrily exclaiming, "Why can't you just be honest? Cha and Sol is not the child you remember." The boy said, "Hey, calm down." Ignoring the boyfriend's exclamation, Lee Ji Hai looked at him angrily and added, "Do you really think hiding your feelings from your sister is the best solution?" Continuing to reprimand the guy, the vice leader of the guild added, "Don't make me laugh. If you have something to say, then say it without hiding anything." Immediately after her angry outburst, the girl composed herself and said with a heavy exhalation, "Follow me. I will show you the side of your younger sister that you do not know about." At the same time, a signal shot was fired at the stadium, informing all participants of the start of the competition between the hunters. As soon as the signal to start sounded, the participants began to actively change positions for the fights, and at the same time, the commentator shouted out the qualifying competitions for the archers' survival. At one point, 6 teams would face off from dawn to dusk. Watching this show from his special seat, the leader of the Twilight Guild anticipated something interesting and said, "What would happen?" Paran smiled slightly at what was to come and added, "I hope Lee Ji Hai likes what I've prepared." Watching the leader of the archer team from the Dawn Guild lead her group, he added that this was only the beginning. While on the battlefield, Insal heard a report on the voice communication. "Code C, we have encountered the enemy. Code E, we will help." Continuing to listen to the reports of comrades, Insal heard Code B again and discovered the enemy 200 m ahead of them. At one point, she suddenly remembered the dialogue of her vice guild leader who said to Shin Yun, "You didn't want to show your sister your pathetic side." Slamming her hand on the wall, the girl exclaimed angrily, "Stupid Oppa! You thought I wouldn't understand if you didn't say anything? Just tell me what's going on." He shares everything with Lee Ji Hai. The next moment, when the enemy scout in the alley of the 3rd district targeted out of sniper range, the code was, "I wait for support to arrive." Insal said unhappily, "He thinks I'm still a child. Thinks he's the only one who has changed." At the same moment, having detected the enemy, Insal said the code, "There are no problems with aiming." And hearing this, one of her comrades shouted, "Wait! The enemy is outside the 300-meter range. Even if you are in the sniper class, you cannot shoot a bow for the competition." Continuing to dissuade his leader, the subject said, "Wait for reinforcements." To which the latter replied, "There is no problem. I will get rid of them." When he heard that she had ignored his comrade's order, he shouted again to the team leader, "Insal." Then she used her sniper skills to fire an arrow directly at the enemy. At the same time, reinforcing his attack with martial arts, the sword-loaded sight fired an arrow that hit the enemy scout exactly. As a result, the arrow hit the target, striking the enemy in the heart and incapacitating him. As soon as the inscription appeared on the scoreboard, Insal, scout of the 6th Twilight Squad, Hang Chayan, who was struck by an arrow, said that he was unable to continue the battle. Having accomplished her goal 100%, the team leader said, "The code I shot successfully," and was answered by a "Good game." After informing her comrades that the target was eliminated, Inso said to them, "Don't look at me with a superior look, stupid Oppa." When she was a child attending her parents' funeral, a girl sitting on the floor near the wall heard adults talking about how unhappy she was, what she should do, and how could she lose her family so suddenly? As she continued to listen to the adults talking about how there was no one to take care of her, she heard that they couldn't even find the body of her older brother. Inso, clenching her hands into fists, mentally said no, continuing to repeat in her head. The girl added, Oppa is not dead. I'm sure he's alive somewhere out there. He'll show up soon. And she prayed and believed in her prayers. At one point, hearing the surprise of the adults who suddenly exclaimed, What happened? The girl looked up with a tired look. Right in front of them, a goddess appeared on the TV and told them that all the nightmarish days would come very soon, continuing to warn humanity about something terrible that would soon befall them. The goddess added that humanity must evolve. Listening to the confused words of the adults who exclaimed, What a fool! The TV is broken. Inso thought about the revelation of the goddess, monsters, dungeons, and hunters, all because this ridiculous world was becoming a reality. She believed that he would definitely come back. She really believed. Continuing her thoughts, Inso added, After passing the hunter's test, I received the archer class, and after the state was accepted, I was admitted to the Hunter Academy. One day, continuing the bullying, one of her classmates opened a carton of milk in the cafeteria and began to pour the contents onto the girl's head. Continuing this mockery not for the first time, the boy mocked Inso and his friends and asked, How delicious are you? Don't you envy the orphan? Continuing to mock the girl, one of the boys said, We pay huge amounts of money to attend the academy, and she got in for free. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Unable to resist another bullying, Inso picked up a tray of food and threw it at one of the boys who was bullying her. Immediately after her words, she said, If you are so jealous, then become an orphan. Followed by, Hey, you're okay, you crazy, ___. Hearing her name, the girl angrily said, Oh, damn it. Don't talk nonsense. If you're also brave, then follow me. Continuing her thoughts, the girl recalled her future fate and mentally said, That's how I graduated from the academy, and after me, I found the top guild Dawn, which everyone wanted to join. At one point while hunting, the girl lost her vigilance and let a monster approach her, which knocked her to the ground. She had to block its mouth with her bow. Holding back the enemy with her bow, the girl reached out with her free hand for a broken arrow that was lying nearby and said, Do you think I have suffered for so long? The next moment, driving the arrowhead straight into the monster's head, the girl shouted in anger at the idea of ending her life like that. After a while, Alig and her subject arrived and said, Hey, we came to help you. The next moment, after assessing the situation of her subject, the vice leader of the guild added, But I see that there is no need. Seeing that the girl did a great job herself. Li Jihai took an interest in her, and asked the newcomer what her name was. She answered, Child in Seoul. After learning the name of the girl who had defeated the monster, the vice leader of the guild extended his hand to the newcomer, and said, You look like a person with burning eyes. You will become strong. Remember my name. Recalling that moment, Inso mentally said, I touched the image of Li Jihai and became the youngest commander of the Dawn Guild, but not only Seo Jun-hun was unhappy about it. Continuing her reflections when recalling her future life, Inso mentally added, Whether it was being a team leader or Dawn, it was fun and all because I wanted to become stronger. While in the archery training room, the girl was practicing her marksmanship and mentally added up the days without Oppa to survive, hitting every arrow directly on target. During her training, she mentally added, And in order not to let bad thoughts appear, even now, I snapped at myself. After finishing recalling her past, she took out her necklace with a photo of her family in the pendant and looked at the photo again with a sad look. The next moment, closing the pendant and hiding it back, the girl said, But this is not praise for me. You are with Li Jihai. You are a bad Oppa. Continuing her thoughts again, the girl tilted her head down and said thoughtfully, Compared to the Oppa who is skilled in martial arts, I lack something. The next moment, irritated with herself again, the girl turned her gaze to the sky and exclaimed, But I will not forgive you for treating me like a child. I am not that weak. At one point, sensing something strange happening around her, Inso turned her head to one side and said, Isn't it too quiet? Realizing that she needed to change her placement just in case, she said the code. I'm leaving here, and will settle down in a new place. Code, and please give me a response. Before the girl could finish her report, she saw a dozen arrows flying in her direction, forcing her to quickly retreat. While fleeing the scene of the shelling, she felt one of the arrows hit her arm and then Inso screamed in pain after hitting the girl. One of the enemies who had set up the ambush said, Stop firing! These people are found. Looking back and seeing a bunch of enemies smiling ominously, she thought, Luckily, my muscles are not hurt, but my skin is pierced by arrows. Pressing her hand to her wound, Insal lowered her bow arm down, which was bleeding, and thought. Arrowheads must be blunt, so it was impossible they were using real arrows. The next moment, one of the enemies jumped forward and said, "Don't expect anyone to come to your aid." We intervened a bit, and made sure the broadcasting camera couldn't get here. Hearing her opponent's remarks, the girl bowed her head down and smiled, saying, "Well, who knows?" The next moment, pulling the arrow out of her hand with a quick movement, the girl added in a menacing tone, "I've never relied on anything like that in my life." Immediately after this action, the girl threw the arrow that had wounded her back at herself and said, "I have no idea why you created all these problems to catch one person." Continuing to prepare for an unequal confrontation with the enemies, Cha-Anu charged 3 arrows and prepared to shoot. "But you are already dead, so let's attack the losers." Angry at the girl who decided to provoke them in such a situation, one of the attackers shouted, "Finish her off!" And a bunch of arrows flew at Insal. At one point during their confrontation, the girl jumped into the air to avoid being shot at and ended up near the enemy. As soon as the distance allowed her to use her bow skill, Insal used her archer skill. Once above the enemies, the girl used the split flying arrow skill to simultaneously hit 3 targets below her. Seeing that one more enemy remained standing, Insal gritted her teeth and thought, "Oh, I missed one person because of the injury." Meanwhile, the opponent, who froze in shock, thought, "She has just managed to defeat 3 people in such a precarious position using only arrows? I can't believe that a sniper can do so much damage in close combat." Snipers, who specialize in long-range attacks, riflemen who focus on attacking in certain areas, and rangers, all have certain advantages over each other. So, a team of rangers to eliminate Cha Insal, who was a sniper, was useless. Eliminating the 3 enemies below her, who suddenly attacked her, Insal thought, "Fortunately, it doesn't hurt. I have to deal with the rest." As she was thinking, one of the enemies jumped out at her right next to her, and was ready to attack. At the last moment, the girl jumped to the side, dodged the enemy's attack, and using her sniper skills, fired back. Thanks to his agility, he was able to avoid an arrow that flew millimeters from his face. At that very moment, relaxing after he had avoided a head-on attack, the enemy did not even realize it was a boomerang attack skill. As soon as he landed on the ground, he immediately exclaimed in irritation, "You arrogant ___." At that time, the arrow had already turned and was flying at his back. The next moment, the arrow she fired hit the target and struck her enemy, who lost his vigilance after only one dodge. Immediately after the arrow hit her opponent, and caused some damage, Insal changed her positioning and moved to a farther distance from her opponent, where she had an advantage. The next moment, she pulled the string of her bow again and aimed at another enemy who was standing a few meters in front of her and also preparing to shoot. At the moment when the battle seemed to be reduced to a one-on-one confrontation, another enemy rose from the ground, having been neutralized by its previous attack. When he came to after the shot, the guy gritted his teeth, pulled the string of his bow, and quickly made a shot, reinforcing his skill. As she continued to aim at the enemy in front of her, a few seconds before she hit him, she heard a strange noise coming from her right side. Turning her gaze toward the strange source of the sound, she saw an opponent's arrow flying at her at breakneck speed. At that moment, when she was momentarily confused, she suddenly heard her brother's voice in her head saying, "Use martial arts!" After hearing the advice from her mentor, the girl took the advice without hesitation and managed to catch the arrow shot at her with her bare hand. Seeing the girl who had just managed to catch his attack with her bare hands, the ranger who had fired the shot exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell?" Not to be outdone, Insal gathered her strength and attacked the guy who decided to interfere in a fair confrontation. As a result of a hit to the enemy's jaw, the girl quickly knocked the life out of him and all the nonsense out of his head. When most of the enemies were eliminated, the girl confidently said, "Well, now what?" Turning her gaze to the last opponent who was still standing, the girl said, "What are we going to do?" "You're the last one left alive." Starting to knead his fists, Insal said with a sly smile, "You can say your last words because I'm going to beat the living daylights out of you." He scaredly exclaimed, "Wait a minute. I give up." The next moment, the team leader transmitter heard the voice of her comrade saying, "I'll help you, leader," and took out the last enemy, who had his back to him. After dealing with all the opponents on the battlefield, one of the team members said to the girl, "Good job, team leader Chayandu." After helping me, the girl sighed and said, "I understand your message, but it's too late to help." And I heard her reply, "I'm sorry." As soon as the drone cameras were fixed, the commentator saw the image and exclaimed that the 6 participants who survived the 6th round were the team of the Guild Dawn. The next moment, when her friends jumped up to the girl, the commentator added in surprise that something had just happened in the abnormally def transmission zone, pointing the camera at the hero of this competition who was able to make the greatest contribution. The commentator surprisingly added, Hunter Cha and Seal defeated 4 players from Twilight. It's just incredible. At the same time, the 2 archers who had been unhappy with her participation until recently said happily, Cha Insal is really strong. I knew she was from the beginning. The next moment, using the sniper's clairvoyant skill, Insal told me not to need help if possible. Continuing to look up at the sky where a helicopter was circling, with her comrades who were watching the confrontation, she added, But I survived thanks to you, Oppa. After receiving words of gratitude from his younger sister, Shin Hun, who was watching the match from the helicopter window, smiled happily. Before he could enjoy the wonderful sight, enough Li Jihai, who was sitting next to him, suddenly asked him what he had seen. After receiving the girl's question, Shin Han bowed his head down and coughed awkwardly, saying, I saw that. The next moment, turning his gaze to the vice leader, the guy said confidently, She was able to get out of the critical situation because I taught her martial arts. To which he heard a disgruntled exclamation. That's not what I meant. After receiving Lai Hai's remark, Shin Han turned his head back to the window where his sister was below and said, I'm kidding. You were right, I really don't know. Immediately after his words, he recalled a moment from his childhood when he had just given his sister a pendant, and said when she grew up and became so strong. Continuing his thoughts, the boy confidently added, I will no longer treat her like a little girl. Demonstrating confidence and pride. The boy spoke, As expected of my sister. To which Li Jihai said, Yes, I am. How can you tell her to use martial arts so openly? In response to his girlfriend's question, the boy looked out the window again and said, We were lucky that there were transmission problems. If we had met Park Tan, we would have met him then. At the same time, watching the video broadcast on his drone, which was separately filming the entire battle of the archers he had sent, the leader of the Twilight Guild confusedly said, Those movements were martial arts. Taking a seat at the table with her brother after the competition, Insal happily said, Well, how do you like your sister's strength? Not receiving any response from her brother, who looked away, the girl added, Well, it's clear enough that you at least took the lid off if you're pretending to drink. As soon as the guy started to open the knave, Sue added, The seemingly strongest immortal in the universe. I probably lacked a lot of things, and in the end, if it wasn't for martial arts, I wouldn't have made it to the finals. My internal energy was also running out, and I would have lost. Interrupting the story of his younger sister, Shinyun suddenly put the glass of drink aside and said, You are strong because of your hard work and martial arts and hunter skills. Bowing his head to his younger sister, the boy added, I'm sorry I hid a lot of things from you. I wanted to be your brother as much as ever, but I didn't. Continuing his story, Shin Han recalled the moment when Insal was still at the age before his disappearance and added, I thought you were the same little, innocent sister as in the past. Listening to my brother in silence, with no place to put in a word or object, Insal heard. You had grown up so much and became much more mature. The next moment, turning her gaze to the people next to them, Insal said, I've been trying to find the person who did this to our family for the last few years, and that's why I became a hunter. Taking over the initiative of the dialogue, the girl added, I thought that if I reached the highest level, I would be able to get at least some kind of hint, but I didn't even notice how I plunged into it all. With her head down, the girl added sadly, It didn't seem very hard to me, and that's how I got to this point. The next moment, stretching out her little finger in front of her older brother, she said, But it's all over now. Just promise me one thing, never leave me again. To which he replied with the same eyes. Before he could finish, the girl interrupted his sentence and said, No, it's not obvious. Holding up her hand with her little finger extended, she added, I've been feeling like you've been hiding something from me lately, and that's why I've been feeling lonely, so don't hide anything from me anymore. Hearing his younger sister's request, Shin Han smiled happily and said, I understand. I understand. The next moment, he stretched out his hand with his little finger extended to my sister. I said, I promise I will never leave you alone. When the girl began to melt in her feelings after reconciling with her brother, Shin Han suddenly said, There's something else you need to know about after that. She awkwardly asked what it was. Then, smiling joyfully at his younger sister, the boy said, Your brother's nickname is not immortal, but the immortal sword of the Emperor. Hearing what her brother had just said, the girl suddenly stood there for a minute in surprise, then made a disgruntled expression and said, Oh, that's it. Sometime after the family gathering, a loudspeaker announced to the audience that in an hour, the great battle would begin, so hurry up and get there before it starts. I repeat, in 1 hour. Hearing the announcement, Shin Hun stood up from his seat and said, I'm going to go to the show. In-seol replied, Well, try harder, but you're seriously going to wear those clothes to an official event? In response to the girl's question, Shin Hun asked her, By the way, didn't those guys seem strange to you? It seems like they deliberately targeted you. When she received a question from her older brother, the girl said, Those, when dawn and dusk intersect in the dungeons, sometimes there are fights, but this time they openly attacked me. It's strange. Confidently holding up her nose during her story, the girl added, Well, I often meet with this kind of person, so they probably wanted to get rid of the professional as soon as possible. Hearing this, Shin Hun thought awkwardly, she's definitely a pro at getting in people's ears. The next moment, remembering again the message from the U-System window that said I'm going to take everything from you, Shin Hun mentally added, If that's the case, then it's okay. Upon arriving at the room for the official event, Shin Hun first saw Young Juno walking toward him with his hand outstretched. He said, Hunter Cha Shin Hun, I've heard a lot about you from the deputy leader. Shaking the guy's hand and waving it actively, the man added happily, You will lead the advanced squad in the great battle. I look forward to it. By the way, it was nice to meet you. After greeting the guy and moving on to other guests, the man said, Well, how are the others doing? Seeing young Jiho happily chatting with the others, Shin Hun spoke into the voicemail. This is the leader you were talking about, Jiho. To which Lee Ji-hee replied, Don't look down on him, he's a top-level 60 hunter. And when did I ever talk about him? Shin Han added, He's still weaker than you. To which the girl replied, That's true. As the guild leader headed for the exit, happily saying goodbye to everyone and exclaiming, I'll be off to prepare for the competition. Shin Han added, As you know, I won't be using martial arts during the battle. Folding his arms in front of him and smiling happily, the boy confidently added, But let's not forget that highly developed martial arts are no different from magic and something else. Looking at the vice leader of the guild he was working with, Shin Hu added, I'd like to thank you for helping me make peace with In-seol. When she heard that her friend was able to find common ground with the leader of the archery team, she smiled happily and said over the voice link, I'm glad. Continuing to look at the joyful guy who had to take part in the great battle as a leader, the girl added, Well, if that's the way it is, then good luck to you. As soon as the guild leaders left the room, other members approached Shin Hun and asked, Isn't that you, mister? Shin Hun? I've heard a lot about you from the deputy leader. To which he replied in surprise, That was me. Then one of the guys exclaimed, She said you were incredibly talented. Take care of the front line. Ignoring the guys who stood around him and admired his talents, Shin Hun mentally said, As much as I think it's suspicious, the guys who attacked In-seol were definitely following someone's orders, and there's only one person who can give such orders. At one point, hearing that someone had arrived in the room, a couple of guys looked back and exclaimed in confusion, That you were the leader of the Park Tan Guild? Hearing that he was recognized, the leader of the Twilight Guild arrived with his subject, who was hiding behind him, and said, Hey, I interrupted your break. Standing behind his comrades, Xuan looked at the guy who had come into the room uninvited and thought, If the person who sent me the message was a heavenly warrior, then it was possible that Park Tan, the suspected heavenly warrior, was also involved. The next moment, Paran put one hand out to the side and said, Aren't these friendly battles? I came to say hello. What's wrong? Hearing the reason for this person's visit to the waiting room, the Dawn clan fighters awkwardly said, I understand, but we are not in that kind of relationship. After receiving comments from the boys, Paran straightened his arms and walked forward to them, saying, I'm so lousy at pretending you're right. But when I heard that a great man would be with you, I came to spy. Immediately afterward, the boy approached Shin Hun and extended his hand, saying, I've heard a lot about you, and it's nice to meet you, Master Cha. Shin Han, trying to keep his smile on, Park Tan asked, This is the first time we've met, am I right? In response to the question, Shin Han shook hands with the guest and said, You're right. This is our first meeting. Continuing to shake Park Tan's hand, trying to get to the truth. Though the heavenly harmony of pure art still doesn't resonate with me, I don't understand the next moment, remembering the moment when Cha and Saul used those skills in the archer battle. He thought, if it wasn't his doing, then where did Cha and Null learn martial arts? And how can a person who hasn't been to Morm learn martial arts immediately? After the remark about the first meeting, Shin Hyun turned his gaze to Kim Chulho and added, But I know one of your workers. And then heard the four-eyed man awkwardly reply, It's been a long time, Mr. Chosen Hun. Continuing the not-so-desirable conversation with the guy who suddenly came to the opposing team's room, Shin Hyun added, I once tried to get a little closer to you through your secretary, but it's a shame that the conversation didn't work out. Immediately after his words, he turned his gaze to Park Ji-hun and added, "By the way, in the archer battle, my sister was a troublemaker for the Twilight Hunters." To which he laughed and replied, "I was just about to say that, as expected, your sister has incredible skills." Continuing the conversation with the guy he had already begun to hate a little bit, Shin-hyun smiled slyly and said, "Remember, I won't forget, you'll pay for it." He heard him reply, "I'm scared, I'll be looking forward to it." And Shin-hyun turned away from him and said, "Yeah, wait." Heading toward the exit of the room, Shin-hyun said, "I'm going to give you an interesting show, it will never disappoint you." And then thought about whether it had anything to do with the Celestial Warrior or not. It was something else. First of all, he hurt my sister. I will wipe the Twilight Guild off the face of this world for sure. After a while, when the long-awaited moment was about to arrive, the commentator exclaimed, "Dear viewers, you have been waiting for this for so long." Announcing the main event of this Festival of the Sun. The girl joyfully exclaimed, "The main event of the Festival of the Sun which needs no words." Jumping up from her seat and leaning forward to get a better look at the start of the show, the girl commentator exclaimed, "The great battle of dawn and dusk is finally beginning." Continuing to comment on the events taking place in the arena, the girl saw the first participant and exclaimed, "The hunter who would represent the dawn side, a super newcomer who had attracted a lot of attention thanks to the personal offer of partnership from the deputy leader of the Dawn Guild, Lee Hee." Introducing the first person to face the enemy in the first fight, the girl commentator exclaimed, "The leader of the Boundless Hunters Guild, Cha Shin-hyun." Grabbing her colleague by the collar with excitement, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "This is the first time we've seen a hunter from outside their guild appear in a great battle. Who is he, and why was he invited before dawn?" At the same moment, looking at his data sheet, a colleague commentator said, "The level of class of achievement. All information about this person is hidden because nothing is known about him, which can affect the opponent psychologically." And then he thought, "I would definitely file a complaint against her." Continuing to do her job, the girl commentator exclaimed, "And his opponent, the head of the Advanced Twilight Squad." At the same time, Shin-hyun's opponent said, "Wow, the rumors are true, you really have a cheeky face." While doing her job, the girl commentator shouted out, "The genius mage of the Twilight Guild, Fire Dragon Flame Charisma, Ru Shin-gong." After which he created fire in his hand, smiled slightly and said, "I'll fry you to a crisp." Hearing the threat in his address, Shin-hyun asked with a smile, "Are you serious about the flames of the Fire Dragon? And what kind of fire charisma are you not ashamed of?" In Manhwa, it would sound normal, but here, continuing to do her job, the girl commentator shouted out, "Cha Shin-hyun vs. Ruin Gong. Ruin Gong vs. Cha Shin-hyun. The first match of the big battle begins." Hearing about the beginning of the battle, Park Tae-hun, watching everything from his seat, mentally said to Sunin, "You know what to do, never leave him alive. At least try to reveal all his abilities." Hearing what Baekhyun had just told him, the leader of the advanced unit of the Twilight Guild said this. The next moment, looking forward and seeing his opponent in the sky, Ru Shin-gong exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell is this for a show?" And then the girl commentator exclaimed, "What is going on?" Cha Shin-hyun immediately showed his class by flying quite high. Continuing to observe the actions of the guy, the girl commentator added, "The levitation of the wizard class." He openly revealed his highest class, and the hunter Cha Shin-hyun demonstrates his high control over magic by maintaining such a height, which is his strategy. Seeing the actions of the guy who was speaking for them, the guild leader, Jun-ho, turned his head to Che-ha and nervously asked if he had a plan. When she received a question from her leader, the girl, watching what was happening, said, "No, it looks like he just wanted to do it." At the same time, while in the air and looking down at his opponent, Shin-hyun thought, "The 50th level hunter Ru Shin-gong has the same level as Seok Kong-jin." Continuing his thoughts, remembering the past leader of the Dawn Guild, the boy thought, "If I use martial arts, he won't be a good opponent, but if I fight using only hunter skills, he'll probably be good for something." Air above his opponent, Shin-hyun mentally said, "I'm at level 53 now. Although I've been raising my level quickly with my strength, I don't have much experience as a hunter." The next moment, Shin-hyun turned his gaze to a separate podium where the guild leaders who were watching the battle were sitting, and he mentally said something else, catching Baekhyun's gaze. Shin-hyun smiled slightly and said, "He's been watching me nicely, and thought to learn more about me." Immediately after his words, preparing for the battle with the enemy who was probably waiting for him, Cha Shin-hyun said, "You can watch for 100 years until your eyes dry up." The next moment, pointing the fireballs at his opponent, the boy added, I'm not going to show you what you want to see, you bastard. Seeing the long-awaited beginning of the confrontation between the magicians, the girl commentator exclaimed. A large number of energy spheres created by Cha Shinhan are literally raining down on the opponent, Ryu Shingong, who is trying to protect himself from them with a fire barrier. At the same time, while blocking his opponent's attacks, Ryu Shingong defended himself against his opponent's first attack, thinking, mana spheres without attributes is the same skill of a basic level mage. He decided to test me. The next moment, seeing a change in the behavior of one of the fighters, the girl commentator exclaimed, Wow! Hunter Ryu Mong is waving a flame like a whip in an attempt to counterattack. Cha Shanhun, continuing to repel the onslaught of his opponent, Ryu Shingong thought, My opponent is a wizard. He is definitely up to something. In total, there are 3 classes of mages: those who are not engaged in combat, making skill cubes and items, and artisans; those who specialize in combat and are endowed with special attributes by mana, called wizards; and also wizards, who are the embodiment of the phenomenon and concept of magic, are closer to people with superpowers than to magicians. They use teleportation or flight in battle, usually taking a position in the rear rather than on the front line, and are responsible for supporting roles, sometimes being exhausted by using their amazing secret weapon. Having finished his thoughts about his opponent's skills, Ryu Shingong rushed at Shinhan, but I didn't want to stand there and watch. Preparing to strike his opponent, the boy exclaimed, If you have a trump card, take it out now! Or else, the next moment, after shooting a beam of flame at his opponent, the boy exclaimed, Feel my heat! Putting a block in front of him to avoid harm, Shinhyun felt himself being carried backward when he was hit. At the end of the attack, when the explosion was heard, the girl commentator exclaimed, Wow! Unbelievable fire! Ryu Song blows up Cha Shanhan. Seeing what had just happened in the arena, the guild leader of the Dawn and the vice leader tensed up, after which the girl commentator added, What was expected from the fire dragon's flame? An incredible connection between the magic of the fire flame and his physical strength. He is a hunter known for his fighting style, which is clearly manifested in close combat, which is rare for a mage class. After the enemy's attack was over, Shihan got to his feet and said, I thought I was the only mage from Mamu. As soon as the opponent landed near him, Shinhan added, Your thinking was something similar to mine, and it spoiled my mood a little bit. Seeing that his enemy was unharmed, Ryu Shingong looked at him with a stern look and began to prepare a spell, saying, I'm warning you once again, Cha Shanhun. If you don't want to just crawl around on the floor. Immediately after his words, using the special skill of the Fire Dragon March, the boy shouted out, Show me everything you have. Seeing what his opponent had just used against him, Shinhan said with a smile, You surprised me. Well, if you asked for a trump so badly. The next moment, after he said that, the boy stretched out his hand in front of him, and then extended his thumb and pointed it down, demonstrating a dislocation gesture to the enemy. The fire dragon flying at him began to split into 2 parts when it reached a certain distance. Seeing what had just happened to his special spell, Ryun exclaimed in confusion, Who the hell is this? When his fire dragon attack had completely dissipated and the commander of the advance team saw a completely unharmed Shin Hyan shoving him a dislike, he added in a confused tone, This crazy bastard. Seeing an interesting sight in front of her, the girl commentator suddenly exclaimed, What? That was frozen in place. The girl commentator looked at the result of the attack of the leader of the advanced Twilight Squad and added, It's incredible. He avoided the fire dragon's attack by using fast movement, but it's amazing how he managed to survive. Continuing to comment on the event that had just taken place, as the audience looked on in amazement, the girl commentator added, It looked like he was fried by whatever it was. The next moment, focusing her gaze back on Shinhan, she added in amazement, He had perfectly used the magic with just a snap of his fingers. At the same moment, turning his head to his vice guild leader, young Juno exclaimed, What had just happened? To which Lai Jia only laughed awkwardly, feeling very nervous. The girl thought to herself, No one can even really distinguish his power from magic. He was able to deceive so many people. And then she said, I don't understand what's going on either. At the same time, the leader of the Twilight Guild was already actively demonstrating his anger, and the veins on his face began to pop out. The tension continuing to do her job, the girl commentator exclaimed, Even the special move of the Fire Dragon March is useless against Cha Shin-hun. After hearing the commentator's girlfriend's exclamations, Ryan Gong mentally said, gritting his teeth in anger, that he hadn't worked on my special move. Unable to contain his rage at the fact that his attacks were so easily avoided, Ryun rushed at the guy with his fists, shouting, Shut up! Having blocked his opponent's attack with the barrier, Shin Hun smiled happily and exclaimed, "Why are you so upset? I'll show you something to comfort you." Having received an offer from his opponent, Ryu Shingong lifted one foot off the ground and prepared to strike, angrily shouting out, "Shut up!" Watching the action on the battlefield, the girl commentator saw the new development and shouted out, "Go, Ryu Shingong!" However, Cha Shan Gong held his ground and easily held him back. Continuing to watch the battle and admire what was happening, the girl commentator excitedly exclaimed, "What an exciting battle! Who would have thought that there would be a hand-to-hand fight between two mages?" At one point, Shin Hun disappeared right in front of his opponent's eyes and said, "You did very well, but you made one mistake, you ruined my mood." Touching his opponent's leg, standing behind him and using force, Shin Hun added, "You're too inexperienced to open up like that. The center of balance should be your feet, and you took them off the ground so stupidly." As soon as the enemy fell to the ground, Shin turned his back on him and added in frustration, "You should also correct your bad habit of lifting your shoulders too high when you strike and concentrate on your opponent more carefully." Lying on the ground after his opponent's sudden attack, Ryushin Gong asked him in confusion how he managed to do it, and he heard a "Ganu" in response. The next moment, Shin Han suddenly appeared right in front of his opponent, and leaned over him, saying, "Well, I've been studying martial arts for quite a while." Continuing to press his opponent, who was sitting on the ground, the guy confidently added, "Well, you just don't have enough experience." Immediately after his words, he leaned even closer to the enemy and looked at him in a menacing tone, saying, "I understand you think you have enough abilities." Continuing to press his opponent, Shin Hun saw the angry expression on Ryu Shingong's face and asked, "It seems that I hurt your ego by pointing out that one of your pitiful ones is so weak?" The next moment, unable to stand this attitude, the boy suddenly shouted out in anger, "I'll burn you to ashes." Shin Hun saw flames begin to appear right in front of him. Realizing that the situation was escalating, the boy jumped back sharply, after which a sphere of fire appeared around Ryu Gong, preparing to use his strongest technique. The commander of the leading team angrily shouted, "Even if I use up all my mana, I will burn you to ashes." Immediately after his words, Ryushin Gong used a technique called the Fierce Fire Dragon March, which activated the use of true power. Seeing that several fire dragons released by his opponent were now flying at him, Shin Hun smiled and said, "Wow, looks like I'm going to have to put in a little bit of my own power." At the same time, watching the events in the arena, the girl commentator exclaimed that Ryu Gong's power was about to burn the entire stadium to the ground, his fire dragons flying everywhere. Shielding herself from the heat coming from the arena, the girl commentator exclaimed, "It looks like Cha Shin Hun will have to sweat to protect himself now." As flames engulfed the entire stadium, just as the explosion went off, at the same time as Lai Hai was watching the events in the arena, the girl commentator exclaimed that Cha Shan Hyun was cornered and would not be able to counter such a ruthless attack. Immediately after her sit-down, the girl commentator suddenly interrupted and exclaimed, "Oh, wait!" But at the same moment, Lai Hai also noticed something striking and froze in shock watching Shin Hun block the fire dragon's attack. The girl commentator exclaimed that it was unbelievable that even such a powerful attack could not break Cha Shin Han's strong barrier. Continuing to hold off the onslaught of the enemy attack with his barrier, Shin Hun said, "It was really so annoying, but such attacks are not that difficult to defend against." Having dispelled his opponent's attack, Shin Hun said with a smile, "As long as my body is immortal and I feel neither hot nor cold, I will not be easy to deal with." Immediately after showing Ryu Shingong the common gesture of bad skills again, Shin Hun added with a smile, "Your pathetic attack won't even be able to hit me." Seeing how this attack ended, the commentator girl exclaimed in amazement that Cha Shan Hun had easily dealt with such a terrifying force in an instant. He just took it, and so easily defeated all these fire dragons. What kind of power is this? After which her colleague added, "Incredibly, is his soapbox really about controlling gravity?" Falling to his knees because of the embezzlement of his son, Ryu Gong exclaimed, "This is complete nonsense." Continuing to repeat Shin Hun's ability, the girl commentator exclaimed, "Gravity? Was this magic so powerful before?" Well, even for me, who had been to such competitions, this was something new. And at that time, Shin Hun was hovering over his opponent, who was sitting on his knees. Continuing to marvel at the newcomer's abilities, the female commentator exclaimed, "His strength was beyond imagination! How could a person use gravity so skillfully?" Cha Shan Hun was definitely a newcomer. And then Shin Hun created a magic sphere in his hand and said to his opponent, "Our battle was more fun than I imagined." Shin Gong would be the next moment listening to his opponent's frightened moans. Shin Hun said, "Well now, having dealt a delicious blow to his opponent and removed the obstacle in his way. Cha Chin-hun smiled slightly and added, "Time to end our battle." Seeing that his subject had just lost the battle in a landslide, the leader of the Twilight Guild asked Sake who was next, to which he replied with, "Chi-hun." After which Park Tai-hun said, "It was so beautiful," looking at the guy who had just tarnished the reputation of the Twilight Guild with an angry look. Baek Ta-hun added menacingly, "Go to Ji-hun and tell him to use this." As soon as a new opponent appeared in the arena, the girl commentator exclaimed, "Choi-hun is the spear of dust that protects them. His spear wipes everyone out from the dawn." After announcing all the basic information about the person who had just appeared in the arena, the girl commentator finally exclaimed that he was the Spear of Twilight and the Mage Killer, Knight Choi Ji-hun. Continuing her work, the girl commentator exclaimed, "Judging by his nickname, Choi Ji-hun never lost to Ems, right?" Her colleague answered her, "In general, the warrior class has a higher winning percentage compared to mages." As soon as the two fighters locked eyes in the arena, the commentator added, "But I dare say that mages may have more techniques unknown to anyone." Seeing his new opponent in front of him, Cha Shan-hun, flexing his fists, smiled happily and said, "I'm looking forward to our battle. That's a nice costume you've got on." Seeing that their best fighter for confronting mages entered the arena, Kim Tan, with a smile on his face, thought, "You are too relaxed, Cha Shin-han. This time everything will be different. Until you are a magician, you will not defeat Jian." At the moment when the girl commentator exclaimed, "And this is the great battle of the Sun Festival. Let the second fight begin." Choi Ji-hun clenched his weapon in his hands and, using the knight's reinforcement skill, rushed into battle. Seeing the actions of the knight who rushed to the attack without a second's hesitation, the commentator exclaimed, "Wow!" From the very beginning of the fight, Choi Ji-hun activated all possible physical strength and immediately went to attack Jason-hun. At the same time, Shin-hyun was using his skill to dodge the enemy's attacks and asked, "Are you planning to break through the front right away?" "You're pretty fast, but whatever." The next moment, after firing 3 magic spheres at his opponent to neutralize him from a distance, Shin-hun shouted out, "You are nothing but a pawn." But even though the knight was hit by magic spells, he was still able to break through them without being harmed. Immediately after emerging from the pile of dust, Choi Ji-hun appeared right in front of Cha Chin-hun, who clearly did not expect such a close encounter with his opponent. Confused by the close eye contact, the boy immediately came to his senses and quickly jumped away from the enemy. Having broken the distance between himself and his opponent, Shin-hun was amazed by this development and thought that he was not only fast but also strong and had a strong will. Against such opponents, aerial combat was the best. As soon as he thought about it, Choi Ji-hun stuck the tip of his spear into the ground, then leaned on it, used the knight's skill, and found himself in the air. Seeing that the enemy had just jumped into the air and blocked his way to retreat, Shin-hyun suddenly fell to the ground with his hands over his head in a nervous fit. At the same moment, using the knight's skill, Choi Ji-hun's jumping attack struck a devastating blow to his opponent's defensive barrier. As a result of this attack, the boy saw that his protective barrier began to crack, which made him nervous. The next moment, there was a loud explosion that kicked up a lot of dust and dirt, and the girl commentator exclaimed, "Choi Ji-hun's incredible attack doesn't allow Cha Chin-hun to take off. He doesn't hesitate to successfully attack him." Continuing to do her job, the girl commentator said with a heavy sigh, "What a pity for those responsible for the ring, they will have to repair everything." After which, Shin-hun said in amazement after the attack was completed. The next moment, when his opponent jumped back, the guy was amazed to add, "How much time has passed since the last time I was hit like that?" Immediately after he said that, he stood up in a sitting position, put his hand to his head, and said, "If I could use martial arts, I would have dealt with him in 1 second." After his words, Shin-hun turned his gaze to his opponent, who was standing in front of him and waiting for another chance to attack, and said, "This, is pretty stubborn." The next moment, demonstrating the dislike gesture again, the guy said, "Okay, you wanted to see it like that." Immediately after using the skill, the Twilight Guild Knight suddenly felt a large force pressing down on him from above and pushing him into the ground, while the girl commentator exclaimed in amazement. The hunter Cha Chin-hun again used his unknown skill. Choi Ji-hun, who had not stopped since the beginning of the round, now could not move. The leader of the Twilight Guild calmly sipped his drink and then, hearing the girl's surprised exclamation, smiled slightly. After sticking his spear into the ground, Choi Ji-hun began to get back to his feet. Watching this, the commentator exclaimed, "This can't be true! Ji-hun, the hunter, was able to get up. He can stand up under such pressure. It's amazing!" As soon as Choi Ji-hun was back on his feet, he immediately looked at his opponent and said, "You thought you could stop me with your gravity? Now it's my turn." The next moment, the Knight of the Wall Guild swung his spear and rushed at the boy, shouting out to Chas and Yun, "Get ready!" Hearing the threat from his opponent, the guy waved his finger to the left and said, "What are you talking about? When did I use gravity?" The next moment, Choi Ji-hun felt his body rapidly fly in a given direction, combining with the wall due to his armor. Immediately after a good flight, the invincible Knight of the Storm of Magi hit the wall, and his armor fell off. When the guild leaders saw what had just happened to Choi Ji-hun, they opened their mouths in shock. Also overwhelmed by the shock of what she saw, the girl commentator confusedly exclaimed, "What had just happened?" Continuing her work, the girl commentator exclaimed that again, the gravitational force of the hunter Chas Shin-hyun is not an unknown force, it is enough to defeat Choi Ji-hyun. Trying to figure out how the guy had just knocked the knight to the ground, the girl commentator exclaimed, "What kind of skill Chas Shin-hyun used?" Sitting on the ground after receiving damage, the Knight of the Twilight Guild said, "Boy, you're really strong. It's amazing that you've survived until now." In response to his opponent's praise, Shin-hyun said, "My power is not gravity, but repulsion and attraction. My main skill that I have learned through sweat and blood is called the conduction of yin and yang." The next moment, raising his index finger and pulling a pebble to it, the boy added, "If you know the basics of physics, you should know that in physics, the force of attraction is the force that attracts objects to something, and the force of repulsion is the repulsive force." The next moment, Shin-hyun threw a pebble at the helmet of the man in front of him with the help of a push, adding, "It will be difficult to explain in more detail, but I think you get the idea." Continuing his story, Shin-hyun added, "I used my power in the direction I wanted to go." And before his opponent could finish, Choi Ji-hun interrupted him and said, "You made a mistake." Chas Shin-hyun, immediately after his words, the Twilight Guild Knight drew the boy's attention to him and pointed his hand at him, saying, "You didn't have to explain your weakness." And then used his true skill. Choi Ji-hun, at the same moment, Park Tan contacted the vice leader of the Dawn Guild through the voice link and said to Ji-hai, "You know why Choi Jian is called the Mage Killer?" Continuing to gloat, after his subject began to play his trump card, Park Tan looked at the embarrassed girl and added, "Jian has a special skill." While the Twilight Guild Knight continued to reach out to his opponent, Park Tan added through his voice link that if Chas Shin-hyun had nothing but magic, he was finished. Smiling ominously after his subject had just used his special skill, the leader of the Twilight Guild said ominously, "He would die here." Hearing what Chas Shin-hyun's opponent had just done, the girl exclaimed in confusion, seeing the system plate before her, and shouted out a counterspell. At the same moment, seeing a system notification in front of him that said the use of magic was forbidden for 10 minutes, Shin-hyun, behind whom the knight was preparing to finish him off, said in surprise, "What?" Arriving at the next participant of the great battle, Jang Hun said to his comrade, "Choi Ji-hun, an order from the leader to use a counterspell." After receiving the order from the vice leader of the guild, Choi Ji-hun said, "This is not a skill I would like to use in public." "Why go so far?" In response to a question from his subject, the boy said, "The leader believes that Chas Shin-hyun is hiding something. I don't know what, but a magician with the power of attraction is too dangerous." Continuing to report the reason for such extreme measures, Jang Song-hun said with a sinister smile, "And that is why you need to finish him off." Recalling everything that the vice leader of the guild had told him before the fight, Choi Ji-hun walked toward his opponent, preparing to carry out the order. Driving the spear into the ground in front of his opponent, Choi Ji-hun said with a sly smile, "I see you're very surprised, Chas Shin-hyun. This is my true skill, a counterspell that temporarily disables the use of magic." Having once again driven his opponent into a dead end by blocking his only opportunity for confrontation, the knight added, "To your end, Lin Hyen, without magic you have no chance of winning." As the audience in the stands held their breath in amazement, the commentator exclaimed, "How suddenly the moment of the end of the battle turned the other way around with the mysterious skill used by Choi Ji-hun to suppress the hunter Chas Shin-hyun. What kind of skill is that?" At the same time, seeing young Juno's concern, the leader of the Twilight Guild, smiling slightly, said simply, "Choi Ji-hun is a naturally stupid and honest guy. He can't hold back his anger at someone who viciously attacks him with magic." Continuing his story, Park Tan added that he himself had never dreamed of such a skill. Hearing this, Lee Gi scaredly exclaimed, "No!" The next moment, contacting Shin-han via voicemail, the girl exclaimed, "Run away, Mr. Shin-han. The competition no longer matters. Give up. Don't use martial arts." Hearing the girl's words, Shin-han was surprised to hear that he was going to run away and surrender, after which Choi Ji-hun pointed his weapon at him and said no to Cha Chin-hun, increasing his overall strength, which was growing every second. The Knight of the Twilight Guild, preparing to strike, added that he would not be able to escape or surrender. Walking towards his opponent, standing in front of him, Choi Ji-hun added, "Now the tip of my spear has a huge amount of accumulated power concentrated on it. It can destroy an entire house. Can you hold out without the magical protection of disappear?" Cha Chin-hun, watching his opponent's attack which was already approaching him, said unhappily, "I would die if I did." The next moment, activating his martial arts, Cha Chin-hun added in a stern tone, "What nonsense you just said." Immediately after he spoke those words, an incredible amount of energy began to flow from the guy, which instantly pushed the enemy away from him. Seeing how his subject had just grabbed her head and moaned, young Juno asked the deputy leader in surprise, "Why are you suddenly here?" At that very moment, experiencing severe headaches during the resonance, Park Ti-hun thought the heavenly harmony of pure art began to resonate. But what kind of energy was it? At the same moment, flying back after the sudden jolt of energy release, Choi Ji-hun thought, "I have never felt such a large and frightening flow of magic before." Trying to figure out what had just happened to him, Choi Ji-hun wondered how this was possible. Was it magic? No, it definitely wasn't. The counter spell was still working. The next moment, seeing that his body was chained, the Twilight Guild Knight exclaimed, "What the hell kind of skill was that?" Appearing in front of his enemy after his exclamation, Shin-hun said, "It was not a skill, but a martial art. If you are wondering what it is, you can ask Park Ti-hun later." After which Choi Ji-hun asked about martial arts in surprise. Looking at his helpless opponent with a supercilious look, the boy said, "A few minutes ago, I almost became like I was before because they offered me to run away, and I hate to do that." Continuing to look at his disgruntled opponent, the guy added, "You look like you're very surprised that only you feel this power." Continuing his story, looking at his chained opponent, Shin-hun added, "The energy that binds your body is a type of sword wielding called a spiritual sword, a power that can be used when you reach the 40th inner level called the emergence of a spiritual sword. Although it is a type of sword wielding, the word sword here symbolizes the human will. If you reach this level, you can destroy people or separate heaven from earth just by thinking." The next moment, Shin-hun waved a finger to himself and said, "But that ending would be too boring, don't you think?" Immediately after the command, the chains began to pull the knight in armor toward Cha Chin-hun, who was leading them. The next moment, as soon as Choi Ji-hun was in range of Shin-hun's attack, he said, "I have to teach a lesson to the younger ones." Launching his opponent into the air with his next punch, Choi Ji-hun mentally said, "You watch carefully, Park Ti-hun, watch as much as you want." Continuing to demonstrate his true strength, Shin-hun, preparing to follow his opponent into the air, mentally added, "This is true martial arts." The next moment, using his whirlwind kick skill, Shin-hun jumped into the air behind his opponent and said the words, "You wanted to see in your head." At the same time, Park Ti-hun opened his mouth and watched in fright at what was happening in the arena. The girl commentator exclaimed in shock at what was happening. "I thought that Cha Chin-hun had stopped this strange skill." The next moment, when the enemy was lying in a pool of blood on the ground, the commentator added, "But now the situation has changed again, and now Choi Ji-hun cannot resist. Does this have anything to do with the energy coming from Cha Chin-hun?" The next moment, when the results were already visible, the girl exclaimed that it was the end of the fight. The medical team should hurry to the field. And then Shin-hun put his hand in his hair and said happily, "Refreshing. It had been so long since I had used martial arts. It was quite fun." While Shan-hun was smiling happily and Park Tan was bursting with rage, the girl commentator shouted, "Choi Ji-hun is eliminated in the second match of the Great Battle of the Sun Festival, defeated by the hunter Cha Shan-hyun." After this fight, Cha Shan-hun refused to continue the game, saying that his mana was almost gone. In the next battles of the Great Duel, Twilight lost with a score of 3-2, and the Sun Festival came to an end. As a result, Cha Shan-hun quickly became a star among the hunters, and the prestige of the Twilight Guild fell significantly. Arriving at Park Tan's office, his subject, Kim Chul-ho, who had not left for a long time, asked the leader, "Are you all right there?" However, he did not receive any answer to his question, and only some strange sounds and giggles came from the office. At the same time, sitting in his office chair in almost complete darkness, Park Tan continued to laugh hysterically as he recalled that day. The next moment, recalling the moment of Shin-hun's power resonating, the guild leader put his hand to his head and said, "It's funny, I was scared enough to be ridiculed immediately after that." Taking a jacket from the hanger and throwing it on his back, the man said it was a fleeting moment, but the strength he showed then was not at a level I could handle. You probably meant to say you're no match for me. Yes, Cha Shan-hun, I admit it, and I may not be able to beat you now, but if that's the case. Going about his business to carry out revenge for the tarnished honor and pride of Park Tan, he slightly smiled and told me there was no need to hide his means and methods. Seeing that Park Tan had just left his office, the subject shouted out to the guild leader in confusion, to which he exclaimed in a stern tone, "Let's go, Chulo!" Hearing that they were going somewhere, the subject was surprised to ask, "What and where are you going?" Before he could finish, the Lord interrupted him and said, "Well, where else can I see the heavenly warrior?" 1 week after the end of the Sun Festival, while receiving hundreds of phone calls, one of the workers put his hand over his face and said, "No, I'm telling you, the headquarters of the Dawn Guild was in complete chaos, with employees taking calls and saying, 'Hello, this is the Dawn Guild. Can I get a hunter for Chosen Han? Why are you asking for the contacts of the immense guild? How many times do I have to tell you Cha Shan-hun is not in our guild? He is in the immense guild.'" Losing control after another call, one of the employees angrily shouted that the deputy leader, Li Ji-hai, and the hunter, Cha Shin-hai, were not dating. "Hey, who are you, you jerk?" At the same time, in the next room, which belonged to the vice leader, there was Sheng Hun and the secretary, who sat in complete silence. At one point, trying to somehow calm his fear, the secretary said that, "As you may already know, we received a total of 328 calls and 800 emails addressed to the immense guild, or to be more precise, to the leader of the guild, Cha Chin-hun." Continuing his report, the man added, frighteningly, "Mostly it was those who want to join your guild, but there were 8 requests for cooperation, 43 requests for advertising, and 29 requests for filming." The next moment, turning his gaze to the guy who had caused all the fuss, the secretary added, "As you asked, we have refused all but one of the offers." At one point in the report, there was a knock on the office door, and a man exclaimed, "I'm sorry to interrupt, the chief secretary needs to come out and see this immediately." After which, the man said tiredly, "I'll end my report here." Immediately after the report was completed, the man headed for the door, sighed wearily, and said, "What had happened this time?" As soon as they were alone in the office, Li Hai put her cup of tea on the table and said, "Well, this is how things are going, and this is what it's like to become a superstar." After receiving the question from the girl, Shin Hun sighed heavily and said, "You don't have to tell me. I don't mind being famous, but I don't like all this noise." While the girl looked down guiltily, Chain Hun said, "His name is Dongwan, and I should thank him." The next moment, suddenly looking up, she said, "I'm a little late, but I apologize, Mr. Shin Han." He asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly here?" After receiving the question, Li Ji-hai recalled the moment at the competition and said, "I didn't want to reveal your identity, so I asked you to surrender. I didn't take your opinion into account. I apologize." Tilting her head down, she added guiltily, "It was a situation in which you could be in danger if you did something wrong." And then Shin Han said, listening. Standing up from his seat and folding his arms in front of him, the guy said confidently, "You're working yourself up too much. Do you really think I would get hurt over such a trifle?" Continuing to lecture the girl, the boy added, "Of course it's sad, but I didn't want to use martial arts myself." And what would Park Yen do with this information? Recalling that moment of his triumph and his overflowing anger, Shin Hyan added, "His limit was realizing the full extent of his superiority over him. In the near future, he would likely do nothing." The next moment, looking away, the boy added, "But as soon as I think he's targeting Insol, I want to strangle him right then and there." Hearing her friend's words, the girl suddenly smiled and then began to raise her head and said, "Indeed, the external activity of Twilight after the holiday has decreased. I assumed that he would easily push for Dawn, but it seems he was too shocked. As far as I know, Park Tan has locked himself in his house and is not going out, and the veteran hunters who have remained neutral are now knocking on our door." The next moment she stretched out her hand to the boy and added, "That gave the guild an advantage, and it was all thanks to you, Cha Shin Hun." Smiling happily and stretching her hand out in front of her, the girl added, "I want to officially say, on behalf of the deputy leader of the Dawn Guild, thank you, Guild Leader Cha Shin Hun." Hearing these words from the girl, the boy smiled and said, "Well, at last she's back to her usual self." The next moment, shaking his girlfriend's hand, the guy added, "I will rely on you in the future as deputy leader of Li Hai." Immediately after shaking hands and looking at his phone for a moment, the boy suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, it's been so long! I have to go, Yunil is waiting for me." Hearing what Li Ha's boyfriend had just told her, she looked at the pile of papers on the table and asked, "You only accepted the invitation to ally with the Ju Island Guild. Why did you do that, and why did you reject the other offers?" After receiving the question from the girl, Shuran confidently walked forward and said, I'm tired of the capital's dungeons, and the level doesn't change much either. Immediately after his words, looking back, the guy happily added, Jeju is an ideal place for family travel, isn't it? Opening the door from the girl's office, Shin Hyan confidently walked forward and added, I'll be back in about a month, and I'll see you then. Shin Han didn't believe in Lee Ji-hee, rather, he believed in himself too much. If he had known in advance what would happen, he would never have gone to Jeju. Arriving at Jeju International Airport and getting off the plane, Insa looked around and exclaimed, Wow! Dragging her suitcase with her belongings, the girl looked back at her brother and exclaimed, We really came here, brother. Continuing to rejoice in the sights she saw like a little child, the girl added, This is the first time I've been here. We'll eat black pig meat, perch ara. With a happy smile and a sigh, the boy suddenly asked his younger sister, Do you like it here so much? But we're not here for fun. The next moment, someone's voice came from one side of them and shouted, Guild leader Chosen Han. Attracting the attention of tourists. Looking back in the direction of the voice, the boy and his younger sister saw the leader of the Jeju Island Guild Union with a greeting card and the leader of the Tamra Guild coming to meet them, smiling happily, which greatly disappointed the guests. The leader of the Tamra Guild exclaimed, Welcome! We are glad to see you! As Shernan and Inol continued to stare at the boy who was trying his best to show them love and his sincere joy, they felt more and more disappointed and disgusted with every passing second. The next moment, Shin Han turned away from the boy and spoke to his sister. Although it would be a good idea to rest as well. Seeing that they turned away from him, the red-haired guy quickly jumped in front of Shin Han, took his hand, and began to actively greet him, saying, I'm the leader of the Tamra Guild, Kim Kyu. Thank you for accepting the invitation. To which Shin Han replied, Yeah. Then Insa thought, The leader looks younger than me. Continuing to admire the guests, Kim Kyu exclaimed, I really liked your battle at the Sun Festival. This is a little embarrassing, but from that moment on, I became your fan. Can I get your autograph later? This time, I bought some shoes and a t-shirt with you on it. Can you sign them? Hearing this, Shin Han thought, maybe I should go back. The next moment, he let go of the guy's hand and approached his companion, Kim Kyu, asking, Are you the leader of the Chin Seol group from the Dawn? Are you here as an escort, or are you the sister of the Cha Guild leader? Nice to meet you. The next moment, interrupting his leader's greeting, the subject exclaimed to the leader, Time is running out. Hearing this, Kim Kyu replied, Oh, that's right. It completely slipped my mind. Immediately after hearing this, the guild leader Tamara began to push the guests to the parking lot and said, I'm sorry to do this on the fly, but first, we need to go somewhere. I'll tell you the details on the way. Resigned to the actions of the restless boy, Shin Han said, I can let us go now. Kim Kyu laughed and said, We have a tight schedule. Continuing to walk with the guests, the guild leader Tamara added, You said that this is the first time in Jeju, and later I will arrange a tour of all the establishments here. As soon as the guests left the airport, the spy who had been following them spoke in Chinese into the radio to Chosen Han's brother. Upon hearing the report from his subject, the man lying on the sunbed said, If you came to Korea, then speak Korean. You want to reveal yourself. After hearing an apology after the remark, the man got up from his comfortable seat and sighed heavily. Immediately afterwards, the boy went to work and said, Well, the sweet vacation is over, people, it's time to work. The next moment, pulling down his glasses, the boy smiled slightly and said, Well, welcome to Chosen Han's trap. After some time, after going on business with Kim Kyu, Chosen Han and his younger sister arrived in Wjang on Jeju Island. Seeing the guests they had been waiting for so long, the leader of the Tamra Guild, Mayam Hagen, joyfully exclaimed, Welcome! The next moment, just like his friend, the man grabbed Shin Han's hand and began to shake it vigorously while shouting, Welcome to Jeju Island, leader of the Cha Guild. My name is Kim Hagen. I am the leader of the Tamra Guild. Glad to meet you. The next moment, the man let go of the boy's hands and walked toward his nephew, saying, You've come a long way, so I hope you'll come to our special treat. Kyu, bring it here quickly, he said. And I hope you enjoy it too, uncle. A few seconds later, Kim Kyu arrived with a tray and said, I brought a special treat from Jeju Island. Hearing this, Insa, beaming with happiness, thought, I wonder what kind of delicacy this is. It is black pork or perch, breaking the plate with the lid. The guild leader, Kim Kyu, said, Once you taste this delicacy, you will not be able to forget its taste for the rest of your life. Continuing to introduce this mysterious gourmet dish, the boy added, I proudly present to your attention first class, fresh, and carefully processed. Hearing this, Insal said, beaming with happiness, Before the girl could finish announcing her expectations, Kim Kyu interrupted her by removing the lid and speaking in Mandarin. As soon as the expectations of an incredible delicacy collapsed after opening the lid, Shinhan and his younger sister froze in place at how ridiculous it looked. The next moment, unable to stand such mockery, the girl pulled out her bow, but Shinhan, lowering her hand, said, "You don't have to be patient." Picking up the tangerine and starting to peel it, Insal and his brother said they were sorry that they had to discuss work right after they arrived, but given the current situation, it was necessary. Continuing to report on the situation, Kim Hagen added, "As you may already know, on Jeddah Island, we are the only hosts. But there are also two large organizations of hunters, Dusk and Dawn. However, we decided to create our own independent, self-sufficient organization." Continuing his story, the man added that it seems that in the near future, it may happen that they will be able to capture Jeddah Island, because they have long had their eyes on this island. Now I will tell you in more detail why. Starting with its long history, Guild leader Kim Hagen said, "Up to this point, our Tamar Guild has played a key role in the governance of Jeddah Island." The next moment, remembering the reason, he added, "But that was until dungeons with a high risk of danger began to appear too often and in large numbers. Dungeons with a danger level above level 11 that had never appeared on Jeddah Island before now appeared in 5 different places at once this year. And as you might guess, dungeons of this high level can only be cleared by guilds with veteran hunters above level 40. The next moment, Kim Hagen added with a heavy sigh, "Unfortunately, our guild is not able to participate in the clearing of dungeons at the moment because we do not have veteran hunters, which is why we really need a hunter who has a high level to start participating in the clearing of these dungeons. But they all belong to either Dawn or Dusk." Hearing the cause of the problem, Shihan said, "I can't understand what the problem is." "Well, dungeons appear. Let them appear. Can't you just ignore them? It's unlikely that monsters will be able to escape from the dungeons and harm." Before he could finish, the man interrupted him and exclaimed, "No way." The next moment, Kim Hagen looked at Shinhan with eyes full of hope and added, "If we can't continue to clear these dungeons, we will lose the right to manage dungeons in the future. And if the right falls into their hands, we will never be able to get it back." Shinhan replied nervously, "I understand." The next moment, grabbing his head, Kim Hagen cried out, "We had to go through a lot to prevent those two guilds from gaining a foothold here, and if we don't do something, they could take over Jeddah Island." Continuing to tell his sad story, the leader of the Tamar clan, Kim Hagen, exclaimed, "We thought we could not escape," and plunged into the depths of despair. The next moment, pointing a finger at Shinhan, the man exclaimed, "But like a ray of light, you appeared. You are our last hope, Hunter Cha Shinhan." Continuing to rejoice at his appearance, Kim Hagen added, "How lucky it is that you are not affiliated with either of the two guilds and are a high-class hunter who officially takes a neutral position." After which, Kim Kyu happily added, "You are our saving ray of light. Because thanks to you, we will be able to save our guild and preserve our territory in Jeddah." Continuing to shower Shinhan with praise, they exclaimed, "You are just perfect. You are the third wave of the new generation, the one who will be able to outshine the hunters around the world." Hearing this, Shinhan was disappointed and thought these guys were crazy. The next moment, with his hands folded in front of him, the guild leader Kim Hagen exclaimed, "Thank you from the bottom of my heart for accepting our invitation and coming to Jeddah. We will not forget your kindness for the rest of our lives." To which Shinhan replied disappointedly, "There is no need to thank me, because I did not come with the best of intentions, but simply to raise my level and earn some money." At one point, interrupting the conversation between her brother and the representatives of the Tamara Insal Guild, she pulled her brother, who said that if the conversation was over, let's go to the dungeon as soon as possible, and said, "Wait, brother." Having attracted the attention of her older brother, the girl said with a completely serious attitude that there was a problem that needed to be solved. Hearing his younger sister's words, the boy saw her dark aura and asked, "What is the problem?" Then the girl spoke confidently, looking him straight in the eye, and the black pork and perch heard this and said, "Ha!" Somewhere in Ju, in the Sanap Illa dungeon, a mission to clear this dungeon of monsters was taking place. While there, members of the Tamara Guild were ambushed by 2 mini-monsters. Swinging his weapon to repel the enemy's sudden attack, one of the hunters said, "Damn it! No matter how hard we attack." Looking at the venomous fire monkey, the boy added, that they didn't care about it at all, they were too fast. As soon as the monkey got comfortable on one of the branches of a tree and saw enemies nearby, it opened its mouth and prepared to attack. Seeing the impending threat, the members of the Tamar Guild activated the protective barrier and tried their best to hold it until the monster's attack was exhausted. Realizing that they were in trouble, one of the monster clearing team members shouted out that they had to retreat, but before he could get far, a ball of poison fell right behind them. When he looked back and saw the green liquid on the stone, the boy exclaimed in confusion that it was poison. The next moment, turning his gaze back to the enemies, the boy exclaimed, "Of course I had heard that they were poisonous, but I did not expect them to be so strong at the same time." While continuing to hold the shield, his friend mentally said, "Their power is much more dangerous. I don't know how much longer the shield can hold. Their flames are also too strong, and I'm not even talking about the poison." Covering his comrade with a shield from behind, the boy tried to disperse the poison and thought the situation was getting worse and worse. The next moment, gritting his teeth, the boy scaredly said in his head that the horror that was coming closer and closer to them every second was sure to end him with poison or flames. At one point, a bright light appeared straight from the sky, followed by lightning and a voice. When I heard that they were called bulldogs, I thought I was going to see dog-like monsters. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in the field of view of the boys who were confronting the monsters and at once fried all the enemies with lightning. Smiling happily after his sudden appearance and rescue of the poor man, Shin Hun confidently said, "But it turns out that they were given this nickname for using poison and flame. They were ordinary and boring." The next moment, as soon as the guy jumped to the ground, one of the rescued soldiers shouted out, "Thank you." Immediately after that, Kim Kyu arrived on the battlefield with the words, "As expected from the leader of the Cha Guild, you were able to deal with those monsters in an instant. Thanks to you, our comrades were saved." After which Shinol, who brought him, exclaimed in displeasure, "Hey, why do I have to carry him?" Hearing Kim Kok's remark, he laughed awkwardly and exclaimed, "I'm sorry, and thanks to you, I've saved my magic power. But I wouldn't have dared to ask Leader Cha for that. But if I had used magic, I could have used up all my power." Continuing to smile happily, the boy, who stood with his back to the monsters that suddenly appeared behind him, added, "Anyway, thanks to you too, I haven't used up a drop of my magic power, so I can easily finish my work without any complaints." Immediately after his words, Kim Kul said to his comrades, "You too, be on the alert." And they nodded in agreement. Having received the order, a couple of guys moved behind the enemy's back and rushed at them, preparing to strike. While his subjects were fighting the monsters, Kim Kyu asked, "Just now, you were also training in magic, as expected from the impressive leader of the Cha Guild." And Shin Hun said, "Well, by the way, what's your level of magic power?" When asked, the boy threw his hand behind his head and said awkwardly, "I'm just a little bit further, and I'll be at the 40th level." Hearing this, Enol was amazed to think that his level was higher than mine even though he was younger than me. Immediately after sitting down and continuing to watch his comrades confront the monsters, Kim Kul said, "The other hunters seem to be almost at level 40 as well. I watched them fight a little bit, and they're pretty capable." The next moment, turning his gaze to the other fighter, the guy laughed and added, "I think it's quite natural to have this level because we are responsible for the dungeons of Jeju Island. It would be a shame if our level was much lower." Hearing this, Shin Hun said, "By the way, that teleportation magic you used was quite interesting." To which Kim Kul replied, "You mean that magic?" "Of course, I had to spend a lot of time training, because it's a rather complicated and difficult power to use." Continuing the dialogue with his comrade, Kim Kul added, "Although I don't think she's worth your attention." Then, suddenly putting his hand over his mouth, he exclaimed, "Stop! What?" The next moment, looking at Shin Hun with eyes full of curiosity, Kim Kyu exclaimed, "You realized what kind of magic was being used just by looking at the Cha Guild leader who was trying to keep his distance, thinking how clingy people would find any way to stick around." The next moment, turning his head in Shin Hun's direction, he thought, "I finally got the answer to my question. I need to invest in intuition, which, as the name implies, is the ability to see things as they are." Continuing his thoughts, Shin Hun added, "Thanks to my skills in martial arts, I don't need to invest in other skills besides intuition. No matter how talented I am in martial arts, I couldn't do without intuition because it is very important to see the essence of things. After I was able to understand all the subtleties of using this magic just by looking, I can say with certainty that I could master it." Having finished his thoughts, Shin Hun said with a sly smile, "Well, it seems that we need to surprise them even more." Next moment, the boy exclaimed, "Look! I'll show you the magic of teleportation." And then Kim Kul's gaze focused on Shin Hun, putting his hand out in front of him. The boy froze in a posed position for movement and said, "Don't be too surprised." In the end, the boy remained frozen in one place, doing nothing. Kim Ki-young continued to look at the guy standing in front of him, and the leader of the Cha Guild said in surprise that he still hadn't used the teleportation magic, to which Insol replied, "Pretend he did. Don't make him blush, He's just a person who doesn't understand how the world works. At the same moment, Shin-hun put his hand down after the unsuccessful demonstration and said to Kim Ki-young, "How did you activate the teleportation magic?" On the ground, a couple of monsters who had just found something tasty were looking at the fruit they were about to eat. At one point, right behind them, Kim Ki-young appeared and happily said, "Wow, guys! What are you doing here?" After which the monsters suddenly looked back at him. As soon as the enemies turned their heads to him, Kim Kul happily waved to them and said, "Hello?" After moving with the enemies into the sky to a considerable height, from where they began to fall rapidly, the boy added, "Farewell." At the same moment, the monsters who flew down began to stretch their arms in the direction of the one who had just thrown them down, and screamed loudly. Watching from the ground, Shin-hun said, "Wow, that's amazing!" And then Kim Kul appeared next to him and said, "This is how I use magic." Having demonstrated the use of magic in practice, Kim Ki-young added, "I simply direct a stream of magic at the monsters one by one, and then make them take off. In the same way, they can be dropped from a height. The main thing is to apply it to the object, then it will work." The next moment, the boy shrugged and added, "I do have a limit on my strength. I can lift objects up to a height of about 150 meters, but monsters without wings will not survive falling from such a height." Insal thought, horrified. Continuing to talk about his skill, Kim Ki-young added that the teleportation range can be adjusted in empty space within the range of visibility, and within this range, you will be able to move the object you need in any direction. By the way, putting his hands behind his head, Kim Ki-young asked, "Why did you ask me to tell you about my skill? How can it be useful to you?" Before he could finish, he saw that Shin-hun had just teleported, and then Insal exclaimed in surprise, "You are incredible." Confused, Kim Ki-young turned his head to find Kim Kul and exclaimed, "You were really able to use the teleporter?" To the leader of the Cha Guild, he replied, "I understood how to activate it." "Thank you." Kim Ki-young, stuck between the branches of the tree, awkwardly added that it would take some time to learn how to use this magic properly. After which, Kim Ki-young exclaimed, "Oh my God!" The leader of the Cha Guild, after a certain period of time and having dealt with the enemies, set the table and said, "Thank you for helping us. Now we can take a break." Seeing that her friends were having a picnic in a clearing in the forest, Insal said, "There are dangerous monkeys around here, and you decided to eat safely even though you know they can attack you." And she said, "Well, there's nothing you can do." Immediately after his remark, Kim Ki-young added, mentioning the help of the guests, "But thanks to you too, I was able to find some time to do it." The next moment, holding out a sushi plate to the girl, Kim Ki-young said, "It's very important to eat because without food, we won't be able to restore our energy." To which Ina replied, "This is nonsense. We came to Ja Island, and they're pushing ordinary kimchi." Laughing after the girl's remark, Kim Kul headed to Shin-hun and said, "By the way, Cha Guild leader, your teleport skills are getting better and better with each attempt, but you're still different from other people." After hearing his friend's praise and being treated to some food, Cha Chin-hyun said, "Having mastered at least one thing to the limit, it is much easier to learn another. If you practice hard, I think you will be able to reach my level someday, though in 2, 3, or 300 years or so." Hearing the advice from his mentor, Kim Ki-young, writing everything down in a notebook, happily exclaimed, "I'll definitely keep that in mind." While watching from the sidelines, Insal thought irritably, "Although he's my own older brother, he behaves just terribly, and I want to punch him." Immediately after her thoughts, she took a drink and said, "If you're thinking of blindly following my brother in the hope that you can achieve something, you should give up this idea. My brother has mastered his skills with a special method that only he can apply, so it's unlikely that you will be able to learn anything from him." Hearing the remark of the girl next to him, Kim Kul suddenly said, "But I am the leader," which made her freeze. Continuing his thought, Kim Ki-young added that it would be wrong if he stopped there and did not continue to develop his skills, especially since he recently felt like he had reached his limit. "I understand everything perfectly, but I would sincerely like to learn something new from the leader of the Cha Guild." The next moment he turned his eyes to the joyful people who continued to enjoy their meal and added, "Of course, I must say that the team members believe in me and follow me, but I know that I need to become even stronger and not let them down because they trusted me." As I continued to listen to Insal's story, thinking that if I could become stronger, I could protect my comrades, I suddenly remembered the incident in the Red Wolf dungeon. Immediately after all this, pulling one dried toast into his mouth, the guy threw his hand behind his head and awkwardly exclaimed, "I'm sorry for bringing up such a sad topic." Agreeing with the words of the guy in front of her, Insal pulled the food into her mouth and said, "Good, you took it, but I think it won't hurt Kim to have some of the pap from Jeddah Island, it's surprisingly delicious. Hearing Kim Kul's praise for their food, Deputy Cha suddenly exclaimed with great joy. The next moment, he rushed to the girl with a hug and exclaimed, "I'm so glad you like the ka! If you want, I can bring you a whole truck." To which Inso, pushing the guy away, exclaimed, "No, that's not necessary." At the same time, Shin Hun turned his head away from his comrades and looked around, saying, "You're so noisy. By the way, how much time do we have to catch those beasts?" After receiving a question from Shin Hun, Kim Kyu began to recall the monster's abilities and said that they were quite fast and their number was quite large, so it would be difficult to guess, and there was a limit to how many times I could use the teleporter. If I had known in advance that this could happen, I would have tried to properly develop the duration of the use of magic. Hearing this, Insal asked unhappily, "What you just said? And if you suddenly get crushed by a monster while we're distracted, who do you think will take responsibility then?" To which Deputy Cha replied with an awkward laugh, "Please slow down." At the same time, while his comrades were sorting out their problems, Shin Hyun looked down and said, "Let's see." Throwing Kim Kyu away from her, Yu Inso exclaimed, "Really?" And then, noticing her brother's occupation, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" To which he replied, "I'm trying to find a way out of this." At one point, having found what he needed, Shin Hun said, "I never would have thought that this skill would actually come in handy." Reaching the sovereignty skill, Shin Hun mentally recited this skill from the skill stone obtained in the Busan dungeon. "I decided to use it, thinking that I could master the skills of monsters." Recalling the skill, Shin Hyun mentally mumbled, "But it turns out that it works in a completely different way and is a rather powerful skill." Continuing to think about the use of the skill, the boy added that it was interesting that it was possible to control the mind of the target using the user's will. Testing this skill on monsters, one of which began to juggle nuts, Shin Hun mentally added, after which he decided to modify this skill by merging it with the control sword, which eventually helped him force the targets to perform certain actions. After mentioning the skill's capabilities, Shin Hun said, "Although I've used it a few times for fun, I don't know if it will be effective against monsters, and it will be harder to master their minds." Immediately after his words, Shin Hun began to concentrate and said, "Well, I'll try it out." After completing the concentration and using the skill, after opening his eyes, Shin Han said, "I hope it will work after all." The next moment, using telepathic subjugation, Shin Han began to emit magic waves that scattered around him, looking for monsters within range. Having noticed the monsters with his power, the boy mentally said, "So he knows what it feels like to use the skill at a great distance." As soon as the magical hands and chains reached for the monsters, Shin Han mentally added, "I have selected the target. Now I will use mind capture, and now I will give the order." Continuing to use his telepathic subjugation skill, the boy shackled the monsters within his reach and said, "I command all monsters to appear before me immediately." At one point, having sent all the monsters towards him and lost control of them, Shin Hun grabbed his head with his hand, and seeing this, Kim Kyu shouted out to the Cha guild leader, after which Anol added that her brother was hurting somewhere. The next moment, Shin Hun turned his gaze to the guy next to him and asked, "Kim Kul, do you still have any mana left for teleportation?" He replied that he had enough mana for about 5 more minutes. Hearing that his friend had a supply of mana, Shin Han held his head and said, "It's great because it's here." Looking at his comrades with a nervous glance, behind whom the rumbling and dust was rising, Shin Han spoke to the giant crowd of rushing monsters. Feeling a strong shaking, one of the group members exclaimed that it was an earthquake, to which his friend added in confusion, "It can't be, I've never heard of natural disasters in dungeons." Hearing the remark from his friend, one of the hunters exclaimed in confusion, "Then maybe they are monsters." Hearing the monsters roar and turning their heads in the direction of the sound, the hunters were frightened to see a bunch of enemies, but only one fell in front of them. As she began to pull out an arrow and bow from behind her back, Insal said anxiously, "The earthquake was quite strong." At that moment, one of the hunters exhaled a sigh of relief and said, "I thought there were a whole bunch of them." Then they looked up. Directly above them, in the branches of the trees, they saw a bunch of red-eyed monsters staring at them with a murderous look. Seeing that they were surrounded by monsters, Kim Kyu grabbed his head and screamed in fright. "Where the hell did they come from?" At the same moment, Insal added, "Why the cancer was sudden?" Pointing his finger back at himself, Shin Han tried to calm his comrades down and said to Kim Kyu, "Leave the rest to me. Take your comrades with you and leave this place right now." Seeing what Shin Han had just shown him, Kim Kyu thought his gesture was definitely about using that ability and then exclaimed, "I understand." The next moment, turning to his comrades, he exclaimed, "Let's get out of here." At the same moment, approaching Shin Han, Insal exclaimed, Brother, what are you talking about, leaving everything to you? You want to fight them all by yourself? Trying to somehow dissuade her brother from the plan or help, Insal shouted. I won't leave you. At the same moment, Kim Kyu shouted out and told the leader of the Cha group. We are running away. Immediately after his words, using the teleportation skill, the boy also took Shinhan's younger sister with him, who did not want to leave him alone. When he saw that everyone had finally left the battlefield, the boy looked back and saw only monsters and said something wonderful. The next moment, Xinyan activated his attract and repel skill and exclaimed, Finally! Now I can safely disperse in battle. Watching the explosions in the forest from a high mountain, Kim Kyu exclaimed in amazement. This is just incredible. Continuing to marvel at what was happening in the dungeon forest, the boy added in amazement that the guild leader Cha was simply amazing. After which one of his comrades asked if he was really human. Even for a high-ranking adventurer, it was too similar to the rumors about his level being above the 60th, which were true. Looking around at his comrades, Kim Kyu said, Most likely, the leader of the Cha guild was the one who summoned the monsters. Then his eyes fell on Insal, watching the girl anxiously bite her nails. The leader of the Cha group said suddenly quiet after his words. Kim Kyu thought, no matter how strong Mr. Cha Chin-hun is, he also has a family, and he's left alone to fight so many monsters. Of course, she's worried about him. The next moment, Kim Kyu approached Shinhan's younger sister and said, I understand why you're worried, but the leader of the Cha guild is a very strong man, so don't worry. Continuing to gleefully report on the boy's skills, Kim Kyu added, You know your brother better than anyone else. Continuing his reassuring speech, the boy added, Maybe you should trust your brother's strength a little more. Then the girl suddenly beamed at what she heard, but this effect did not last long, and Insal suddenly became frustrated with everything she heard and said, What a load of nonsense. Starting to bite her nails again, the girl added, Right now, my brother is collecting a huge amount of experience points alone. I wish I could stay there. After which, Kim Kyu nervously said, So you weren't worried about that? When she received the question from Kim Kyu, she was surprised and asked, Why should I worry about him? Continuing her thought, Insal mentioned Shinhan's incredibly high abilities and added that he is probably the only person she shouldn't worry about. After dealing with the monsters that came to him in the first wave, Shinhan smiled happily and said, It's a good skill. You just have to command it, and it works on everyone in this dungeon. Continuing to recall the effect of his skill, the boy happily added, In combination with my strength and the skill of sovereignty, I can easily gather all the monsters in one place. By activating Shinhan's sovereignty skill again, waiting for a bunch more monsters to arrive, he thought, My dungeon raids will become much faster. As soon as his skill reached a considerable number of monsters within the radius of the skill's spread, Shinhan shouted out to everyone, Come forward immediately. At one point, when she felt something unusual, Li Ji suddenly shook her hands and almost spilled her cup of tea, exclaiming in embarrassment. Seeing the girl's strange behavior, the chief secretary exclaimed, Everything is fine. Maybe you are not comfortable here. To which she replied, No, everything is fine. The next moment, turning her head to the ceiling, Li Ji, feeling somewhat nervous, said that she heard someone's abnormal laughter. When the chief secretary heard that everything was fine, he got back to work and said, I'll continue reporting. Continuing to perform his duties, the man said, As you know, Park Ta-hun, the leader of the Twilight Guild, has not taken any action so far, and the activity of the guild members has also significantly decreased, as a result of which we easily obtained the rights to the disputed dungeon. Continuing to report on the situation to the guild's vice leader, the chief secretary added, At this point, I think we can disregard the dusk. Hearing this news, Li Ji leaned back and thoughtfully said in her head, This is strange, even for Park T. I didn't expect such a reaction after what happened. Starting to think about that sinister guy who strangely doesn't take any action, Li Ji mentally added to her concern about his activity behind the scenes. The next moment, interrupting the girl's thoughts, the chief secretary put the folder with papers in front of the manager and said, But now is the most urgent task. Picking up the news report and looking at the contents, the girl exclaimed in surprise when she heard this. Continuing in the report, the chief secretary told in more detail about what had happened and mentioned this dangerous dungeon that was discovered in the Tekken Mountains. Continuing the report, the man added, The climate of this dungeon is a desert. Risk level 13, recommended level 60. After reading what had happened in this dungeon during previous attempts to clear it, Li Jihai exclaimed that it really was that difficult. Continuing his report, the chief secretary said the risk level was 13, with a recommended level of 60 and above. After he spoke, Adding more information about the dungeon, the man said that the dungeon of Tekken has a desert climate, in which the sun is incredibly exhausting for people. Also mentioning the main problem of this dungeon, the chief secretary added, "The size of the monsters is close to a 10-story building. These giant insect monsters are hiding somewhere underground." While the vice leader was reviewing the report, the chief secretary added that even though their numbers are not that large, their strength is not enough to fight high-level adventurers. Leader Zhang Junho himself conducted an investigation, so the information is reliable. After hearing the report and putting the folder with the report on the table, Li Jihai said that this was not enough, and that they would have to raid again for a clearer picture. Immediately after her words, recalling the moment when Shin Hun saved her from the dungeon, Li Jihai thought that it would be nice if he were here at such moments. At one point through her thoughts, she began to hear the shouts of the deputy leader, after which goosebumps suddenly ran all over her body. When she regained consciousness, she heard the chief secretary ask her, "Are you thinking about something? It seems you are not in a good mood today. If you are not feeling well, please rest." Ignoring the advice of her subject, the girl continued to actively sort through the papers and accidentally knocked a cup of tea off her desk with her elbow. The next moment, hearing the sound of impact and the ringing of shrapnel, Li Jihai suddenly froze, along with the secretary who was in her office. Realizing that the girl really needed to rest, the man said, "Please leave it to me. I'll clean up everything here myself." Hearing this, Li Jihai sighed heavily and then looked at the broken mug, thinking, "I'm going to go crazy soon." "Shinhun, when are you coming back?" A month had passed since the start of the Jedi dungeons, and standing next to his comrades who were fighting the monster, Shinhan thought to himself. At one point, a hoof appeared from the pile of dust that the monster had kicked up around him, and then a giant horse followed. The next moment, an arrow flew straight at his head, killing the monster who had gone too far. By combining the skill sovereignty and the spirit of the sword, Shinhan managed to get used to the skilled telepathic submission. At the very moment after defeating the monster, Enol joyfully exclaimed, "What a shot!" Followed by Kim Kyu joyfully exclaiming, "Wonderful shot! Of congratulations! Now Shinhan is free to summon monsters from the Jedi dungeon and can be considered a monster lord." Hearing her friend's praise, the girl grabbed Kim Kyu by the collar and angrily exclaimed, "Why are you talking to me like a child? I'm actually older than you." To which he nervously replied, "What are you talking about?" Seeing this, Shinhan thought, Inso seemed to be excited, starting his thoughts on the work of the experience system. Shinhan mentally said, "It all depends on the damage done to the opponents. The system distributes experience points to everyone who attacked. Of course, I can stay out of the fight." But before he could finish the thought, he suddenly heard his friends cry and looked up to see a herd of monster horses running after one of the hunters who was shouting, "Help me!" Shinhan bowed his head down and prepared to help him, but he said, "Oh, you fool! I'm going to have to intervene." Using the teleportation skill, Shinhan instantly found himself behind his comrade's back and grabbed him, after which he disappeared from the enemy's sight. Having noticed a bright light in front of them, after which the target they were pursuing disappeared, the monsters stopped in their tracks and began to look for the missing person. Finding himself in a tree above the enemies, the hunter wiped away his tears and said, "Thank you, Mr. Cha." To which he replied, "Calm down, you're safe." He then thought, "I wonder if it's possible to increase the level of intelligence with stats. Even if I pump them, it doesn't mean I won't benefit." The next moment, he turned his gaze from his sister to Kim Kyu, who exclaimed, "He's so strong." Inso exclaimed, "You dare to ignore me?" Shinhan thought, "I've completely mastered Kim Kyu's teleportation magic during these trips." Shinhan continued to think, scratching his cheek awkwardly, and added in his head, "I've overtaken him in the skill, but I still need a little more time to fully master the skill. I haven't reached the pinnacle of teleportation that I want to." After a while, sitting at Einol's old restaurant, I finally tasted this Brother Juju Island's specialty, black pork. Holding a shot glass of alcohol in her hand, the tipsy girl added, "The restaurant was pretty good, but I have to level up. I have to get stronger to beat these idiots." Chaein Sol was able to raise 3 levels as a level 38 hunter. Hearing the girl's words, Kim Kyu said in an exhausted tone, "It seems that Leader Cha's level has increased greatly since the dungeon raids. Thanks to you, we were also able to learn something." The next moment, when he saw his sister slamming her glass on the table and exclaiming, "More! Ju! Soju is amazing!" Shinhan thought, "I was afraid that Insol would overdo it with the training, but it really helped her." At the same moment, Kim Kyu picked up the papers and said, "Here's the schedule for the next raids," and a new request from the Samadhu Guild came in, saying that the risk of the dungeon was at 11 and that creatures called bats or werewolves would appear, with a wolf's face and a bat's body. Hearing the information about the next order, Shin-hun asked if it was a dungeon with bats. What was the location? Then he heard from Kim Kyu. Oh right, looking for information about the location of this dungeon. The boy exclaimed that the next dungeon was a cave. Continuing to review the details of this task, Kim Kyu thoughtfully added, They say they can send reinforcements, and are ready to send the leader of one of the groups, but why would they do that? Continuing to look at the information about the next task, Kim Kyu added that it looks like the cave will be dark and narrow due to the terrain, so arrows and teleporters will be useless. Hearing the news about the relief, Insa wiped the drool from her lips and said, So we can't do anything with just owls, don't you think they're mocking us? Hearing his sister's remarks, Shin-hun said confidently, I'm determined to win. It looks like you two are a little tired, so get some rest. To which Kim Kyu said, Yes. But interrupting his friend's objections, Shin-hun said, Don't worry, I'll manage. I'll try to finish as soon as possible. Immediately after his words, recalling the moment of his movement to Mam, he mentally said, So the cave means the cave. Stupid memories came rushing back to me. After a while, arriving at the location of the dungeon, the man who met Shin-hun happily exclaimed, Good to see you, Leader Cha. I'm in charge of today's raid. My name is Lim Jong-wook, commander of the Sado Guild. Extending his hand to the boy, the guild leader added, As far as I know, you should be informed about the dungeon, so let's start a raid. Shin-hun said, stretching his hand, heading to the portal to the dungeon and stopping just before its entrance. The boy said in his head, Oh no! Gritting his teeth against the reluctance to go inside, Shin-hun added in his head, I was hoping that the dungeon wouldn't be a cave, but I have a strange feeling of anxiety. Though maybe it's just my imagination. Standing in front of the entrance to the dungeon with his assistant behind him, Shin-hun confidently thought that whatever it was, he needed to deal with it quickly and get back. After a while, following Shin-hun, one of the members of the Sado Guild nervously asked what the leader should do, as the progress was going faster than planned. At one point, interrupting the conversation between the leader and his subject, Shin-hun looked back and said, I finished what I was going to say, and was answered with, Wow, what a speed! You are really incredible. Immediately after the praise, the guy looked at the radar that was creating the map and said, Just a little more, and we will reach the unexplored territory. Hearing what had just been reported to him, Shin-hun quickly walked forward and said, Let's hurry. After which the subject said, That Leader Cha. Noticing something strange happening to the guy. The guild leader, Lim Jong-wook, asked, Are you okay? Your face is pale. And Shin-hun replied that he was fine. After he answered, remembering again those times when he was in Urim, the boy mentally added, Damn, even after all these years. Stopping in front of the entrance to the uncharted territories of the cave, the boy mentally added, Those memories still continue to disturb me. Trying to somehow slow down the pace of clearing the dungeon, Lim Jong-wook put his hand on Shin-hun's shoulder and said, Cha, leader, it looks like you're tired. Maybe we should take a break. Immediately after my proposal, when I saw the expression on the guy's face, who turned to him and said, I was fine. The man froze in shock. Continuing to look at the annoying man with a murderous stare, Shin-hun angrily asked, Is there something you didn't understand? Suddenly turning away from Shin-hun, Lim Jong-wook said in a frightened voice, God, I'm sorry for being so annoying, but I'm just worried about you. And then, turning his head to his subject, he asked, By the way, would you like a drink? The subject opened his backpack and exclaimed, I'll get it right away. Clenching his fist tighter and tighter to calm his anger, Shin-hun thought, I need to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise I'll just kill them. Having regained his strength, the guild leader, Lim Jong-wook, pointed at the map with the radar and said, The road is a little confusing, so you'll have to sweat, but we're already finishing the study. Don't worry. Immediately after his message, the man stepped forward and shouted, Now we're going to clear the road. Everyone, line up and let's go. Hearing this, Shin-hun looked at his allies and thought they were acting too suspiciously, but maybe I was just getting myself worked up. Following his comrades in the dungeon raid, Shin-hun heard the leader shout out, It's dark. Look where you're going. Have you ever been to the Sarum Grotto? It's much better than this creepy cave. Next moment, suddenly stopping and looking at the boy, the guild leader said, I advise you to visit all the sites later. Lim Jong-wook replied, Okay. Adding, Your expression is a little scary. In response to his friend's remark, Shin asked how much further we had to go and then suddenly raised his head to the ceiling, thinking about this feeling of seeing a familiar device from another world above him. The boy mentally said that the formation was capable of confusing a person, considering the mechanism from another world that somehow got into this one. Shinhan added that although it does not cause harm, it can confuse all human senses. The next moment, Shinhan turned his gaze to his comrades and mentally added a formation that makes a person walk in a circle, after which his comrades said in confusion, "Why does the road repeat itself? We are going in the right direction." Immediately after hearing the words of his comrades and seeing the path in front of him, Shinhan thought that, judging by the flow of energy, the formation was heading in a certain direction. Shinhan felt a strong, unpleasant sensation in his body and grabbed his hand, digging his fingers into it, thinking, what was the Mu formation doing in an ordinary dungeon? Was it another way to the other world, or was it there from the beginning? As he continued to squeeze his hand tighter and tighter, the boy added mentally that whatever it was definitely somehow connected to Mirim, and he didn't want to see that world anymore. The next moment, loosening his grip and closing his eyes, Shinhan said in his head, "Calm down, those days are in the past." The next moment, confidently heading in the direction he had set out, the boy said, "Okay, I won't be fooled. I accept your invitation. Let's see what or who wants to see me." At the same time, somewhere in the Dungeon of Sands in Tekken, monsters were confronting hunters. Seeing the enemies in front of him, the giant-sized earthworm growled loudly. As soon as the perfect moment for battle appeared, guild leader young Juno shouted, "Get ready! Just hang in there a little longer." He then used the Crusader's Divine Blessing skill to increase team defense. After receiving the buff, one of the raid participants said tiredly, "The situation is only getting worse. I've almost exhausted all my strength." As soon as he said this, the monster opened its mouth and began to create an energy sphere, preparing to shoot at the enemies who had gathered in one place. Starting to pull out his sword while the enemy was preparing to attack, young Juno exclaimed, "Calm down! This is his strongest skill. We must defeat him immediately." After his words, the man rushed at the monster with a weapon and dealt the main blow that caught its attention. He exclaimed, "We will not go anywhere without victory." As soon as the monster's attention was focused on him because of the damage he had done, young Juno looked back and exclaimed, "Now!" Having received the order to act, Li Jihe jumped out from behind the hunters, using the shields created for her as a springboard, and moved into the air. Immediately after that, amid shouts of, "Damn it!" the girl climbed to the height of the monster's head and killed the enemy with several cuts. After finishing the battle with her opponent, the girl wiped the sweat from her face and said, "How hot it was here!" She was told that they had finished, and she added, "You're just a bit of a deputy leader." The next moment, walking up to the girl and tapping her on the back, John Juno exclaimed, "Well done! You are worthy of being my deputy. You could have finished them off without thinking." At the same moment, seeing the leader's actions, one of the subjects thought he could stop him. Sighing awkwardly after receiving the praise, Li Ji said, "It was not worth it for the leader, and it would not have been difficult for us to finish off 3 teams not in the best condition." Immediately after her words, she turned her head to her subject and said, "Find shelter under the shade and rest for half an hour." To which he joyfully exclaimed, "Good." When the girl sent her subjects to find shelter from the sun, the guild leader said, "You must be ashamed to go on a raid with me." Li asked, "Why?" After receiving the question, young Juno said, "Aren't you and Cha Chin Hun in a close relationship? I thought you were serious. Wouldn't it be like a date for you?" To which Li Ji elbowed her husband in the chest and said awkwardly, "Oh my god, leader, you're so funny." Trying to recover from the girl's sudden blow, the guild leader said, breathing heavily, "I'm glad I could cheer you up." Then Li Ji remarked, "Try to keep your mouth shut next time. By the way, why are the other directors absent? The raid would have been much easier with them." After receiving a question from the girl, young Juno said, "You mean Kwan Oh Young and Yun Sung Min? As I understand it, they have urgent matters." Hearing this, Li asked in surprise, "What kind of urgent matters?" At the same time in Tekken, an archer quietly approached the 2 guards standing guard outside the Dungeon of Sands. As the archer and his companion began to aim at the guard, they heard a voice saying to them, "Do what you think is right, and then I will take you in." Standing guard at the gate to the dungeon, one of the guards said, "Don't you think it would be easier to explore with the Guild of the Immense?" They heard in response, "You had already seen his power, so how do you like it?" Arriving at the entrance to the dungeon, the chief secretary asked to speak to the newcomers, to which one of the guards nervously replied, "Oh, chief secretary," trying to somehow justify his behavior. One of the guys said, "What if something can happen at the gate? Join us." After which the other added, "You have nothing to do anyway. Hearing the excuses of his subjects, Dong Wan spoke sternly and nevertheless did not relax much, even though the twilight was not so active now. Continuing to emphasize the danger that could appear at any time, the chief secretary added, "But we should not forget about them." As soon as he said this, one of the guards noticed a bright light from the bullets approaching them behind the man and shouted out. After the meteorites hit their position, the chief secretary got to his feet. After the shelling, he thought in his head, "Damn, it's an archer skill to hail a meteor, right? But no one knows anything about this raid except the top." The next moment, when he saw the strange image of a man walking toward him among the piles of dust and smoke that had risen as a result of the hit, he thought it couldn't be tensing up because the enemy could be approaching him. Dong Hanano thought it was the work of twilight. Seeing a friend in front of him, one of the members of the Dawn Guild exclaimed, "You're here!" "With you, everything is fine." He was answered by Director Yun Sumin. The chief secretary relaxed a bit after seeing his comrade and thought, "Thank God you're here." Then he said, "What was going on here?" He was told that it was the work of the twilight, and they resumed their activities. When he heard who exactly could have done this, the chief director turned his head away from the director, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "Crazy bastards!" Sat in silence, and now they've done this. He then thought, "The leader and the deputy will need a few more hours to pass, so I should stay or bring reinforcements." The next moment, the suspicious Dongano said, "By the way, Director Ye Sung-min, how did you know about this place?" Turning his head to his comrade, whose foot was already moving to strike, the secretary added, "I heard that you were not informed about this because of some business." Before he could finish his question, he received a devastating blow to the body that pierced him through and through, having made a hole in the chief secretary of the guild. Don Yun Sung Min, smiling ominously, said, "If you mean business, I'm already finishing it. How about you?" Secretary Dong Honano, having done his part, called his friend the trader and said, "I'm done with the cleaning. Kwano Jang should be here soon." After receiving good news from his henchman, Park Tan smiled slightly and said, "Good, we're on our way too. It's good that everything is going smoothly." Continuing the phone conversation with Director Yun Sung Min, the leader of the Twilight Guild happily added, "Try harder to keep it up, Dawn Director." After a while, having arrived at his leader and bowed before him, Director Yu Song Min said, "I'm here." To which Park Tan waved his hand in greeting and said, "Yes." Walking to the entrance of the dungeon, the leader of the Twilight Guild looked at the bloody bodies of people lying nearby and said, "Hey, you did a good job." Immediately after his words, looking back at his new subjects, Park Tahan happily added, "I like it. I wish you further advancement." To which the traders shouted, "Thank you." The next moment, immersed in his memories, Park Tun said to Ji in his head, "You're still too naive and soft. You haven't even thought about the traitors among you." Continuing his reflections, recalling a moment from the Sun Festival, he mentally added, "These guys from the Sun Festival became mine." Stepping on the hand of the chief secretary who was lying near the entrance to the dungeon, Park Tan happily hummed and thought of the same dungeon. Looking at the portal leading to the dungeon, the Twilight leader added in his mind, 7 years ago, we cleared it with Ji after I returned from Murma when I had just become a hunter." Arriving at the right place, the trio of young hunters called out to the other members of the group, "Sister, brother, come here." Continuing to call her comrades to her, the girl exclaimed, "We found a new dungeon and no one has entered it yet." After which, Jihi happily said, "I'm going." At one point, when he decided to talk to his friend, Park the Hun, Ji said to him, hearing her name, "Yes, what's going on?" When the girl drew his attention, Park Ti Hun asked, "How long will we be walking with them?" "Because of them, we had to stop training, and we don't want to babysit them." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the boy added, "Why do you need them? You've already forgotten about Moram. We need to become stronger as soon as possible." The next moment, taking out the objects given to him by God, Paran said, "Have you thought about what I told you last time? Look at this jade. I received it from a heavenly warrior." Holding out the amulet with the stone to his friend, Paran added, "With it, the power of martial arts would increase several times." Continuing to persuade his friend to follow the path of power, the guy added, "Let's follow the celestial warrior. With him, we will become much stronger." To which he heard in response, "Hong, please stop." After refusing the boy's crazy ambitions, Li Gai Hai added, "I understand your fears and anxiety, but we are not an MM. No one will take our lives, so why become even stronger immediately after her words?" Li Hai looked back and said, "I just love looking after these kids. Let's forget all the hardships of Mamu for a while." The next moment, as the girl from the trio of hunters shouted out, "Li! Hai's sister quickly ran toward them and exclaimed, "I'm coming," leaving Park Tan alone. After this incident, while continuing to stand still and look at his hand with the necklace, the guy thought, "I believe that the only person who understands me is you, Ji Hai. We went through the same thing." Continuing his thoughts, Park T-Yen, feeling himself drifting away from his friend, added, "But I'm behind you, and it's all because of these miserable bugs." After a while clearing the dungeon, Park Tan, cutting up monsters with his sword, said in his head how annoying it was. After defeating another monster, the boy saw that they could not cope with the enemies as well as he thought. They were weak. The next moment, when he heard his friend suddenly shout out, "Ju Han!" Park Tan turned his head in the direction of the shout. When he saw the cause of this scream, namely the wounded comrade, Park Tan thought they were wounded by such weak monsters. As he continued to think, he considered, "Maybe we can finish them off," and then heard his comrade shout behind him, "Brother, help me get one out of here." Bringing his sword down, Park Tan continued to stand still, listening to the shouts of his comrade, who continued, "You can't stay here any longer. The monsters are too strong. Brother Tan, do you hear me?" Continuing to sound the alarm, the boy exclaimed, "Please help me. We must hurry. We can't take too long. Brother T. Hong." At one point while standing still, he heard a voice in his head saying to him, "Park Tan, isn't that how you always help Lai Hai and follow her around? Because she pushed you away, because she was weak." As he continued to stand there and listen to what the voice in his head was telling him, he simply forgot about the desperation he felt to get rid of the garbage. As he was setting the boy on the path of the killer, a voice in his head said, "Destroy everything that makes Lai weaker, leave nothing at all, and then Lai will understand you." Hearing his name shouted, Park T-Yen stood over the bodies of his comrades, whom he had taken away their lives, and said, "Gee, I will take away yours," smiling ominously. After succumbing to the provocation of Park Tan's voice, he added in a crazy tone of voice, "It's all the weakness that surrounds you." Standing in front of the portal to the dungeon, Park Tan suddenly froze in place in horror, staring at one point, without being able to say a word. At that very moment, one of the traders standing behind Park Hun asked, "What should we do now?" And the other one added in surprise, "Excuse me?" Hey, appearing near the directors from the Dawn Guild, the vice leader of Twilight said, "You guard this place." The next moment, following his guild leader, Jang Hook added, "If anyone escapes at dawn, finish him off." After receiving the order from the vice leader of the Twilight Guild, Yun Sung Min said in confusion, "I understand you." After giving out orders for further actions to his subjects, the vice leader approached Park Tun and spoke to the leader, after which he asked, "What happened to Cha Chin Hun?" Expecting a response from his subject before he entered the dungeon, Park Tan asked if everything was going smoothly in Ju and was told not to worry. Recalling the report of his comrade, Jang Sak said, "Jin has already begun to act, and you know that no one can escape from his trap." Continuing his report, the young man, the vice leader of the guild, added that they were told they were advancing faster than expected, but that everything was going according to plan and that they were probably going to make it. Before he could finish, Park Tan interrupted his subject and said, "Okay, I believe you." After receiving approval from his guild leader, Jang Sak did not look back and said to the mage of the leading squad and the knight, "You two follow me." Calling two subjects to help them kill the hunters from the Dawn Guild, the vice leader added, "But I will finish off Lai Hai with my own hands, just like I promised." Hearing the words of his subject, the guild leader smiled happily and said, "Well, if you promised, then do whatever you want with them." After receiving his commander's approval, Jang Juk smiled happily and said in his head, "I want to make amends." As soon as all the organizational issues were resolved, Park T-Yen, preparing to go to the dungeon, said, "Well then, let's get started." Heading to the entrance of the dungeon, the leader of the Twilight Guild said in an ominous tone of voice, "Hunters hunt prey, and today's hunt will be at dawn." At the same time, Shin Hun stopped in his tracks in the cave and looked at one point, wondering why. Continuing to stare at the point where his path of abilities led, the boy mentally said, "I accepted their invitation, but nothing happened." At the same moment, right behind his back, a subject whispered to the leader that something was wrong, to which he replied, "Everything is correct, but I thought someone would be waiting for us." Hearing the conversation of his comrades in the dungeon clearing, Shin Han looked back and asked, "Someone?" After which the two of them screamed out in fright, taking a few steps toward the encroachers. Shin Han continued to approach and said menacingly, "Tell the truth about what you're up to." And he heard what you wanted to say in response. When Shihan didn't get a proper answer to his question, he unceremoniously grabbed the man's face and squeezed it tightly. As soon as the guild leader was in his hands, the boy spoke. I turned a blind eye, but you didn't think I would keep quiet until the end. The next moment, Shihan pulled the man to him and looked him straight in the eye, adding, If you want to leave here alive, you better tell me. At the same moment, one of the subjects who had returned saw a bright red beam somewhere in the rock and exclaimed in confusion what it was. When Gowlin saw that the target had arrived, he smiled happily and said, He's pretty fast, so we won't have to wait for him. After hearing the words of his commander, the subject who controlled the bomb told his brother that the target had arrived, to which Jiawin replied, Well. Also noticing the bomb hanging over the entrance, Shihan said in surprise that they had decided to show up, not expecting to see such a welcome gift. Continuing to look at the bomb hanging over the path in the cave, Shihan smiled happily and said, They're crazy. As soon as he finished saying these words, a powerful explosion occurred, which blew up the cave and caused the rock to collapse. At the same time, looking up, Li Hai mentally said, I feel a strange, unpleasant sensation. Immediately after coming up with a reason why this might be happening, the girl mentally said, I think I'm overheating, I should relax a little. Having finished her thoughts and concentrated her gaze ahead, Li Hai said, By the way, there are two more, the first one is 400 m to the east, and the other is 700 m to the west. We can probably finish everything in one day. The next moment, after her message, the vice leader of the guild heard a loud noise behind her, looked in the direction of the noise, and saw a column of fire, thinking it was an explosion. We were making a halt in that direction. She thought. What was going on there? At the same time, a fight between members of the Dawn and Twilight guilds was taking place at the place where the camp was set up. Having dodged the attack of the leader of the Dawn guild, the vice leader of the Twilight guild counterattacked, hitting the man with several blows. Not wanting to give up so easily, young Jun-ho drew his sword and made one wide swing to hit his opponent before he could close the distance. However, having failed with his sudden blow, the man fell to his knees and leaned on his sword, mentally saying, Damn it! The next moment, raising his head and looking at the trio of enemies, he mentally added, It's hard for me to deal with Jang's hook alone, and then there's Song and Choi Jian. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Paran, who was just sitting on a pebble watching everything that was happening, and added, I'm not talking about that monster. Clapping his hands to his opponent, whom his subjects were fighting, Park Tan said, You are a hunter after all, and you deserve to be a leader. Continuing to clap his hands, the leader of the Twilight Guild added to the Dawn Guild, I'm sorry for not considering you, young Jun-ho. Hearing these words from his enemy, the man wiped the sweat from his face through his teeth and said, I couldn't even imagine such a meeting with Park Tan himself. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, Jang Jun-ho added, How did you get here? What happened to the hunters at the entrance? When he received the question from his enemy, Park Tan smiled happily and said, You're right about those guys. Immediately after his words, the leader of the Twilight Guild turned his head to young Jun-ho and smiled ominously, adding, And you, if we're here, what do you think could have happened to them? Resigned to the fact that his subjects had left this world, the leader of the Dawn Guild said, Well, since you found this place, no one knew about this raid. The next moment, suddenly rising to his feet and swinging his sword, young Jun-ho exclaimed, There are probably traitors among us. Continuing to march toward the enemies with weapons in his hands, the man confidently exclaimed, But even so, I will wipe out all traitors from the twilight. Hearing his opponent's shouts, Ryu Shin-gong exhaled with a sneer and said, You've gotten stronger. Not bad, but I don't think we should speed up. At the same moment, the man heard the scream of his subjects, and turned his head to the side to see Choi Ji-hun had just stabbed his friend. Continuing to look at his subject, who had a severe wound, Jang Jun-ho heard him shout out to the leader, I don't want to die. Please help me. The next moment, looking back from where Choi Ji-hun's voice had come from, he heard Jang Jun-ho relieving his suffering, followed by, I want to live again. Immediately after the shout of the leader of the Dawn, Park Tan, shielding himself from it all with his hand and smiling slyly, said, What a sad sight. I cannot watch this without crying. Anyway, the next moment, removing his hand from his face and looking at Young Jun-ho with a smile on his face, Paran added, Now you see how burdensome bugs are at times like this. At the same moment, the leader of the Twilight Guild, Lee Ji-hee, who had just returned and was preparing to stab him in the back, said a mumbled prayer. It seems that someone made a mistake. However, before the girl could attack, her attack was interrupted by the deputy leader of the Twilight Jang Zyuk, who blocked the blow. Seeing the deputy leader in front of her, Lig Hai smiled slightly and said, Oh, I'm glad we met after all, baby. At the same moment, looking back to where his comrade had saved him from a surprise attack, Park Tan asked, Say hello to me. Looking directly into the eyes of the girl who hated him with all her heart. The Twilight leader added, smiling. I miss you, Jay. She jumped back from her opponents and said, Don't be silly. The next moment, after taking a fighting stance and preparing for battle, she added, Finally, Park Tan, we have been enemies for a long time. Hearing the response, the leader of the Twilight Guild turned his head to the deputy and said to Sway, to which he heard the leader say, Yes. And then added, Deal with her. After some time, a fierce battle broke out between the two guilds' deputy leaders, in which no one was inferior in strength. At one point, after exchanging blows, the initiator, Li Jihai, quickly regrouped in the air and kicked the enemy. Having blocked the blow, the guy ended up flying back a few meters and landed on the ground. Instantly catching up to the guy who had flown away from her, Li Jihai said, smiling, Hey, you've gotten a little stronger following Paran, and you couldn't even hold the dagger before. Unable to stand the mockery, Zhang's hook quickly pulled his dagger to head level and swung. At the same moment, dodging Li Ji's attack and feeling a little nervous looking at her opponent and his skills, she mentally said, It looks like the battle will be harder than it seems, but I will deal with him. The next moment, looking back at where the enemies had surrounded, the guild leader Jihi added the main question in her mind, what to do next? At the same time, holding his wounded comrade in his arms, the leader of the Dawn Guild shouted, Let's attack the bastards from Twilight. Assessing the situation around, young Jun Ho, the girl, mentally said as she dodged another attack, The leader will hold out for a while at this rate. But the next moment, she jumped back and looked at Park Tan, who was standing back and watching everything, and she mentally added, The biggest problem is him. At the same time, Park Tan, sitting on the slide, continued to wave happily to his friend who was in a difficult situation. Stopping on the ground and taking up a fighting stance again, the girl followed her opponent and mentally said, This is crazy. He's not just going to sit still. What do you want? Park Tan, continuing to watch the active battle between the two deputy guild leaders, suddenly said to Ji, You've also become much stronger, haven't you? The next moment, turning his head in the direction where Shin Han had gone, he added, The operation on Ju Island must be coming to an end. Continuing his self-confident speeches, the leader of the Twilight Guild added that if everything went according to plan, Cha Shin Han was probably dead by now. At the same time, somewhere under the rubble, the stones that had crumbled after the explosion suddenly began to tremble and flew in different directions. Having escaped from the trap, Shin Han smiled happily and said, This to me for the second time. The next moment, looking up, Chosen Han smiled ominously and said, Are you really that impatient to die? The team leader, Peter, also came out of the rubble holding his head and said, Oh my God, what happened here? Immediately after he said that, he saw the guy ahead of him who was supposed to be removed, and he confusedly said that he was Cha Shin Han. Continuing to stand in front and look at the floor, Shin Han said, It's not funny at all. It looks like my haste made you show up earlier than planned. Even so, you thought you could finish me off with explosives? Trying to somehow establish contact with the guy in front of him, the team leader, holding his head awkwardly, said to the leader, You're not hurt? Continuing to look at the guy in front of him, the man added awkwardly, Who would have thought to plant explosives in such a place? The next moment, after he said that, feeling something strange in his body, the man suddenly fell to the ground. After which his subjects exclaimed, The leader, what's with you? Then, Shin Han turned to them and asked, If you had anything to say? Hovering over the team leader like an ominous figure, Shin Han asked him to tell him what was going on, to which he replied, I don't know anything. And then angrily added, Don't lie to me. Grabbing the man by the collar and pulling him close, Shin Han said, Control of the dungeon entrance belongs to its owners, and this dungeon belongs to your guild. It would take a long time to set up explosives in such a deep place. You mean you didn't know about it? Immediately after his long story, Shin Han looked the man in the eye and added in an ominous tone, Listen, do you really think I'm going to believe you? Trying to somehow put pressure on pity, the team leader suddenly burst into tears and exclaimed, I don't know anything, but if it wasn't for you, this eliminated player would have killed us. Because of you, we would have been buried alive. Having not received the information he needed, Shin Han sighed in frustration and said, You still haven't said anything. I've given you enough time. Applying the skill of absolute submission to extract information, the guy added this for the first time when I add this skill on people directing his skill at the man. Shin Han looked at him with a supercilious look and said, Even if your consciousness is completely destroyed, don't blame me, it's your own fault submitting to absolute control. The man said, Our Samadhu Guild has been supported by the Twilight since its inception. Continuing to tell absolutely everything he knew, the leader of the Samadhu Guild added that our main task was to maintain the authority of the Twilight on Jedu Island. But not until recently, Sitting in his office, the guild leader suddenly heard shouts from his secretary outside the door, who repeatedly said, "Hey! Who are you? Where are you going?" It was then that he came, suddenly appearing in the office of the guild leader. A man with glasses confidently said, "This office is quite poor, but cozy. It is the Samadou Guild." Seeing the surprise on the leader's face, Goen stretched his hand forward and said in surprise, "Didn't I contact you about the death sentence of Paran?" Continuing to tell everything he knew, the guild leader added, "I had no idea how he was connected to Twilight, but he introduced himself as Jalen." The next moment, recalling the moment of greeting, the man added, "But I could definitely feel this incredible aura coming from him." Goen said, smiling, "SL, my stupid friend, we need your help. First of all, we need a car." Hearing what the man was saying, the subjects exclaimed in confusion, "Leader, what is happening to you?" After which he added, "After that, we received an order from the Twilight to fulfill Galen's request without question." Standing over the man and listening intently to everything he knew, Shinhan heard, "Our task was to get them to the dungeon within the specified time frame, and it was assumed that they would do all the work themselves." After listening to everything Shinhan said, he looked at the blocked exit and thought that no waves should be able to get inside the dungeon. They must be somewhere in the dungeon. If explosives were detonated, the next moment, closing his eyes and applying his skills, Shinhan mentally said, "I need to concentrate." "Ah, so you've already escaped, right?" Sighing in disappointment after he found no one, Shinhan said, "I can't wait to meet you." And then turned his head and said, "Hey you, go away." Hearing Shinhan's warning, who added, "You're bothering me," the boy exclaimed in embarrassment to the leader. The next moment, the guy rushed at the guild leader to cover him and shouted out, "My name is Vicky, and I will defend the leader to the very end." As soon as the way was clear, Shinhan used his magic and fired a shot to blow up the blocked road. Immediately after the dust cleared, one of the subjects saw a clear path and exclaimed that he had cleared the passage, so we could return. "I still didn't understand what had just happened," one of the guys exclaimed. "What kind of skill is it?" "It was definitely magic," Vicky said. "What does it matter? You want to leave us?" Rejoicing at the free road to freedom, Vicky exclaimed joyfully, "We will live! Now we can return." After which his comrade, shaking the guild leader, exclaimed, "Leader, wake up! We can get out." Interrupting the joys of those who had set him up, Shinhan looked back and said, "No, you will stay here. You have to pay for your sins, and you thought I would forgive you immediately after?" Using Shinhan's skill of summoning an earthquake, the members of the Samadou Guild were confused and exclaimed, "What is he doing?" As soon as fragments of stone started flying from the ceiling and covering them, Vicky screamed out in fright, "No way out! Leader, wake up or we'll all die here." Realizing that the leader would not help them, the boys looked through the narrow gap that was covered with stones at Shinhan and exclaimed, "I don't want to stay. Save us. We haven't done anything wrong." Finally, Shinhan said, "Save us, bastard." Throwing his hands behind his head and heading for the exit, he added, "I've been living in a cave for 10 years now, and you should try to enjoy your new home." Immediately after the verdict was announced, the guy smiled happily and said, "By the way, this is a good reason to thank you for the chance to destroy you, but first, I need to say hello to that guy Galen." Yes, at the same time, while continuing to fight with the vice leader of the Twilight Guild, Lee wiped the blood from her lips and said, "I didn't expect this from you." Observing the cloning skill used against her, the girl added in surprise, "It looks like your training has been good for you. You're not bad." After receiving praise from his rival, Jang Ti, Han said with a sly smile, "You still underestimate me, so wipe the blood off first." As soon as the girl cleaned the blood from her face, the vice leader of the Twilight Guild added, "Isn't it time to use the shadow game?" And then heard back what she was talking about. Starting to get to her feet, after denying the offer, the girl said, "Use it now." Continuing to provoke the guy and fight with the main forces, Lee added, "This skill is too valuable not to waste it on the enemy's rook." Immediately after her words, seeing that he was already reaching the boiling point, Li Ji Hai added, "Even without it, you can't beat me, boy." When Zhang's hook reached the condition, he attacked the girl along with all his clones and angrily shouted out to Li Ji. At the same moment, the girl took a fighting stance and said, "Watch carefully. How a real assassin fights." And then, using the Dark King's poisonous kiss, continuing to look at her opponent who was approaching her, Li Ji Hai added, "I'll show you." She then used the moonlight skill of the Bloody Path. After activating the technique, the girl received a certain amplification and was able to resist all the created clones of the opponent who were chasing her. Seeing the approximate direction of the girl's movement, Jang's hook predicted her next action and blew up the ledge where she was about to land. Finding herself in uncontrolled flight, the girl noticed the clones chasing her and said, "You really are a fanatic of Park Tan." The next moment, having prepared to repel the attack, the girl swung her dagger and added a swipe as persistent as his. Immediately after her words, Ji-hee made a sharp swing and jerk in flight, finding herself in the ranks of the clones, and in an instant she cut them all to pieces. At that very moment, right behind her back, she sensed the approaching danger, looked back, and noticed the original, having a great chance to attack while his opponent was open. Jang's hook used the origin skill Poison Spear and attacked Ji-hee. After blocking her opponent's attack, she noticed some strange corrosion on her weapon and wondered what it was. The next moment, after the collision with the enemy, the girl suddenly stepped back, and Jang's hook followed suit, looking back at her weapon which had been damaged after blocking the technique. Ji-hee thought it was corroding the dagger. Immediately after turning her head in the direction of her opponent, of which there were several due to cloning, she mentally added, "One mistake and I will die, but I'm having so much fun." The next moment, dropping the weapon damaged in the battle, the girl said, "Your style has changed so much." Continuing to maintain eye contact with the guy she was confronting, Lee Ji-hai added, "Looks like I'll need to change my weapon." After hearing the words from his rival, Jang Sun-hook said, "Thank you, Lee Yun. You once showed me how to become stronger." Hearing the words of gratitude from her opponent, the girl suddenly exclaimed, "I really don't remember that." And then thought, "You have to be careful with this poison. You can't drag it out." But where is his real body? Looking down, after hearing the words of his opponent, Jang's hook said, "You can't remember, so let me help you remember." Immediately afterwards, Jang's hook said again, "I'm giving you one last chance to use the SH shadow." She heard him reply, "I'm not going to use it. I'm going to keep it for someone else." Continuing to dismiss her opponent's orders, Lee Ji-hai added, "I said this skill is not for you." And then mentally added, "I can't use the shadow game in any way. I still need strength to fight Park Tan." Angry at another refusal to use the technique against him, the guy said, "Are you sure about that?" And then, rushing at the girl, added, "Well, if so, then get lost." As soon as the clones in front distracted the girl's attention, the original body behind her attacked from the back, piercing Lee Ji-hai through and through. The next moment, Jang's hook's mind flashed back to when he bumped into Lee Ji-hai, and she said to him, "Oh my god, look at you! You tried to copy my two-dagger technique." Continuing to look at the frightened, cornered boy, the girl added, "That is, you are the one who tried to replace me with Park Tan." Continuing her dialogue with the frightened boy who was the last of his comrades, Lee Ji-hai added, "By the way, about Park Tan, he's a bastard." Standing in one place in front of the frightened boy, Ji-hee added, "Although you are pathetic, I am bothered by your existence. You annoy me with your whole appearance." After which, Jang's hook screamed and shouted, "Stay away." Ignoring the frightened boy's exclamation, the girl crouched down next to him and put a dagger to his throat and said, "You know, to make the assassin stronger." Smiling slightly in this situation, Lee Ji-hai added, "That you need to sincerely try to finish someone off if you really want to be stronger. You have to hate someone so much that you want to finish them off, like I do." The next moment, hunters appeared near Lee Ji-hai and Jang's hook, one of whom pointed in their direction and shouted, "Lee Ji-hai, leader!" And then shouted, "Park Tan, they found me." Realizing that there was no time left, the girl got to her feet and said, "You probably understand what I mean. I want to finish off the person who came here, so let's put off taking your life for later." Immediately after her words, the girl, who was about to run away, looked at Jang's hook one last time and said, "I'm going to tell you, you have absolutely no talent. You should quit this business and start your life from scratch." Continuing to give guidance for a better future, Lee Ji-hai added, "You're just not cut out for this." When he finished his reminiscences, Jang's hook said, "At that moment, you trampled on my pride as if you were denying my existence altogether. After all that insult, I started training from the very beginning and completely changed my fighting style." Continuing his story about the past, Jang's hook watched the girl kneeling before him and added, "Just to finish you off, even though you were from the enemy guild, I respected you. You were disgraced by the person you admired so much." The next moment, pulling another dagger over his head to deliver the final blow, Jang's hook said, smiling, "You were right. I'd become much stronger because of my desire to finish you." Next moment, after all these unsubstantiated speeches, the girl suddenly said, "Oh, I think I remember." And then something strange began to happen. After dispelling her clone and showing her body, Jay added, "You wanted to outdo me so badly, so you learned my lesson. standing completely unharmed in front of the embarrassed guy. She added, "But there's one thing, I told you to leave this business here. It's pretty dark." Right after listening to his opponent's speeches, Jang Sun-hook exclaimed in his head that the shadow clones were shadowy, feeling the dark, shadowy tentacles enveloping him. The boy added in his head, "Why the hell did this happen now?" As soon as the enemy lost the ability to move, Li Ji said with a sly smile, "I'll give you one more piece of advice. A true assassin shows his face only once when he has already taken the life of his opponent." Feeling a sudden intense pain as the shadows began to pierce his entire body, Jang Sun-hook cried out to Li. Looking back at her opponent, who was being torn apart by her shadows, the girl said, "You enjoyed your victory so much after completing the battle with the vice leader of the Twilight Guild." The girl waved her hand and added, "But it was just an illusion, idiot." The next moment, the leader of the Twilight Guild, who stood in front of the girl, spoke. Quite well, though Jangi had become quite strong. Hearing the question from the leader of the Twilight Guild, the girl looked at Park Hunk's smiling face and said, "Finally, you're the bastard I want to kill so badly." Walking slowly toward the girl, who had just been dealt with by his assistant, Park Tun said, "So how did you like the play I put on?" In response to the man's question, she said, holding out a dagger in front of her, "Well, how can I say? My feelings are mixed, but just in case, I will say, don't expect an easy death. I will torture you for a long time and very painfully." Hearing the girl's remark, the leader of the Twilight Guild took his meta out of the spatial storage and prepared for battle, saying, "Exactly what I wanted to hear from Li so badly." Immediately after, both fighters were covered by a strong aura, after which the girl used the skill of shadow play and said, "Well, let's start the battle." At the same time, after getting out of the dungeon, Shihan dialed his girlfriend on the phone and heard, "The subscriber is temporarily unavailable. Leave a message after the tone." Walking further away from the portal, the boy looked at his phone and said, "Maybe she's busy. I urgently need to tell her about the Sato." The next moment, Shinhan heard a noise coming from his right side and a voice saying, "I tried to call Li Jihe, but she's unlikely to be able to answer." While the guy was surrounded by rivals from all sides, the leader came right at him and added, "Her dungeon is probably under attack. You know signals don't go there." Appearing in front of Shihan, Gaines smiled happily and added, "You're probably wondering how I know all this, but for us who came from Muru, it's a common thing." Jen continued to look at the boy in front of him, whose face was reflected in the lenses of his glasses, and added, "I hope I have satisfied your curiosity about Cha Shinhan." In response to his opponent's question, Shinhan said, "I don't know, you don't really look like an expert. I have a few more questions, like whether you're from Mamu, but that's not what matters now. How do you know about the attack on the dungeon?" Putting his hand out in front of him after receiving the question, Jalen said, "So you're still interested? I could have told you, but you weren't very polite to me." Immediately after throwing off his glasses, Galen said, "Well, what do you ask for more politely or something?" In response to the offer to get more information, Shinhan said disappointedly, "I understand that you don't seem to be very eager to talk, but it doesn't really matter." The next moment, suddenly changing his mood, Shinhyun looked at his opponent with a menacing glare and said, "I will force you to tell me everything I need to know." Feeling the aura of the opponent, Galen mentally said, "Yes, and I knew he was just incredible." Continuing to look at the guy in front of him, who was radiating a pressing aura, Gulan mentally added that the rumors were true. He was really capable of controlling magic at such a high level that it gave him goosebumps, and he could probably combine martial arts with magic. Immediately after all his reflections on how outstanding his opponent was, Galen used his technique to mentally add. Nevertheless, being trapped by his opponent who suddenly activated the technique. Shinhan said, "It was a gravity trap." In response to his opponent's question, Guan confidently said, "Something like that. However, as it works, you will realize that it is completely different from anything you have ever seen before. My greatest creation, I have combined the Mria gravity trap and my magic into a single whole." The next moment, Jean clenched his hand into a fist and shouted, "Activate the heavenly golden seal." Then the enemies immediately rushed at Shinhen. Quickly turning around in the direction of the enemy's attack, the boy said, "What kind of cheap tricks are these?" But his complacency did not last long. At one point, Shinhan felt something strange and thought, "What a fool." His body suddenly became much heavier. Shinhan regained his composure and made a punch at his opponent, who was approaching him, but he was able to block it with ease. His punch that he had just made was ineffective, Shinhan thought in confusion. "Wait, but I can't use internal energy." Trying to somehow defend himself from the attacks of his opponents, at one point when everyone stepped back, Shinhan looked at them and thought, Damn, they are not all from Mamu. Having driven his opponent a little bit, Jin smilingly said how nice it was to look at your desperate face and how you are without inner energy. The next moment, when his subjects attacked the boy again, Gain added, My heavenly golden seal absorbs all your energy. Continuing to watch his opponent being beaten with pleasure, Gain added, All this energy is being transferred to my subjects. The next moment, the man spread his arms in front of him and confidently exclaimed, No matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat us. The stronger you are, the stronger we are. There is no chance of victory. As soon as all the subjects at once attacked Shin, the rascal Goen said, Your own accumulated power will destroy you. At one point, Shin Han suddenly smiled and said, You talk too much. I'm tired of listening to you. I'm not called the Immortal Sword Emperor for nothing. I'll show you how pathetic you are in the face of true power. The true law is created by natural objects or amulets that are arranged in the right order, which is something like a new space. Zhang was a legendary strategist and master of formations. He could summon wind and lightning with his octagonal method that could destroy an entire army without leaving anyone behind, a truly powerful man who could be compared to a god, and Jin admired him even after returning from Murmu. He honed his skills. If we believe the truth, Goen himself, who followed the teachings of Zugong, can also be compared to a deity, but it is obvious that this is not the case. At one point, when one of the enemies was attacking Shin Han, he suddenly began to move strangely, and the enemy felt that he was losing control of his body. Standing behind his confused opponent, who couldn't move, Shin Han said, Oh, right now I finally understand. As soon as his opponent looked back, Shin Han said, Gold, which is the energy that you called the heavenly golden seal. The next moment, two more opponents attacked the guy from behind, shouting, Get him! As they approached, after stopping those enemies in one place without the ability to move, Shin Han said, Wait here, I'm almost done. Wait a little longer. Gaping in surprise, Jin mentally said, He created a new law. I've never heard of it. Where did he find the weakness of the formation? Continuing to marvel at the skill of his opponent, who had destroyed his trap, Gain mentally added, It was impossible. How had he changed it at all? I hadn't even noticed his adjustments. At one point, looking back at the subjects who were attacking him, Shin Han asked, Hey, you're good. Give me an answer. I want to know. Concentrating his gaze on one of the enemies, Shin Han asked, Are you, by any chance, with magic? To which the boy confusedly asked, Magic? Hearing the confused question in response to his own, Shin Han put his hand behind his head and sighed. I don't know much about them either, but your energy is very similar. Continuing to look at the confused enemies, Shin Han added, And even though you know martial arts, you are definitely not the ones who returned from Ryu. Continuing to talk about the reasons for this conclusion, Shin Han added that the skills were also mediocre, too rough for a person who had been to Mima. Continuing his monologue with the enemies, the guy added, Well, the most basic harmony of pure art does not resonate with you. This is the most important confirmation. After listening to all the conclusions and reflections of his opponent, Jin shrugged and smiled slightly and said, You have good deduction, Chash Shin Han. You are right, unlike us humans. The next moment, looking at his three subjects in the circle, Gain added that they were all artificial people. Shin Han was surprised to hear that and asked, When I taught martial arts, I used to break through someone's flesh and transfer my energy, but at your level, that would be foolish. Immediately after turning his gaze to the artificial people, he added, But it looks like you did something different, or else it just can't be. Continuing the dialogue with his opponent, Shin Han added that if they were created in the usual way, he would not feel the difference between the magic of a demonic cult or the magic of earthly magicians. Hearing his opponent's guess, Jolene laughed and replied, So you get it. Those idlers I turned into useful people cost me their lives. Continuing his story, Gain added, The speed of the research was high, with several thousand subjects resulting in subjects comparable to high-level adventurers. Immediately after, Gain added, No matter how hard you try, I will squeeze all the juices out of you with my formation. To which Shin Han replied in an indifferent tone, So you use people as sacrifices? Immediately after his words, Shin Han used his power, which was reflected in a bright light above Goen's head, and said, Well, I'm done with you. I liked your tricks. The next moment, Jolin suddenly fell to his knees, clutching his chest and moaning heavily as he thought about the resonance of what was happening. At the same time, Shin Han was preparing a spell in his hands. He said, But it's time to end the battle with the demon's followers. Even if I break them or tear them apart, I don't feel any regret, rather, it invigorates me. Immediately after his words, Shin Han smiled ominously before the start. of interesting events and exclaimed, "So let's start hunting the demon." In response to his opponent's question, Jin gathered his strength, slowly began to stand up, and said, "You bastard." The next moment, as soon as he was able to raise his head, the guy folded his hands in front of him and activated the seal, shouting, "How dare you say that?" At that very moment, feeling the freedom, Jin's subjects joyfully exclaimed, "My body is moving again. I am overwhelmed with energy again. I am in." Before she could rejoice in her freedom, Shernai raised his leg and prepared to kill them, saying, "I'm sorry, but you're already in my trap." The next moment, with a thud of his foot on the core of his magic circle, magical energy began to spread from Shihan and rapidly headed toward his opponents. Not realizing what had just happened, Goen shouted out in confusion, "What is it?" Then he heard the painful screams of his subjects clutching their heads. 3 artificial people were writhing in pain, screaming out with their whole bodies on fire. "Brother, save me! It's so hot!" Returning to their creator, the subjects begged for salvation, crying out, "Big brother, please help! Do something!" After dealing with the 3 subjects of his main opponent, Shin Hang, heading for Gaolan, said, "Fiery gold fire melts metal." And then heard a confused, "What?" Continuing to approach Gaolan with an ominous smile, Shin Hang added, "An understanding of the 5 elements. This is the foundation of the basics. I removed my essence of energy and replaced the gold with a tweak." When Jin heard his opponent describe his recent actions, he was frightened and exclaimed, "You just said that." In response to this question, Shin Hun smilingly replied, "In Nuria, I also studied formations a little, and your skills against mine are worthless. But I had a lot of fun." Hearing about the level of his talents compared to Shin Hyan, Goen fell to his knees and said, "I had spent my whole life in research and experimentation." Leaning on his hands and hanging his head down, Gaolan added, "You've trampled all my pride. How could you ever achieve such a thing?" After receiving a question from his defeated opponent, Shin Hyan folded his hands in front of him and said, "You don't have to worry about knowing my true level. It would be an honor for you, so don't worry." Immediately after his words, the boy smiled happily and added, "In this field, you need talent, and without talent, you won't achieve much no matter how hard you try." Still on his knees and with his head down, Goen said, "I'm going to finish you off now. Your formation will absorb all your energy." Sitting down next to his opponent and closing his eyes, Shin Hun said, "Since you've taken the energy of a lot of people yourself, you don't mind if I take it from you, so let's get started." The next moment, Shin Hyun held out his hand in front of him and used the skill of absolute command. "You will tell me everything about Li Ji Hai." Obeying the order of her new master, Gaolan scrolled through her memories and said, Li Ji, he is dead." Lying on the ground, the girl began to recall her memories, thinking, "I had been a loner all my life in the original world in Murma, but then I met you." The boy stretched out his hand to Li Ji and said, "Who knew there were others who had returned besides me? My name is Park Ahong, nice to meet you." Having become friends and started to go on raids together, Park Tan, holding back the monster, exclaimed to Ji, "Run away." After which she said, "What about you then, boy?" adding, "I'll be fine. So let's go faster." The next moment, recalling a moment of clearing a dungeon in a dark space, Park Tan grabbed his head and said, "This cave still reminds me of the times I was in M." Taking the girl's hand during that trip, Park Tan said in a frightened voice, "Never leave me." As I continued to lie on the ground during the battle and heard my name, Li Ji, he thought, "It was hard for you to rely on me, but at the same time, I was grateful to you. It was the first time someone needed me so much. We shouldn't have met." The next moment, she looked up and saw Park Tien above her, smiling and saying, "I think it's time to get up." Continuing to stand proudly over the girl who was lying on the ground after a long battle, Paran added, "Will you be satisfied with such a death?" After hearing the remarks from her enemy, she gathered her last strength and got to her feet to continue the fight. Without hesitation, the girl at one point rushed at her opponent with a dagger to try to quickly defeat him with a sudden attack. Noticing the girl's attack, the leader of the Twilight Guild took out his shield and used the deflection skill, and after a dagger hit him, an explosion occurred. As soon as the girl got down on one knee after the explosion, there was laughter, and then Park Tien said, "It looks like you're a little tired." The next moment, when the girl got back to her feet, the leader of the Twilight Guild said, "You even took advantage of the shadow play. Give up already." After hearing her opponent's words, the girl looked at him and thought, "When did this get so strong? I wasn't playing games all this time either." The next moment, having decided to deal with some questions, Li Ji Hai said, "Let me ask you something last." After which he asked, So what exactly do you want? Ask a question. Li Jihai bowed her head down and remembered her comrades, telling them why they died. Kang Tai-hun turned his head to the side in disappointment and said, You're talking about that again? How can I ask you a more interesting question? In response to her opponent's remark, the girl clutched the dagger in her hand until it trembled and spoke again. I'm getting annoyed. Why are the words I should be saying coming out of your mouth? Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, the girl added, You've always avoided answering questions about this case, so this time I have to hear everything. Looking down, Park Tan stood silently for a while and then spoke simply. Because they were weak. The next moment, looking up at his friend and smiling crazily, Paran added, Isn't it human nature to want to trample on someone who is weaker than you? After receiving the answer to his question, Li Jihai said, filled with hatred, I must have gone crazy for a moment thinking that talking to you would give me at least some answers. The next moment, she shed an involuntary tear and said, I'm so tired of this. Let's finish it immediately. After her words, Li Jihai rushed at her opponent with daggers, mentally saying, I will finish you off for sure. As a result of a new clash between the two forces of desperate fighters, an explosion from the crossing of weapons was heard. At the same time, sitting on the beach, Shin Hun was looking at his phone and said, Tan. The next moment, remembering what Goen had told him, the boy added thoughtfully, saying that their guild served the celestial warrior, it seems that there were only nobodies like Park Ti-hun. Continuing his recollection of what happened, Shin Hun added in frustration, I wanted to know more, but he died before me, what a weakling. After finishing his thoughts, the boy got to his feet and looked at the horizon line, saying, I found out the location of that, but it's 450 kilometers in a straight line. As Shin Hun continued to stare into the distance in front of him, he suddenly remembered his friend's teleporter skill that could help him. Sighing heavily after this memory, the boy bowed his head down and said, As I thought, there is only one way. Approaching the edge of the cliff, Shin Hun continued to look at the horizon line and said, At my current level, I can get there in 20 minutes. Is it worth worrying about? Turning his back to the sea and walking back, Shin Hun thought, Li Ji and I are just busy business partners. Even if she's in danger, I don't have to go to her aid. Continuing on his way, the boy added in his mind, It's a common thing to destroy someone or be destroyed. Do I have any reason to save her? There is no special reason. At one point, Shin Hun suddenly stopped in his tracks, remembering how 53 had extended her hand to him and said, Master Cha Shin Hun, go out with me. The next moment, he recalled a moment from a date where a girl sitting at a table, drinking a drink said, So you know about the Qinshan silver needle? I often come here to drink this tea. Immediately afterward, another memory from the Sun Festival appeared in his head when Li Jihai grabbed him by the collar and exclaimed, Why can't you just tell the truth? The leader of CHA Insal is no longer the child you remember. Continuing to stand still as the memories flooded in, Shin Han also recalled the moment when the girl extended her hand to him and said, Officially, as the deputy leader of the Dong Guild, I thank you, Mr. Cha Shan Hyun. Having completed these memories, the guy suddenly began to burst out laughing uncontrollably, which only intensified with each passing second. At one point, when he was down, Shin Han put his hand to his head and smiled, saying, I look like I'm really crazy. The next moment, Shin Han began to warm up before going to help the girl, thinking, I thought that only myself and Insel were important to me. Having finished warming up his muscles before the journey to save his dear one, Shin Han happily said unnoticed, but another person was added to the list. Immediately after his words, the boy took a good acceleration and started on the road, confidently shouting out, Wait a little more, lie high! At the same time, somewhere in Tekken, 2 traders from the Dawn Guild were keeping watch near the portal. Sitting comfortably on a chair and putting his hands behind his head, Yun Sung-ni said, How good it was! Then his friend added, That it wasn't so hard. Pulling the can of drink to his mouth. The director of the Dawn Guild added, It was the right decision to move to the Twilight Guild, where my salary is 3 times higher than before and the work is not as hard. After hearing what his friend Yunsmin said, he still wondered what the man was thinking. Thinking about the dangerous guy from the Sun Festival, Yun Sung-min heard, You're talking about that Cha Chin Hun? It's lucky that Mr. X knew that such a monster joined the Dawn. Continuing his conversation with his friend, the boy said reassuringly, He was most likely already dead. But what he heard in response could be true. After receiving confirmation from his friend, the archer joyfully said the same thing he would have said if he had survived. If he had gotten here from Jeju Island. As soon as he said this, the 2 traders felt something terrible, and Yun Sumin exclaimed, Hey! What just happened? To which his comrade replied in confusion. I don't know. Abruptly standing up from his chair and looking in the direction of the noise, Yoo Sung-min said. It should be quiet. What could it be? I don't know what he heard in response. The next moment, the archer bent his head down and looked in the direction of the terrible noise, saying, I feel something terrible coming. As soon as he said this, he saw the image of a guy approaching rapidly in their direction. By the time he realized who it was, Shin Han had already reached out to the traitor standing near the portal to the dungeon. After seeing what he saw, Yoon Sung-min clung to his friend, who was as frightened as he was, and exclaimed in unison with his friend that it was him, followed by several dull sounds of blows. At the same time, while continuing their battle in the dungeon, Park Tan continued to press the girl down and shouted at Gi. What are you doing blocking the girl's attacks? Launching a counteroffensive, the man, laughing madly, exclaimed, Weren't you going to finish me off? Come on, show me your strength. Continuing to put pressure on the girl, the leader of the Twilight Guild exclaimed, Well, where did your fervor go? Or maybe you're just mocking me? At one point in the difficult confrontation, the girl managed to knock her opponent's sword out of his hands, and it flew into the air. But despite her success, Lee Ji-hee accidentally returned her gaze to the weapon and noticed that it had shattered. She shouted out the dagger in confusion. When the girl was distracted by her weapon, Park Hyun grabbed her face and was about to slam it into the ground, shouting at Lee Hai. Concentrate on the battle. Don't be distracted. Throwing the girl to the ground, the man stopped in his tracks and said how boring it was. The next moment, approaching Lee Hai, who was lying on the ground wounded after the battle, the leader of the Twilight Guild said, You wanted to defeat me with such strength? Continuing to look at the wounded girl who could not get to her feet, Park Tan added, Apparently, this is all you have. Immediately after his words, the leader of the Twilight Guild leaned over to the girl, smiled, and said, Now you see which of us was right. The next moment, grabbing the girl by the throat, Park Tan looked her in the eye and exclaimed, In the end, following the Celestial Warrior is profitable, and it's not too late. I'll give you another chance. Continuing to propagandize the service of the Celestial Warrior, the leader of the Twilight Guild added, Come with me. We will become so strong that no one will dare to threaten us. After listening to all the shouts of her opponent, the girl said to the guild leader, Park Hun, thank you for the offer. Immediately after her words, she looked up at the enemy and added confidently, But I'd rather die than follow you. So disappear, hear from my child too. Angry after another refusal, even in such a situation, Park Tan said, You heard that the Heavenly Warrior is the one who is stronger and is right, right? You are still like a child. Continuing to sit on the ground, the girl, unwilling to obey her opponent's orders, added, Just know that you will die because you follow like a dog behind a Heavenly Warrior. The next moment, remembering in her mind who would arrange such a fate for him, Lee Ji-hai added, Cha Shin-hun. As she continued her thoughts, she also imagined in her mind the image of the person Park Tan was blindly following and added that he was looking for a Heavenly Warrior. While Shin-hun was already slowly walking towards Park Tan and Lee Ji-hai, being near them and dragging the bodies of the traitors behind him, he added to his thoughts filled with revenge. He wants to take revenge on the one who ruined his life. Continuing to dialogue with her opponent, Lee Ji-hai added, Do you think he will leave the servant of the Heavenly Warrior alive? To which Park Tan smiled and said, Shin-hyun? Immediately after his sudden smile, after the girl mentioned the boy, the leader of the Twilight Guild said, Listen to me, Ji-chash. Shin-hun is most likely dead already. Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly opened her mouth in shock, but this shock was not because of what she had just heard from her opponent. Right behind Park Hun, who was speaking, I entrusted him with the elimination of the Tenji Guild. They are very strong, just like us. They follow the Celestial Warrior. It was a rather familiar image. With each step getting closer and closer, Shin-hun listened to their group led by the one who had returned from Maru set off for Ja Island. Each of them was much stronger than the high-ranking adventurer. He sighed heavily with his hands in front of him and looked up at the sky. Park Tan confidently added that no matter how long Cha Shin-hun stayed in Miram, he would not have survived against Tenjo. As soon as he said this, he suddenly heard a voice behind him saying, Hello? As soon as he suddenly stopped talking, the same familiar voice added, Go ahead. Smiling happily. After attracting attention and interrupting the enemy's praise, Shin-hyun added, You're burying me right there. When Park Tan looked back and saw the person he had just spoken about, he said to Cha Shin-hun in confusion, How did you get here? You shouldn't be with us anymore. Hearing what the leader of the Twilight Guild had just told him, Shin-hun smiled and said, As you can see, I'm still here, and I'll return these guys to you. Throwing the bodies of the traitors to his opponent, he added, They look like they were at dawn, as if I had seen them at a sunrise festival. Immediately after his hands were free, Shinhan tapped his palms together and added, "But they were in my way, so I finished them off." The next moment, hearing the exclamation of Mr. Cha Shinhan, the guy looked up at Li Hai and thought she was still alive. "Well then, good," he then added. "But how?" After his thoughts, Shinhan accidentally noticed the girl's current state and suddenly stopped talking, looking down at the same time as the guy began to be overwhelmed with rage. For Jihi Park, Tan gritted his teeth and thought Galen lost to him, but the most important thing is, how did this guy get here? He should be on Ja Island. At one point, hearing Shinhan say, "Hey, it's been a while. I think the last time we saw each other was at the Sun Festival." Park Tan had already hidden behind his shield in an attempt to defend himself against Cha Shinhan. The leader of the Twilight Guild immediately used the reflective shield skill out of fear. Not hearing anything in response to his question, Shinhan struck at his opponent's shield and said, "Answer the bastard." After piercing his opponent's shield and looking into his frightened eyes, Shinhan said, "I hear you have a religion." Smiling ominously after asking himself the question, the boy added, "If not, I advise you to take some right now and start praying to your god." Swinging again, ready to strike, he added, "Pray for your life because I seriously doubt that you will survive today." Angry at his opponent's owl, the leader of the Twilight Guild suddenly began to pull his sword out of spatial storage and shouted out to Chosen Hun. The next moment, the boy's punch and his sword collided, resulting in a massive explosion. As soon as this attack was over, Paran, without missing a beat, swung his sword again, trying to hit his opponent. Noticing the enemy's strike, Shinhan suddenly took to the air and said, "I'm curious. I almost died from the very beginning of my arrival in Miram." The next moment, having created an energy sphere in his hand, the boy added, "I will use martial arts as a sign of my politeness." Seeing the sphere of 100 dragons held in Shinhan's hand, the leader of the Twilight Guild was frightened and exclaimed, "What?" Without hesitation, Shinhan waved his flying dragon attack in the direction of his opponent. When Park Tan saw a beam of light with incredible destructive power coming at him, he was confused, thinking that this was not an ordinary martial art where you use the energy of the body like he did. The next moment, after his thoughts, Park Tan reached for his shield and said, "Where did you manage to steal such techniques?" "In your hands. It's a pity." Before he could finish speaking, Park Tan suddenly swung his shield to protect himself from the attack and shouted, "If so, you won't hit it." Immediately after his words, the leader of the Twilight Guild used his equipment to hit the ground with force, kicking up a considerable amount of dust around him to hide in it. Somewhere far from the battlefield, Li Ji, who had risen from the dust after the explosion, thought about what had happened. Looking at the wall of dust that had risen near her, she mentally added that neither Cha Chin-hyun nor Park Tan could be seen, and they had been swept away by the attack. The next moment, hearing the deputy leader shout behind her, "You're fine!" the girl looked back and shouted back, "This voice!" As young Juno approached, the girl, leaning on his sword, said, "I'm glad you're okay." The guild leader then exclaimed, quickly rising to her feet and heading to him, "How did you get here, and what happened to the other members of the guild?" To which he replied, with a bowed head, "Our comrades in arms." Without looking up, the man who felt guilty for what had happened sadly added, "They all died." Continuing his report on the battle, Jang Jun-ho added that, in general, only I was the only one who survived the battle. At the same time, while wiping the blood from his face after surviving Shinhan's attack, Park Ti-hun mentally said, "Damn, I barely survived. This destructive force exceeded all my expectations." The next moment, seeing their commander in front of them, Wei Shingong and Choi Ji-hun, heading toward him, exclaimed, "Leader, you are fine." As he approached, Park Tun-ria Shingong suddenly exclaimed, "What was going on here? Why was such a huge piece of land destroyed?" Choi Hun added that it made Jiar look much worse than she had expected. The next moment, Shin Hun interrupted the conversation and said, "Wow, I hear someone's familiar voice, so that means Ryu Shingong and Choi Jian are here too." Turning his head in the direction of where the voice came from, Ryu Shingong exclaimed, "That Shin Hun? How did you get here?" Then Park Hun thought, with a disgruntled tick, that this monster was not even tired. Immediately after his thoughts, turning his head in the direction of his comrades, the leader of the Twilight Guild thought, "Oh, I still haven't had time to recover. I need a little more time." Seeing the excellent candidates who could buy him some time, Park Hun smiled slightly and suddenly shouted out to Ryu Shingong, "Choi Ji-hun, finish this guy." Continuing to throw orders around, the leader of the Twilight Guild added, "He was most likely weakened by that skill. This is the perfect chance." After which Shin Han folded his arms in front of him and said, 2 more bodies means without observing any action from his subjects. Park T. Yan again exclaimed angrily, looking at his subjects. Are you deaf? If you don't want to die, then attack. Heeding the cry of his leader, Choi Hun took out his weapon and shouted, Good. After which, Ryu Shin Gong also created a spell in his hand and added, Obey the order. The next moment, as soon as the 2 fighters rushed at Shin Hun, Ryu Shin Gong shouted, I will take revenge on you for the Sun Festival, so get ready. Fire Dragon. As he watched his subjects rush toward his opponent, Park T, Yan mentally said, I have a little more time. I need to recover as soon as possible. As soon as he thought about it, he suddenly froze in his tracks, shocked by how quickly his subjects lost the battle. He said something in confusion at the same time, while rushing to the place where the explosion took place. Yong Juno exclaimed, Leader Cha is also here, but wasn't he on Jeju Island? To which Li Ji Hai replied, Let's talk about it later, the explosion was somewhere here. Continuing to walk in a given direction, Li suddenly froze in place when she saw an impressive picture in front of her. At the same time, having dealt with the enemies Shin Han had just set upon him, he looked at what was left of Choi Ji Hun and said, I'm feeling a little relieved now. The next moment, turning his gaze to Rangun, the boy added, I was stuck in a cave after hastily teleporting over the sea and mountains. Continuing to knead, looking at the sea and a piece of charcoal, Shin Han added, I know you want to recover. Frozen in place at the sight of the picture, the leader of the Dawn Guild thought, it could not be 2 in such a short period of time. Standing behind Chash and Hyunjun, Juno added, It's only been a short time. And then the boy smilingly said, Well, the appetizer was good. The next moment, Shin Han turned to the leader of the Twilight Guild, who was standing off to the side, and added, Now let's move on to dessert. Feeling trembling all over his body as the guy approached, Park T, Yan mentally said, Why? I still haven't recovered. Even if I do. Continuing his thoughts, Park T. Yan looked at his opponent, who had an unreal aura about him, and thought, I can defeat this monster. The next moment, the pendant given by the celestial warrior shone, and an ominous voice sounded in Park T. Yan's head, saying, Don't worry, it's time for me to wake up. You've suffered enough. Hearing this voice in his head, the leader of the Twilight Guild asked, Will I become stronger? And he replied, Be sure. I am the only one who can make you stronger, so show yourself to the fullest. The next moment, the heavenly warrior filled Park T. Yan with his power and shouted out to fight for his life. When Park T. Yan received the power in his body, he suddenly felt stronger and exclaimed that it was incredible how his whole body was filled with energy, continuing to radiate an incredible aura that was much stronger than the leader of the Twilight Guild. He shouted with such power that, I will defeat you! Hearing what his opponent had just shouted, Shin Han smiled and said, You still have some trump cards left. You're going to cling to your life, no doubt about it. You're going to die today. At that very moment, watching everything from his place of imprisonment, the heavenly warrior said with a sinister smile, Park T. Yan, my loyal instrument, we have almost reached the goal. I missed you, Cha Chin Hun. Shielding himself from his opponent's aura, which began to spill out in different directions, Shin Han said, Wow, that's pretty good, and you kept it from me. Immediately after his question, looking at his opponent more closely, the boy added, Despite your initial strength, it is a strength. Looking at the jewelry on Park T. Yan's body, Shin Han, who was standing across from him, said in surprise, Necklaces? At one point, when his opponent jumped up and started to close in, Shin Han was surprised to speak quite quickly. Immediately after his words, the boy began to take out his sword from his spatial storage and added, I'm even a little excited. If it's not your power, then I'll use it. Raising his sword above him, Cha Shan Hun said with a smile, You can consider it an honor for this swordsman to draw his sword from its sheath. Ignoring all of his opponent's words, Park T. Yan thoughtlessly rushed at his opponent using the origin skill. Seeing what his opponent had just done, Shin Han put his sword in front of him and said, Well, be ready. Seeing his opponent just swing his sword, Shin Han smiled and said, I hope he can hold out. As a result of parrying his opponent's attack, Shin Han cut Park T. Yan's sword into 2 pieces, thus thwarting his attack. The next moment, Shin Han looked at the fragment in his opponent's hands and said, That's too bad. Looks like someone doesn't value their sword. Smiling joyfully after depriving the enemy of his weapon, Shin Han said, Losing one's weapon in battle is the same as certain death. The next moment, turning his attention to the jewelry around his opponent's neck, the boy added, It seems your toy is also losing its power a little bit. Immediately after his words, Shinhan raised his hand at chest level and asked, "So what else do you have to show me?" And slapped his opponent. As soon as Park Yen flew backward after being hit, Shinhan grabbed him by the throat and said, "I have a lot of questions for you, but first." Pulling Park Yen close to him and looking directly into his eyes, Shinhan asked, "Who is hiding under the persona of the Heavenly Warrior?" Continuing to hold the enemy in front of him, Shinhan added, "It's only because of this question that you're still alive. Otherwise, you would have died when you just heard Insult." Immediately after his words, Shinhu looked at the enemy with an eye using the skill of absolute control and said, "Now speak." Continuing to hypnotize and subdue the enemy, the boy added, "A celestial warrior whom you follow, who is he?" When asked, Paran said heavily, "The Heavenly Warrior is the one who sent us to Mam." Shinhan exclaimed in surprise. The moment he said that, a huge number of Mamu's system windows with a question mark began to appear around Park Tien and Shinhan. Not understanding what was going on, the boy looked at the windows and exclaimed, "What the hell?" The next moment, as soon as a chain appeared from each window and reached out to Shinhan, beginning to restrain him, Paran added, "The one who lives in my body." After receiving the answer to the question that had tormented him for so long, Shinhan exclaimed in confusion. At one point, Shinhan woke up after losing consciousness and found himself chained and suspended in the air, not realizing where he was and how he got there. The guy suddenly exclaimed upon waking up, "What the hell had happened?" The next moment, after his exclamation, Shinhan looked at the area he found himself in and exclaimed in fright, "That can't be the cave from Minyu." Feeling the intense panic that suddenly filled his brain, Cha Shan-hun screamed out in fright, "I can't believe I'm here again." At one point, the boy's screams were interrupted by someone's voice asking if he recognized the place, after which Shinhan immediately turned his head to its source. Looking at the rock where the voice came from, the boy noticed Park Tun in front of him, who added, "My world is created with the sword of the soul," and memories came flooding back. Continuing to sit quietly in his seat, leaning on his hand, the Heavenly Warrior added, "You're the first one to come here. Nice to meet you, Cha Shan-hun. This is our first meeting face to face, right?" Angry at the man sitting across from him, Shinhan tried to break free of the chains and shouted, "You're going to keep me here." To which he heard laughter in response. After which, the Heavenly Warrior said, "The whole space is made of the soul of the sword, so these chains will not be easy to break. So why don't you just calm down?" Taking a deep breath, after Shinhan's advice, he calmed down and asked, "You're not Park Tun, and judging by your sword skills, I can assume you're the Celestial Warrior." Having received a question from the guest, the Heavenly Warrior got to his feet and said joyfully, "It seems that you have a lot of questions about this. This is a rather rare meeting, so ask me anything you want. I will sincerely answer everything." After hearing the sentence and a short pause, Shinhan asked, "Was it fun for you?" Standing the misunderstanding of the Celestial Warrior, Shinhan recalled his past in Mima and said that he was in a terrible world where you are always alone and death is around the corner. Continuing to talk about the horrors he had to endure, Shinhan added, "I didn't know whether my family was alive or not. I lived for 140 years, so you saw everything." The next moment, Shinhan remembered the first time he was attacked by a man with a gun when he first got out of the cave. Having finished his thoughts, the guy angrily exclaimed, "All my 140 years of pain, you had fun, you bastard!" After hearing what exactly his guest was interested in, the Heavenly Warrior held a short pause and said, "To be honest, it was a little boring." Having received the answer to his question, Shinha, who was suddenly plunged into shock, asked in confusion, "What was boring?" After answering his guest's questions, the Heavenly Warrior turned to Shinhan and said, "I am tired, and I almost died." Approaching the bound boy, the Heavenly Warrior looked at Shinhan and added, "However, I've been waiting patiently just to see your level rise." Immediately after his answer, continuing to look at the boy, the Heavenly Warrior added, "Why do you still remain a human being? You suffered so much in that world, felt all the hardships, but even so, you remain so." Hearing the question from the man in front of him, Shihyun looked up at him and asked, "What the hell are you talking about?" Immediately after his words, Chash Shinhan suddenly laughed, and his crazy laughter did not stop, which surprised the Heavenly Warrior. Finally calming down after a furious fit, Shinhan said, "I really wanted to know something about you." The next moment, pulling on the chains that held him, Shinhan added, "I don't even want to think about these words, but it's good that you were bored." Immediately after his words, Shinhan grabbed the chains that held him in his fists and exclaimed, "I have one regret for which I wish to take revenge." If you don't know exactly, I wish for only one thing. When he felt the chains loosen, the boy abruptly lunged at the man in front of him and shouted, "You bastard who ruined my life, heavenly warrior! I will finish you!" Immediately after he spoke, Shihan managed to hit the celestial warrior standing right in front of him with his punch. At the same moment, in Shin Hun's reality, the same gun worked as in the world where he had traveled to and pierced Park Hun's body immediately after striking his opponent. The jade pendant split, and the power of the heavenly warrior left Park Hun's body after punching a hole in his opponent's body. Shin Hyun froze in place, remembering what the heavenly warrior had recently told him. "Hear my words. Open the door to ascension and transcend human limits." As he continued to stand over the body of his defeated opponent, who was inhabited by a person he hated, Shin Hun heard a voice in his head again say, "Otherwise you will lose everything." At one point, the leader of the Dawn Guild and the vice leader curled up behind the boy and shouted out, "Mr. Cha." Shin Hun, the next moment, seeing the horrific picture in front of her, froze in place and asked Park T. Hun what had happened to him. Ignoring all the words of the girl, who kept repeating her question over and over again, Shin Hun gritted his teeth and exclaimed in frustration. The next day, after contacting one of the top guild leaders, Kim Chulho, he heard him say, "Yes, I'm listening, and I will follow your advice." Dusk, having heard from a representative of the Dawn Guild about the death of Park Tan, announced his complete surrender. Most of the high-level Twilight Hunters, including Park Tan, were killed, and the survivors turned tail, which accelerated the process of joining the Twilight to the Dawn. Taking up his work, the chief secretary of the Dawn, Dong Wan-oh, exclaimed to the nervous words of his assistant, "In any case, our guild will have a hard time without me. I'm not going to resign." The chief secretary, after being wounded in a battle against traitors, pretended to be dead and continued to heal himself. Thus, the problem of integrating the two large guilds was successfully solved. Trying to get ready for the event that was about to begin, the leader of the Dawn Guild confusedly exclaimed, "Where's my tie?" Grabbing his head, the man added, "Today is the Dawn speech, so why is the speech so long?" After that, an assistant ran into the office and said, "In 10 minutes, the press conference will be held. Hurry up." At that time, another assistant, trying to put young Juno in order, shouted at the leader, "Stand still and shut up." In response to the cries of his subject who was putting him in order, the leader exclaimed, "Wait! My neck can't breathe. Help me." At that time, Shin Hun and Ji Hai were sitting at the table in his office, watching in silence. Taking a cup of tea from the table and pulling it to his mouth, Shin Hun felt a sense of déjà vu in his head. The next moment, having tasted the drink, the guy looked at the cup in surprise and said that it was Chinkson's silver needle again. After which he heard, "I'm sorry you don't like it," and said, "Of course, this tea is only for pleasure." As soon as she refilled her tea and picked up the bowl again, Shin Hun asked, "By the way, what are you going to do now?" 53 replied, "Let's move on to the current situation." Continuing the dialogue with the young man, the vice leader added that, first of all, the picture is developing so that due to the peace agreement, dusk merges with dawn, but there are still parts that are difficult to agree on. Hearing this, Shin Hun said in surprise, "So they tried to ignore it, but the whole world already knows about it, so they have nowhere to go." To which Ji Hai replied that it was nothing to worry about. The next moment, with her head down, the girl added, "I'm a little disappointed." After which Shin Hun suddenly asked what it was. After receiving a question from her friend, Lee Ji Hai plunged into memories and recalled the picture she saw at the time, saying that Park Tan had a hard life. Immediately after that, closing her eyes and sighing heavily, the girl added, "I didn't even expect him to go away so easily." Hearing the reason for Shin Hun's disappointment, he told Park Hun, and then mentally added, "The heavenly warrior will open the door to ascension." Continuing his reflection, the boy recalled the dialogue with the celestial warrior and added, "So my condition between ascension, if I don't reject humanity, I will lose absolutely everything, like a rat living in the dark and daring to threaten me." Immediately after, he started aggressively drinking tea and mentally added, "I won't let you in next time." Seeing the strange state of her companion, she asked Mr. Shin if something was wrong. Hearing the girl's question, Shin Hun said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking about my own thing." And then the girl said, "You were giving off a frightening aura, but if you finish your thoughts, would you mind taking a look at this?" Seeing the strange object that the girl placed on the table, Shin Hun asked what it was and was told that it was a secret safe in the Twilight Leader's room. Continuing to talk about the object she had just put on the table, the girl added that it did not open or break, as if it was protected by some kind of magic. The next moment, after carefully examining the safe, Shin Hun smiled happily and said, I don't have a habit of tampering with other people's things. Immediately after her words, she stretched out her hand to the safe and added, It will be a pity though, because the deceased's valuables are there. At one point, when she saw the safe suddenly open, she exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Shin, but how did you manage to do that? To which he replied, To be honest, it was not that difficult, a formation. The next moment, reaching inside the safe and pulling out of a folder labeled, A confirmation document, Shin-hun said, Keep it safe. And what's in this piece of paper? Before the guy could read the contents, Lee Hai immediately snatched the folder from the guy's hands and said, I've seen this before. Shin-hun was offended by the fact that the folder he had just grabbed from his hands was snatched away from him. Continuing to examine the contents of the document in her hands, Ji Hai added, This is a secret agreement between the Changzhou Guild and Park Ta-hun, which contains the transfer of all North Korean dungeons to the Changzhou in case they cooperate with the Twilight. Hearing what the document contained in the house, Shin-hun was surprised to hear that the dungeon was being handed over and then heard his phone suddenly ring. While Ji Hai continued to look at the document, Shin Hee-yun picked up the phone and heard Leader Cha ask how he was doing, to which Kim Kyu replied, continuing the phone conversation with his mentor. The young man happily informed him that, as you asked before entering the underground dungeon, all the Sado members who attacked you were captured and will be arrested. As Shin-hun continued to listen to the dialogue, he remembered his actions in the dungeon when Kim Kyu said that there was chaos inside the dungeon. Was it really explosives that were used against you? To which Shin-hun replied, And you looked around? To which he heard, Well, it was impossible not to notice, but there was definitely something beyond imagination. The next moment, nervously looking back at Insal, who was angrily shouting, Damn Cha Shin-hun, where did you go again? Kim Kyu added, By the way, I hope you'll come back soon, otherwise, Cha leader will be even angrier. You've been hearing everything for 5 hours without stopping. Hearing the question from his friend, Shin-hun sighed and said, God, she's so annoying. And then heard Lee Hai say to Mr. Shin-hun. Turning his head in the girl's direction, he heard, Something is written here about the Tenjo Guild. And then asked what it was. After receiving a question from the boy, Ji Hai handed him a document with records and said, But not in such detail, there were 4 other people who returned from Murim besides Gon. As soon as the folder with the documents was in Shin-hun's hands, the girl added their personal information, saying that they were masters who had reached the 50th level. Then the boy said happily, That's why their guild is called Chongju. The next moment, Shin-hun turned his gaze to the girl and asked, So all these guys are crazy fanatics? Lee Hai replied that they most likely are. Having received the answer to his question, Shin-yun suddenly stood up from his seat and said, Well, all right. Now confidently looking at his friend, the boy said with a smile on his face, I have the next goal. I have to find all the members of the Heavenly Warrior Guild. Continuing his confident speech, the boy added that he would also use their poison against them. While Shin-hun was sharing his confident thoughts, saying that in the world of Manhwa it is common to be swallowed up by someone who is stronger, he added, Of course I will win. Rumors have already reached one of the celestial warrior clans somewhere on Jeju Island. Looking at his secretary, the young man asked, It looks like dusk and dawn are merging, am I right? And it's not dawn that joins dusk? And he heard back, Yes, that's right. Having received confirmation of his words, the guy asked again if he had contacted Gasoline and was told that 36 hours had passed since he had not responded. Having heard some information about his question, the boy put his hand to his chin and asked curiously, It seems that both of them had failed. Immediately after he mentioned Goen, the boy said, Okay, Piran was too confident, but it's amazing that Jean lost. Continuing his thoughts, the boy, not taking his eyes off his subject, added, All the 10 commandments that were close to the masters of cultivation also lost touch. It seems that Piran was right, he should not be underestimated. But as for the level of Jae in Hun's martial arts, he had probably been there for at least 75 years. Continuing his thoughts on the skills of his future opponent, the guy added, He's about 68 levels stronger than me. Which is pretty fun. Seeing the strange reaction of his master, the subject suddenly became alert and looked at him again after hearing the words. Immediately afterward, the boy stretched out his hand in front of him and said, Learn as much as you can about Cha Shan-hun. Avoid direct contact. Do everything smoothly and slowly, and I understand what you said in response. Continuing to give instructions to his subject, the boy smiled slightly and added that his appearance and internal appearance did not matter because victory can be achieved not only through the level of strength. Somewhere on Jeju Island, in the guild headquarters, Tamer Yal said, Hey brother, listen to me carefully. From now on, if you run off somewhere without me again. Continuing to be angry with Shin Han, the girl added, "You're going to die for sure. You understand me?" To which he replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Hearing her brother's excuse, the girl exclaimed, "Better tell me where you went." At that very moment, Kim Kyu raised his hands and awkwardly said, "Calm down, Leader Cha." As Shin Han continued to listen to his sister's angry remarks, he tried to ignore them and thought that this was not the best greeting. The next moment, looking at the TV with the news on, the boy mentally added that it seems the theme of Twilight integration is very popular now. And Chun Ho-jang took the initiative immediately after remembering the vice leader of the Dawn Guild. He mentally added, Lai Hai decided to dig up more about the Changzhou Guild. There is a risk that they will cover up all traces. It is better for her to take up the case herself. If that is the case, is there any point in looking for something? Putting his hand behind his head in painstaking thought, Shin Han added, "It would be much easier to take revenge, but I'm still going to take revenge." Before he could complete his thoughts, they were interrupted by Kim Hagen, who said, "I'm sorry, Leader Cha." Bowing to the boy, the man added, "I am to blame for the whole situation. I did not expect that there could be traitors in the Jedi guilds." Continuing to bow before the boy, the man added, "I offer my most sincere apologies and whether there is anything I can do to make amends." After receiving a question from the leader of the Tamra Guild, Shin Han thoughtfully said, "Well, to be honest, I still have doubts about the Zhe guilds and there may still be traitors among you." Hearing this, Kim Hagen exclaimed in shock. Continuing his dialogue with his husband, Shin Han added, "I tried to believe you, but now all my faith is gone." Inol said in surprise, folding his arms in front of him. Shin Han looked at his interlocutors and added, "As long as you are not against me, I am not your enemy. Let's just let this moment pass." Upon hearing Kim Kyu's wonderful news, I clung to the leader of the Tamra Guild and exclaimed to my uncle, "I'm so happy." He added, wiping away tears of joy, "Justice has not turned away from us." Seeing the joy of his comrades, Shin Han suddenly shouted out, interrupting their joy and drawing attention to himself. As soon as silence fell in the office, Shin Han said with a sly smile, "Aren't you planning to go under the leadership of the Dawn? Your Zhe Guild Association can become part of the Dawn." Continuing to announce his offer, the guy added, "You said you wouldn't accept one of the parties because of their conflicts, and therefore if their battle is already over." Immediately after his sit-down, Shin Han opened the spatial storage and began to take out the folder with the contract, adding, "Go under the wing of Dawn. After all, Jedi's strength alone will not be enough to hold the local dungeons." Having received the folder with the agreement in his hands, Kim Hagen said confusedly, "Well, this needs to be decided by the entire alliance, so I can't say anything." Holding the papers with the cooperation agreement in his trembling hands, the guild leader of Tamra added, "But honestly, this is the best deal for us." The next moment, the man bowed in front of the boy and exclaimed, "Thank you, Leader Cha." To which he replied that it was easier to trust each other in the same boat. After announcing his proposal, Shin Han, looking at Kim Hagen, added mentally, "If I extend my influence to this island, it will be easier to track down all the traitors from Chongju." The next moment, after his thoughts, Shin Han turned his gaze to one of his comrades and asked Kim Kul, the leader of the group, to which he heard a confused "Yes," and added whether there were any more dungeons we had agreed on. After receiving the question from the leader Cha, the boy exclaimed, "Yes, next to Holison Mountain, there is only one thing left." Shin Han immediately said, "So let's go there. Let's hurry." Then Anel said in surprise, "That right now?" After receiving the question from his younger sister and smiling happily, Cha Shan Han confidently said, "I will have many more things to do in the future." Arriving at the dungeon with his comrades, Shin Han exclaimed that the group of only tanks of warriors and a priest was an unusual combination. The next moment, looking at the leader of the Tamra clan, Shin Han asked, "Why were the archer and mage excluded again? And the cave landscape was again a cave landscape?" He heard, "No, not because of that." Denying the boy's question, Kim Hae looked at Shin Han with a nervous look and said, "In this dungeon, all ranged attacks based on vision are useless." Immediately after turning his gaze to the side, the man exclaimed, "Halison Dungeon is one of the worst on Jedu Island. All this difficulty because of the fog." Starting to recall the features of this dungeon, the man added, "There is a thick fog over the entire dungeon, making it difficult to determine who is where, even if they are near each other." Continuing his story about the peculiarities of the dungeon they are going to, Kim Hagen added that the most important thing is the monsters of fog. As soon as the conversation reached this point, one of the participants of the raid took the floor and said, "Their bodies were merging into the fog." Continuing his story, Holding the shield with the evidence in his hands, the boy added that ordinary physical attacks are difficult to resist, and damage can only be done by wide-range attacks like sacred magic that uses mana points and something else. Interested in Shin Hanan's story, the boy showed his shield with scratches and added to their unusually high strength, showing the consequences of the monster confrontation. The boy added, "They attack unexpectedly at the most unexpected moment, as if the killers had almost finished me off like that many times." Interrupting the boy in the middle of his story, Shin Hyan sighed heavily and said, "I understand, what a long explanation." After which the boy exclaimed, blamed in confusion, throwing his hand behind his head. After the guy's exclamation, Shin Han said in, "General, I understood everything. I just need to hit them with a good skill, and that's what I heard in response." "Well, that's about right." After receiving confirmation of his question, Shin Han headed to the portal and said, "I see. Then we'll finish with the explanations. I'll make a little more effort." As soon as Leader Cha entered the dungeon, the boy, offended, said, "But it was worth at least listening to Kim Hagen," who pointed out that this was also his beauty. Moving into the dungeon covered in fog, Shin Han looked around and said that he had a rather familiar feeling. Continuing to stare at the same spot, the boy added, "A light breeze," but he could not see even 1 inch ahead. At one point, the leader of the Tamara clan shouted behind the boy and exclaimed, "Cha, you're here! I'm glad I found you so quickly." The next moment, the rest of the group moved into the dungeon, and Kim Hagen added that it was better to stay together from the beginning, otherwise, even if you move away, you can get lost. Immediately after his words, the man looked back and exclaimed something else. "Hey, give me some light!" The priest, creating a bright sphere in his hands, exclaimed, "Yes, sir." As soon as the sphere of light moved forward, illuminating the path, the leader of the Tamara clan nervously added, "It would be safer to move together." After listening to the message from his friend, Shin Han looked at the man and asked, "Kim Hagen, you're the leader of the group, right?" Without waiting for an answer from Kim Hagen, Shin Han added that it seemed elementary, but still. "Is there an absolutely safe zone at the entrance to the dungeon?" Continuing to move further through the sphere with his comrades, the group leader answered, "Well, there have never been any cases of monsters appearing at the entrance to the dungeon." At one point, when he saw that the sphere of light suddenly disappeared along with all his comrades, one of the soldiers stopped in his tracks, realizing what had just happened. The boy began to look around in surprise and said that Shin Han was surprised, but at the same time, he said, "Okay." Continuing to turn his head to find his comrades in the thick fog, the boy said in confusion, "Hey, where did you all go?" Trying to understand certain inconsistencies, Shin Han said, "How strange it was." At that time, the warrior exclaimed in confusion, "Don't joke with me like that. I can't see anything because of the fog." Continuing his thoughts, Shin Han thoughtfully added, "Why do they attack so suddenly?" As a white tiger approached one of the group members from behind, as soon as the monster was about to pounce on the frightened boy, Shin Han was already approaching the monster from another direction to finish it off. Grabbing the beast by the head as it approached, Shin Han continued to pull himself to the ground and slammed it into the ground with a good slap. As soon as Shin Han defeated one of the enemies and a noise was heard, the team leader shouted out, "What had happened?" And the girl added in surprise, "What was the noise?" In response to the shouts of his comrades, Shin Han looked at the defeated monster and said, "It means that during the attack, these monsters materialize." As soon as he said this, he heard the screams and groans of his comrades behind him and quickly looked back, seeing a large number of enemies attacking his comrades. Shin Han also heard one of the group members shout out, "Why are the monsters at the entrance to the dungeon?" And Kim Hagen shouted to everyone to form a line and be on the alert. The next moment, one of the team members who had been attacked by the monster's first attempt noticed another one approaching him. At the same time, Shin Han was preparing to help the raiders when he suddenly heard someone shout out, "Trouble! Where is the treatment?" Immediately after hearing the shout, Shin Han used his skill to create a magic sphere in his hand and launched a dense attack on the monsters, resulting in an explosion. As soon as all the monsters that attacked his comrades were finished, Shin Han exclaimed, "Hey, everything's okay over there." Not receiving a response from his comrades, the boy added, "So, I checked the area with magic to find enemies. There should be no more enemies. Now you can rest." After which, someone unhappily shouted to the leader of Chaw, continuing to look at the savior of his team, who was saying, "One of them ran away." I felt his energy. "But in any case, if you need help, ask for it too." To which he replied, "I thank you." Kim Hagen thought in such a short time, continuing to look at his rescuer. The guild leader Tamara mentally added, "I only had time to understand the situation and form a plan. If not for Leader Chaw, The next moment, bowing his head down from the realization of his weakness, the man added, "Our group would not have withstood this pressure at the very beginning." As soon as the man finished his thoughts, he suddenly heard his name called out, looked up, and saw Shin Han in front of him. He was asked if he would mind talking a little, to which he replied, "Of course." Standing apart from the other members of the group, Shin Han asked again if there were any attacks at the beginning of the dungeon, to which Kim Hagen replied that there had never been any. Continuing to share information, the team leader added, "We haven't cleared this dungeon for a long time, which is probably why there were too many of them, so much so that they reached the entrance." After which Shin Hyun thoughtfully replied, "I don't know, it's worth learning more." During the clearing, after the conversation was over, the dungeon clearing began again and continued to go full steam ahead, with Shin Han leading the way, destroying the bulk of the monsters that were attacking him. Surprised at the pace of the clearing, one of the group members exclaimed, "You've been in the vanguard for 3 hours. You're doing fine. Maybe you have infinite mana points." Continuing to watch as their comrade ahead continued to destroy all the monsters, the girl added, "Maybe you should still take a break from time to time." Interrupting the words of the girl walking behind her, Shihan suddenly looked back and asked if there were any changes since last time, like the frequency of attack or the level of monsters or something, to which she sharply exclaimed, "Yes, there are." Looking down, the girl said, listing the changes. There were definitely more monsters compared to the previous raids, but everything else was as usual. After hearing the information provided by a member of his team, Kim Han said that it might be because of the number of people, to which Shihan replied that it was too early to tell. Turning back and heading to his comrades, he added, "I scanned everything around 4.5 km away, something suspicious." Hearing this, Kim Hagen exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, your search magic has such a wide range." After receiving a question from his friend, Shihan raised his head and said, "Well, we'll see it soon enough. After all, this is a dungeon, so an increase in risk should be the norm." 1 hour after Shihan gave his opinion, Kim Hagen's team reached a certain point, after which he froze in place and exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell?" Looking at the gigantic wall of even thicker fog in front of them, the man wondered why the fog was so thick. Nervously laughing, Kim Hagen asked if it was more like a white wall, and was told that there was something else quite interesting about it. Immediately after his words, Shihan, sensing the presence of the enemy, told Kim Hagen to throw the dagger into this fog, to which he confusedly exclaimed, "Yes, of course." In the next moment, pointing his finger in the direction where the weapon should be launched, the guy added, "A cloud of energy right in front of me, throw it there." He heard him say, "I'll try to hit it." Obeying his comrade's order, the team leader did not hesitate to throw his dagger in the direction indicated. As a result, the dagger struck the creature directly in the eye, which was hiding in the thick fog. As soon as the monster's loud roar sounded, Shihan smiled happily and said, "Be on the lookout." Not understanding what Shihan meant, the team leader shouted out in confusion at the approaching team. The next moment, after the boy spoke, a monster appeared in the air above them, having just jumped out of the thick fog. It was a giant monster of fog that popped out of him because he had been stabbed in the eye with a dagger, and was angry. When one of the team members saw the monster flying directly in his direction, he exclaimed in fright, "Why me again?" The next moment, the team leader, who quickly activated, rushed to the aid of his comrade and quickly eliminated the threat that hung over the guy. After rescuing his friend in trouble, Kim Hagen looked around at the rest of the team and exclaimed, "Don't whine about size." Looking at his comrades standing behind him, the man added confidently, "Working as a team, we can handle anything." Seeing how all the members of the squad took on the common victory, Shin Hyun smiled happily and thought that the leader of the group was not stupid. Immediately after his thoughts, turning his back on his comrades, Shinhan mentally added, "I don't see the point in helping them, I'll go even deeper." He then heard that they were going one after another. As Shinhan continued on his way, he thought to himself, "I was expecting another giant prey to appear, and this is the second time if you count the monster in pawn." Confidently walking forward without even looking back at the enemies waiting for him, Shihan wondered if he was coming from some big gate or something. The next moment, as soon as the monster that appeared behind him rushed at the boy, Shihan put out his fist, which he hit and thought that there shouldn't be more than 2 kinds of monsters in the dungeons. Continuing his thoughts, Shihan, without even looking back at the defeated monster, thought that if Li Ji-hai found out about this, her hair would stand on end. At one point, when he saw a strange anomaly in front of him, the boy said in surprise, "What is this?" "No, it's something else." Reaching out his hand to the anomaly that appeared in front of him, the boy mentally said, "You can't touch it." As if there was nothing to grab onto. Continuing to examine this anomaly, the boy added mentally, I can only see it, so I can't influence it. The next moment, having called up the status window, the boy said, an unknown phenomenon that pierces matter. He was dizzy at the same moment. Approaching his teammate from the back, team leader Kim Hagen exclaimed, Cha! It seems that there are no big monsters around here. No sooner had the man finished his report than Shinhan asked, do you see anything like a crack? To which the man replied, no, but something happened to you. After receiving the answer from his friend, Shinhan smiled slightly and said, I wonder if only I can see it that way. His words. Shinhan suddenly changed his tone to a rude one and said, so, it's your doing again. Somewhere in the guild, Li Ji was sitting at her desk, sorting through papers when a knock came to her room. Hearing him and guessing who it could be, the girl said, don't come in. To which a man's voice replied, I'm coming in. The next moment, the door opened and a man with papers appeared in front of the girl, smiling happily and heading toward the vice leader. Sighing in displeasure at the man's impudence, Li Ji said, you must not have heard me. I told you not to enter. In response to the vice leader's remark, the man pulled a pile of papers toward her and said, no, I heard you perfectly well. In fact, you were waiting for these documents more than anyone else. Then, Li Ji said with a sigh, what a nerve. Starting to look through the papers brought to her by the senior secretary, Li Ji said wearily, I'm sorry to say this, but lately, when I see you, Dongwon, something starts to boil inside me. You know why? After receiving a question from the girl, the senior secretary said, I guess it's because I always bring you work. Then she added, you know everything. Looking at the clock on her phone, she mentally added, I've been here all day. Immediately after the girl's remarks, Dongwon handed her another piece of paper with a word and said this time it was about the scene of the accident. Unfortunately, as soon as the girl looked at the paper, she immediately grabbed it and began to reread it carefully. She asked if there were any dead during the last exploration of the new dungeon. In response to the girl's question, Dongwon said awkwardly, although we organized a research team of only mid-level guards, it was confirmed that they died before they could even use their skills. Continuing to report on the incident, the man added, how not to look at this case? It requires your intervention. The dungeon that appeared this time seems unconquerable. Somewhere in the airport, dragging their suitcases and shouting at the people of Jeju Island, don't go, brother and sister Cha. Please come back. Shinhan thought nervously, we finally completed our contracted program. After saying goodbye to the members of the Tamar Guild, the pair of young people left the island and ended up in Seoul, where they boarded a car and headed home. Sitting in the car, Shinhan continued to look at the skill stone he had managed to acquire, not even hearing his sister actively calling him, repeating, hey brother. At one point, the girl finally got his attention by shouting loudly at him and added, why are you flying in the clouds? It's a skill stone you picked up in the dungeon. After receiving a question from his sister, Shinhan said with a sigh, yes, it fell out of the misty monster of a large species, and I received it as a reward. Also remembering Kim Kul and Kim Hajina, who handed him tangerines and a stone and joyfully exclaimed, take it all. Shinhan heard, oh my god. If we sell all this, we'll get at least 1 billion won. Let's eat some meat, brother. Continuing to drive the car and talking to her brother at the same time, the girl added, I see. But what about the appearance of a large monster? You said something similar happened in the pond dungeon. Shifting her gaze to the boy, Insal added, at least 2 monsters have appeared twice already. They are going to destroy the world. After hearing his sister's remark, Shinhan furrowed his brow and suddenly said in his head, the real problem is the big monsters, and that crack was what it was. Starting to recall the moment of demonstrating the crack to his comrades, Shinhan said, you see something here? Then thought he was missing skills in martial arts, which could not be detected by the sense of energy. Also remembering the conversations of his comrades, who were pointing in the direction of the crack and saying, I don't see anything, he said that there was something there. Shinhan added mentally, I was the only one who could see the crack. Continuing his thoughts, Shinhan mentally added to Kim Hajina's thought that perhaps it was my unusually high perception. Continuing to think, the boy added in his head, but I can't draw any accurate conclusions. I wonder if it's connected with the heavenly warrior? Then suddenly heard, hey brother, are you listening to me? To which he replied, you were saying something. When he got a question from his brother, Insal, who asked, where do you fly all the time? I asked if you really met with the deputy leader. Hearing his younger sister's question, Shinhan suddenly laughed and asked, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Who said that to you? What he heard in response was, everyone is talking about you everywhere. It's high time you two started dating. Immediately after her words, the girl added, with the rest, she is just perfect for the role of a daughter-in-law, beautiful and talented. After which, Shinhan said he never thought of her in such a role, to which Insal suddenly exclaimed, "That really? If so, then try now to try." To which Shinhan said, "Watch the road." At one point, when she woke up after falling asleep at her desk, Li Ji heard it sound like, "You are finally awake." Turning her still sleepy gaze to the source of the voice, she saw Shinhan, a man with fine manners, watching her while drinking tea. Continuing to sit in front of the guild's vice leader, Shinhan added, "Just in time because I was thinking about boiling my tea again," to which Li Ji suddenly jumped up from her seat and exclaimed, "Mr. Shinhan, when did you come?" To what I heard in response, "I think it's been about an hour." Throwing her arm around her neck, the girl awkwardly said, "At least you gave me a sign. You entered like an assassin." Then, noticing her jacket, she thought in surprise, "When did you get it on me?" And then heard that he seemed very tired, so she didn't wake him up. Then she thought that he was the only assassin here. Hearing her guest's remarks, the girl suddenly banged on the table and said, "I'm tired! And don't even get me started on the mid-level Twilight Hunters who oppose the Union. My head is splitting." Leaving the table and heading to Shinhan, the girl added, "I'm also trying to find out more about Changzhou, but we've sent a Chinese informant to find out soon." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly felt herself stumble and start to fall to the ground. Shinhan suddenly picked her up. Finding herself in an embarrassing situation, the girl looked directly into the eyes of her savior and thanked Shinhan. Immediately after, the girl suddenly got to her feet and began to rip at her waist, thinking, "I haven't gained weight since then." Shinhan said, "It's strange that a trained warrior like you could be so tired just because of some office work." After receiving this remark, Li Hai heard exactly what was going on and then looked back and asked, "Have you heard of the unconquerable dungeon?" Starting to roll up her sleeves, the girl turned to Shinhan and added, "I didn't use that name after stabilizing the dungeon's difficulty level." The next moment, as soon as the girl stretched out her hand in front of her, Shinhan looked at the injured area and asked about the wound in shock. Showing the boy her injury, Li Hai lowered her hand and looked away, saying, "There is a dungeon in Chengchan whose severity is impossible to measure. I went there alone, and you can see the result for yourself." The next moment, looking up at the boy again, she added, "I even used the shadow game, but I managed to defeat only one monster." Immediately after her words, she began to bite her nails and added nervously, "I've never seen or heard of such a strong dungeon. And besides the reappearance of large monsters, the rules of the dungeon are changing rapidly. If this continues, nothing will happen." Right after hearing Ji's words, Shinhan turned his head back and said, "I wanted to tell you something separately, but I'll have to save the details for later." Immediately after his words, Shinhan turned his back on the girl and added, "So where you say you're going to find that place, I'll see for myself." Hearing the boy's words, Lian said exactly what he said in the showcase. After a while, in a rebellious dungeon in Chongchan, covering himself with his hand from the heat coming from below, Shinhan said, "First, there was fog and now the volcano. A hot, unpleasant smell." Continuing to look down at the lava lake that was in this dungeon, Shinhan added, "With the help of energy perception, I feel that there is something inside, and I need to go in." As soon as he said that, he noticed something strange happening in the lake, after which a lava monster suddenly appeared. Shinhan jumped back from the enemy who decided to appear in front of him, and said, "Fortunately, you came out to greet me and saved me the trouble. So, it was you who left the burn on Li Ji. Hi." The next moment, with a sly smile, after his words, the boy added, "Well, I'm sorry to bother you while you're bathing in a warm bath." Immediately after his words, he looked back to where the enemy was already approaching him and exclaimed, "But you dared to look down on me, and that annoys me terribly." Some time after the monster's appearance, Shinhan got into a fight with it and began their confrontation, in which the lava monster continued to push, dodging another attack from the monster. The boy spoke quite a bit of hot magma so that the flames of Ryushin Gong stood aside. Stepping back and looking again at the enemy who was attacking him, Shinhan thought, "I wonder how much of a challenge he must be. I hear he must be a difficult opponent for ordinary hunters to fight in such an environment." Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added that melee warriors would not be able to attack because of the heat and the power of ranged attacks would not work because of his physique. Indeed, for the people of this world, it is an impassable dungeon. Immediately after his thoughts, ready to use his inner energy and martial arts, Shinhan said, "The worst thing of all." Having made his strike and smashed the enemy into small pieces, the boy folded his arms in front of him and added, "His regeneration power." Putting his hand behind his head, Shinhan said, "It's been 15 minutes. I've cut it, beaten it, torn it, and frozen it, and it's still intact. How annoying is that?" Lehigh dealt with one, and I came here in a hurry. I should have asked her about the method of elimination. At one point, when Shinhan saw that the enemy's body began to gradually gather in a pile, he was surprised to hear that the body of this giant could be holding something. Immediately after his words, Shinhan directed his power in the direction of the lava lake and made a powerful explosion. The next moment, after the explosion, a red crystal flew out of the lake, and Shinhan shouted, "Bingo!" Disappointed in the time and effort spent on the search, the guy said it took a little effort to destroy one. As soon as the monster's core was destroyed, Shin Hyun received a system notification that said, "Experience gained! Your level has been increased. Chosen Hanan's hunter level has risen to 56. With a sly smile after seeing the result, Shin Hun said, "I raised my level by 3 at once. And just look, if I try a little harder, I'll get a good benefit." After a while, leaving the dungeon, Shin Hun put the phone to his ear and said, "Hello?" To which he heard in response, "Mr. Shin Hun, you came out of the dungeon. You are fine." After receiving a question from his interlocutor, the boy confidently said, "Everything was fine, it was fun." Then he heard, "You did it." In response to Li Jihai's question, Shin Hun said, "Lend me this dungeon. I had a good idea for a while." At the same time, while Shin Hun was talking on the phone with the vice leader of the Dawn Guild, an unknown man was watching him from a hiding place. After listening to the end of her friend's request, Li Jihai said, "I understand what you're talking about." Standing by the window in her office, the vice leader of the guild added, "I will do whatever you say, Mr. Shin Hun. Take care of yourself." After finishing the dialogue with her friend and taking the phone away from her ear, the girl stood for a few seconds in complete silence and said, "China means." After a while, when she arrived at the unconquerable dungeon with Shin Yun, Ji-hee exclaimed to her brother, continuing to stare at the lava monster in front of her. Her younger sister screamed out in fright at what it was. Having cleared the way to the monster's core, Shernan said to Yun Seo, "Try to break this thing in front of you." To which she looked back and exclaimed in confusion. Having received the order from her brother, the girl added in embarrassment, "You forced me to come here to fight lava monsters, and it's hot in here." To which Shin Han replied, "Calm down and break it immediately." After his order, Shin Han put his hand on his sister's head and added, "You don't believe me? You know I won't do you any harm." To which she replied again, "You keep playing the same record. You could at least explain what's going on." As soon as the girl began to take aim, Shin Han said, "Try to do it in one attack." To which Anil replied, "I know. I'll do as you say." Immediately after her words, the girl shot an arrow at the enemy and shouted, "Get it!" Followed by an explosion when the monster's core was destroyed. The girl heard the notification sound and turned her head in the direction of the system window. Seeing the content of this notification, Insal exclaimed in amazement, "5! Ho! 5 levels!" Immediately after seeing this, the girl turned her head to the boy and exclaimed in amazement, "Brother, I got to the 43rd level." To which he thoughtfully replied, "I'm not the only one who hunts. After all, I share experience points between us." Hearing her brother's words, the younger sister exclaimed in surprise, and then Shin Han said confidently, "But it's still impressive. So let's start our training." After a while of hunting monsters together, Shin Han mentally said, "I'll take out their cores and we'll destroy them." And they did it for a whole day, defeating all 13 lava monsters in the dungeon. At the end of the joint monster hunt, Insal looked at her status window and asked, "I'm sleeping now. My level is 50. Immediately after seeing this, the girl threw herself into Shin Yan's arms and exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. Now I'm a high-level hunter. My salary will be increased, and I'll buy an apartment." Continuing to rejoice at what had happened to her in just one day, the girl added, "From now on, I will always consider you my brother, and I will stay with you for the rest of my life." Shin Han said, "I am your brother, and I was your brother before." The next moment, after letting go of the boy, the girl got down on one knee and shouted in the direction of the dungeon, "My brother is the best in the world." To which Shin Han said, "Stop it," smiling awkwardly. After hearing the shouts, the boy thought to himself, "She began to idolize me. I hope it will always be like this. Now Insel will have a decent salary. If I'm not mistaken, only 10 people in Korea get that." After finishing his joyful exclamations about his brother, Insal sharply looked back at the boy and asked, "By the way, did you lose any experience points because of me? After all, you did the hardest work." To which he replied, "No, I liked it too." Putting his hand in his hair, Shin Han added happily, "I've been leveling up with you, and now my level has passed the 60s, so you don't have to worry about Chosen Hun's level, the 65th super high-level hunter. The next moment, handing his sister a skill cube, the boy said, "You're going to be rewarded for your hard work, aren't you? Take this as a gift in honor of the new high-level hunter." The girl said in surprise, "What is this?" Interrupting the girl's surprise, Shin Han said, "This cube is a skill stone I received on Jeju Island recently." She said, "It's also expensive. You could buy one of the most expensive houses for it." Continuing to hand the skill cube to the girl, Shin Han, "Don't say too much, try harder. You must be strong enough to keep your title of high-level hunter." To which she replied in surprise, "Well, I understand. Thank you." When the girl received her gift, Shin Han suddenly turned back and went off to do some business, saying, "I'm going to leave you for a while." The girl asked him where he was going. When Shin Hyun received a question from his younger sister, he said with a sly smile, "We have a rat here, and we need to catch it." At the same time, looking through binoculars at Shin Han, the spy lost sight of his target and said, "Damn. Where the hell did he go? It's hot." Taking the binoculars away from his eyes, the spy nervously added that there were no more monsters left, and he had crushed the entire dungeon alone. Immediately after his words, the boy put his hand to his mouth and began to bite his nails, thinking, "Was Cha Shin Han that serious? We're in great danger at this rate." At the same moment, interrupting the spy's thoughts, Shin Han, who appeared behind him, leaned over to his ear and said, "Hey, meow." Frightened by what he heard, the boy quickly jumped up and headed for the exit of the cave. Seeing how quickly the enemy began to run away, Shin Han smiled happily and exclaimed, "You have a good reaction in speed, and you're pretty fast." Immediately after he said that, Shin Han used his teleportation skill and appeared right in front of the fugitive's nose. At one point, Shin Yun grabbed the boy and lifted him by the collar on an outstretched arm, saying, "The heavenly harmony of pure art does not resonate." The next moment, Shin Hyun thought about the artificial people's techniques and thoughtfully said, "Murya techniques, but they were done roughly. Interesting. Where did you learn it?" Having not received an answer to his question, Shin Han turned his gaze to his opponent in front of him and asked, "Hey, what are you doing with your tongue?" Angry at the spy who was spying on him, Shin Hyun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Answer me, you fake bastard!" Receiving only heavy groans from the spy, Shin Hyun said angrily, "I've been following you since yesterday, and I'm convinced that if I hadn't acted, you would have continued to follow me around. It was easy enough to sense you." Continuing his dialogue with the spy, Shin Han prepared to use his technique of absolute submission, saying, "I hope you came here prepared to die." Continuing to hold the spy, who had already begun to choke on the foam in his drink, Shernan added, "Go ahead and tell me everything you know." Sometime later, after returning home from the dungeon raid and gathering there, the three of them took the lead. Lee Hai spoke up. Everything turned out to be much more serious than it seemed. Looking at Shin Han and Aino, who were sitting at the table, the vice leader of the Dawn Guild added, "The collapse of safe dungeon sleep and the appearance of large monster species." Moreover, the next moment, recalling another problem with the cracks in the dungeon, Li Jihai added that only Mr. Shin Han can see these cracks, but it is impossible to contact them. Putting her hand to her head and sighing heavily, Li Jihai added, "The addition of twilight and the anomaly of the dungeons, and the feeling that something else would fall on our heads." Hearing the girl's words, Insal clenched her hand into a fist and confidently exclaimed, "Well, Deputy Leader, don't worry. We cleared the dungeon." To which she awkwardly replied, "Thank you for your hard work." Also joining the conversation, Shin Han said, "The foggy dungeon we left is under the supervision of the Tamra Guild. If they do, I will let you know. But one thing is clear." Continuing to explain his opinion, Shernai added that all these events happened at the same time, which is a clear sign of the destruction of the old system and that China is our enemy here. No one knows what danger awaits us ahead. Immediately after his words, Shin Han turned his head to his younger sister and said, "That's why I raised your level." To which Insal exclaimed in surprise that he was serious. Continuing to express his opinion, the boy added, "For now, I will continue your training so that you can overcome any danger on your own." Without taking his eyes off his younger sister, Shin Han added, "And also so that you can protect yourself from those who will look for us in the future." Hearing Shin Han's remark, Lai Hai suddenly asked, "Did something happen recently that made you say that?" He was answered by the fact that he was being followed in the dungeon. Having received the answer to the question, Lai Hai asked in confusion, "What the gentlemen were watching? Was he that stupid or brave?" To which Shin Han replied, "As expected, he was from the gang and did not have much valuable information." Immediately after his words, Shin Han added with a sly smile. But I was able to learn something from him. Meanwhile, somewhere in a hotel on Zhe Island, sitting in his hotel room, Zhou Feng, a member of the Changzhou Guild of the Dark Team, continued to look at his smartphone, watching the screen of his phone turn off. The boy mentally said to Leo, "Hey, why don't you call me? Maybe something happened to you." As soon as he thought about it, a voice came from behind the front door and said, "Room service. Please open the door." Ignoring the first exclamation of the staff, Zhou Feng again heard, "Room service. Open the door." After which he thought, "To hell with these subjects." And then shouted out, "Get out." Waiting for the door to open, Shin Han knocked it off his foot and shouted out, "Room service." Had arrived, suddenly pulling out a knife and preparing to fight. Zhou Feng exclaimed, "You crazy bastard. Want to die? If you don't want to see your insides, then get out of here." Hearing the threat, Shin Han said with a sly smile, "So we'll quarrel." Then, releasing his inner energy, he added, "Why do you have to shout like that? Maybe I came to see what it was." The next moment, Shin Han turned to his confused opponent, who had recently threatened him, and added, "Hey, I'm sorry I broke the door." Standing in front of his enemy with a smile on his face, Shin Hang put his hands to his sides and said, "You are Zhou Feng, right?" Looking at the boy standing in front of him, the boy exclaimed in confusion, "How did you get here?" Immediately after his exclamation, Zhou Feng thought maybe it was Luwei Hanjin and Chengong, the top part of the dark team. After which, Shin Hung said, "Where is your boss?" "Walking around." After receiving the question from the guy, Zhou Feng pulled out his phone, put it on silent mode, and thought, "It couldn't be, but it's also quite good." Immediately after throwing his knife out of his hand and starting to pull his sword out of the spatial storage, Zhou Feng said, "Okay, I don't know how you got here, but you won't be able to escape." Immediately after he said this, a whole bunch of enemies appeared behind Shin Hung, blocking his path of retreat, and Zhou Feng added, "You have stepped into your grave." Having received a threat from his opponent, Shin Han looked back and thought, "Just look at this. You are warriors who have learned martial arts with the help of magic." Seeing Shin Hen's reaction, Zhou said quite a bit, "All the members of the dark team are exiles." Before he could finish, Shin He rushed at him, striking him with his fingers. When he felt his body suddenly stop obeying him, the man thought in confusion, "About my blood level? I can't see anything. What is it?" At the same moment when the men saw Zhou Feng suddenly fall to the ground, they shouted out to the commander in confusion. After dealing with one of the enemies, Shin Han turned his head to the others and said, "I'm too lazy to interrogate you, but if you've studied martial arts, you should be able to see Muru's status window." Immediately after his words, Shin Han began to flex his fists in front of the rest of his opponents, adding, "Lately, I've only been using the skills of a hunter. My body will rust at this rate if I warm up a little." The next moment, with a sly smile, Shin Han added, "Open your eyes wide and peer carefully into the status window. It will show you the end of the world." Experience! A few seconds later, a large explosion occurred, causing noise in the corridor and attracting the attention of the group members in the hotel. Leaving the room after defeating everyone inside, Shin Han surprisingly said, noticing more enemies, "You saw me too." Immediately after preparing to deal with the rest of the enemies who suddenly rushed at him, the boy exclaimed, "If so, I'll show you again." Starting to beat up every enemy who was in his way, the boy exclaimed, "Well, you saw it. You definitely saw it," and smiled ominously. During his battle with the enemies, Shin Han said, "You didn't see it, did you? You see this status window? I know it by heart because I've been watching it closely." Having dealt with all the enemies who stood in his way, Shin Han put his hand in his hair and asked, "Where's your boss?" At the same time, Wei Hai, the third-ranked member of the dark team, was walking down the hotel corridor, looking around. Continuing to walk on without detecting his comrades, Wei Hai wondered in his head, "So quietly around, no one? What was going on here at all?" The next moment, Wei Hai pulled out his phone and started looking for his friend's contacts and said, "I'll contact Zhou Feng." When he heard a voice behind him say, "Hello." As soon as Wei looked back, he saw Shin Han behind him, who said in an ominous tone, "Let's go quickly. I'm so tired of waiting for you." At the same time, picking up the phone from his leader, Zhou Feng spoke heavily, "Mr. Run away." Before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent. Then Shin Hung added, "All your subjects are asleep, and it's all your fault." Looking at his opponent standing in front of him, Wei Hai exclaimed, "How did you get here?" To which Shin Han replied, "Why are you so surprised? Continuing to listen to Shin Hun's chatter, he added, "How rude it was to ask why you were all so formidable." To which he replied, "What you did to my people." Recalling what happened to the rest of the attackers, Shin Hun stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "Maybe you can go through it yourself. Let me share some of it with you. At one point, having moved to the pool on the roof of the Weihai building, I came to the surface and heard that in your country it is customary to swim in suits. Don't you know about the saying of excessive politeness?" Suddenly, controlling himself, he was angry with the enemy. Weihai thought, "You can't give in to his provocations. Teleporting with a group is advanced technology. Even in China, few people have such skills. If that's the case, then Zhou Feng and the others are probably dead." Continuing to look at Shin Hun, who was sitting in front of, he asked what he was thinking about. Weihai mentally added how strong he was looking at his aura. The skills of the person in question are comparable to those of Yang Chan, or even stronger. With his teleportation skill, it would be difficult to escape. Even if I died, I still need to report his skills. Hearing the man suddenly laugh while in the pool, Shin Hun asked him in surprise why he suddenly swallowed water. After receiving a question from the boy, Wei took up his sword and said, "No, thanks to you, my mind has been cleared up. Don't underestimate me." Starting to use his magical skills, Weihai added, "I am the third in the dark team for the heavenly sword. I will drown you in my own blood." A few seconds later, an explosion was heard on the roof of the building, and people passing by screamed in fear that something had exploded. What a horror! At the same moment, Shin Hun began to run away from his opponent, who was serious about the case, and exclaimed, "Wow, you run so well!" The guy who followed me was also skilled. Continuing to swing his sword, Wei shouted, "Shut up! I know you are not running away from me. Fight me like a warrior." Swinging his sword again and striking his opponent, Weihai exclaimed, "Fight me to the last breath." Feeling the sudden attack of his opponent, Shin Han stopped in his tracks and suddenly laughed. Weihai asked what was so funny. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Shin Han said, "I'm sorry, I can't laugh anymore, my stomach hurts." "Let's think logically. I liked you." The next moment, unleashing all his strength, Shin Han exclaimed, "Bien, I'm fashioning to crush with one finger dares to threaten me? Isn't that funny?" Continuing his speech, Shin Han added, "Maybe Changzhou is a zoo where there are only insects, and your leader is probably a monkey." To this, Weihai angrily exclaimed, "You're kidding me, boy." In response to his opponent's exclamation, Shin Hun, preparing to attack, said, "Such mistakes as yours should not show off. Do not be stupid, stand at attention." He then directed his magic at the enemy. Trying to dodge his opponent's attacks, Weihai mentally thought, "The arrogant bastard! But nevertheless, his arrogance is to my advantage. I have a chance to win." At one point, after blocking Shin Han's attacks, Weihai changed his grip, cried out in heavenly sorrow, and instantly went on the offensive. At the moment of his attack, Weihai noticed that his opponent was no longer there. He turned his head sharply and saw that Shin Han had moved into the sky. Raising his head up, one of the passers-by watching the confrontation exclaimed, "Wow! Look at this battle of hunters! Not in a dungeon. Zoom in and take a photo." At the same time, as he began to quickly approach Shin Han, Weihai, preparing to attack, thought, "The same trick would not work on me twice." As he approached Shin Han, Wei shouted, "Get lost!" Flames suddenly rose around them, preventing them from completing the attack. Hearing the words of his opponent, who said, "Why my body?" Shin Han asked, "What are you doing? Come on, attack. Or maybe something is wrong?" Realizing what the reason could be, Wei suddenly exclaimed, "There simply could not be a soul sword." To which Shin Han suddenly remarked, "Bullseye." The next moment, grabbing the enemy by the face, Shin Han said, "Now tell me what kind of heavenly sword you have, dear. I'm not kidding, but you've done a good job anyway. But there's nothing else to see, and it's time for you to rest." Immediately after Shin Han's words, another powerful explosion occurred, sending Weihai down, and this moment was filmed by a guy who was filming everything. Suddenly, behind him, Shin Han asked, "Have you been filming since dawn? So you've been filming from the very beginning?" The cameraman exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Taking his camera in hand, the boy said confusedly, "I thought I would accidentally drop it, so I tried to film the battle as accurately as possible." To which Shin Han replied, "At the end, edit the part where this guy is suffering and send it to the leader. Make it unclear who won and who lost." "I heard you." Immediately after his exclamation, the cameraman looked back at Shin Han's tire and exclaimed, "I'm sorry. If I can ask you this, but where are you going?" going to use this video? To which he replied, you can think of it as a movie teaser. In other words, it's a battle announcement. After a while, the news reported that Cha Chin-hyun, known as the leader of a martial arts guild in the city center, was attacked by an unknown person. Continuing to report the news, the presenter added that it is believed that the scale of the battle was enormous, and that nothing is known about the life of the hunter, Cho Jin-hun. After seeing the news, one of the guys who saw the battle with his own eyes asked, have you seen the news? Wasn't it great? And then I heard from my friend, who thinks who won. In response to his friend's question, the boy said, by the way, didn't you say that your friend works at the hospital? They say that Cha Chin-hun is undergoing intensive treatment. To which Cha Chin-hun replied, who could have attacked him? At the same time, while at the scene, Wei Hai handed the guy a can of drink and said, the days are getting colder. Did you find out anything? Having helped himself to the handed drink, Shin-han said, well, even after interrogating him with an absolute order, he immediately died. Having received the answer to her question, the vice leader said that it seems to be some kind of magic that is imposed on certain words that, as soon as they are spoken, the victim immediately dies. And yet, now we have evidence of their attack continuing. Her dialogue with the boyfriend, Lee Ji. Hai added with a sigh, I thought they were pretty annoying rivals. To which Shin Hyun agreed, smiling happily at Shin Hanan's remark. The girl said, what am I talking about? Don't you have ways to turn the whole continent upside down and find them? After receiving the question from the girl, Shin Han replied, you would try to stop me in that case, right? To which she replied with a sigh that, of course, it was not worth raising our problem at the international level. Thinking about Lee Ji Hai's words, Shin Han said to me, I also don't want to do such a ridiculous thing. I want to stick my head out and hide again. If I blindly bet on a strong hand, my opponent will easily throw the cards away. With a sweet yawn, the boy added, but if you pretend that you are on equal footing, you can play a little and see his reaction. After which, Lee Ji Hai asked if he was leaving. Continuing on, the boy added, I'm tired. I'll rest a bit at home and get ready for the express conference. Be careful, the girl said. Don't worry. It's a press conference. We're specialized in that. We'll bet everything on it. A week before the press conference, one of the attendees noticed the vice leader among the people and whispered, wow, it's really Lee Hai. To which his friend added that it was really true. Looking at the girl who arrived at the conference, one of the cameramen added, the alliance between Dawn and martial arts is strong. I've never seen her sit like that in public. It makes me a little worried. As they continued to talk among themselves, one of the guys mentioned a rumor that they already had a child. Then, the door to the press conference room suddenly opened, and Shin Han entered. Seeing the guy's condition, someone suddenly exclaimed, oh my God! Is it true that you were badly wounded in that fierce battle? Who could have done that? At the same moment, Lee Ji Hai sighed heavily after seeing what she had seen and said, if you dress like that, you should have taken your wounded arm out of your pocket. Taking his seat at the lectern, Shin Han said, I welcome you all. Thank you to all the journalists who have taken the time to attend this press conference, and thank you to the Dawn Guild for providing us with the space. Continuing his speech in front of a large number of press, the young man added, you probably have a lot of questions about the incident that happened 1 week ago, which is why I want to tell you my position right away. Raising his wounded arm in front of him, Shin Han said with a smile, I will need some time to recover from my injuries and moral turmoil. Since I could not leave earlier with my wounded body, I apologize for the delay. After hearing what Lee Ji Hai said, he, in a good-natured tone, continued the press conference. Shin Han added, now you can ask your questions, and I will try to answer all of them. After which, one of the audience members raised his hand and shouted, I am a reporter from NBC Park D. Hearing the man, Shin Han said, I'm listening to you. The man then asked if there were rumors that the attacker was not alone, and if so, Shin Han recalled the day of the fight and said that there were about 20 people who attempted to kill him. Continuing to answer the question after the exclamation that 20 people, Shin Han said, the person who was caught in the frame at the scene was their leader. He was a high-level hunter whose level was equal to mine. After this answer, the reporters asked again, please tell us what your struggle was like, what his name is, and what is happening to him now. With a sly smile after the questions, Shin Hyun said, it was a fierce battle, but what happened in the end is of interest to you. Sitting at the press conference, Lee Ji Hai and listening to Shin Hyun's story, it's hard for me to talk about it, as well as his personality. But one thing is clear, they were all Chinese. So we are going to officially request cooperation from China in the near future. Upon hearing Shin Hanan's appearance, one of the reporters suddenly exclaimed. How could hunters from another country attack ours? This is clearly a national problem. Leaving his seat and coming out to the reporters, Shin Han raised his palm in front of him and said, I don't know who is trying to catch me. If this bastard can hear me now. The next moment, demonstrating an obscene gesture, Shin Han added with a smile, I want to say one thing, sending your dogs is rude. If you have the courage, come and attack directly. After watching the broadcast, the blond man pulled the phone out of his mouth and asked, What about Wei Hai? To which the secretary replied that he could not be reached. Continuing his report, the man added, Either he was delayed, or everyone was dead. At that time, the gentleman got up from his seat and approached the subject, and with a quick movement of his hand, he pierced his torso through and through, interrupting his report. The next moment, smiling ominously after the elimination of the subject, the blonde said, So you're saying that the third place from the dark team, Chango, died with the rest of them? Continuing on, the gentleman added that not only had the mission failed, but now my identity had been revealed. The next moment, smiling ominously, the guy added, I was going to act in stages, but I'll have to change my plan. If you want, I'll come and tear you apart. After a while, Insal, who was in her apartment, heard the doorbell ring and went to the door, wondering who else could be there. When she opened the door and saw who it was, she was surprised to hear who it was, but her question was interrupted when she saw who it was. The next moment, the girl's cry of brother, get up! Someone's here! Resounded throughout the apartment. As soon as Shin Hu removed the book from his face and sat up, he saw men in suits in front of him. One of whom asked, If you were a hunter, Cha Shan Han? Correctly continuing the monologue with the guy whose apartment they had just entered without being asked, the uniformed man added, You'll have to come with us. The VIP wants to talk. When Shin Han heard what the guests had come to him with, he smiled and thought, What a bold nerve you have to come to my house like that. After a while, when Shin Han arrived at the meeting place, he looked around and thought to himself, It's interesting. It's quite bold to get close so quickly. Well, let's see what you look like. At one point, the boy heard someone call out to him, Lyra, we are here. Turning his head and seeing a familiar face, Shin Han thought, Hong Chun-ho. As soon as the boy approached the table, the man immediately grabbed his hand and happily exclaimed, It's been a long time. I'm fine, to which Shin Han replied that the former guild leader was a former guild leader, and then thought, maybe he was now with Chiango. The next moment, another person at the table joined the conversation and said, Nice to meet you, Hunter Cha Shin. Hi, you look much better in person. Shin Han exclaimed in surprise that you were. As I continued to look at the man who had extended his hand to me, President Park Chang-du, Shin Han thought about why he was suddenly here. Inviting the boy to sit down and taking his seat, Park Chang-du said, You must be surprised by my sudden invitation. I apologize, but it's an urgent matter, please understand. Hearing her husband's words, Shernan turned her head to the former leader and said, How do you know each other? To which he replied, The best guilds in Korea always have ties to the government, so our friendship can be considered a state secret. Hearing this, Shin Han furrowed his brow and said, He must have been close to Twilight. If that was the case, the president must have some connections to Changju. After completing his thoughts, Shin Han turned his head to Young Juno and said, So why do you need a hunter like me? To which he suddenly exclaimed, Leader Cha, be polite. Holding back my anger and irritation at the boy's rudeness, Park Jong-soo said, Let's get to the point. A few days ago, I heard rumors of an attack by Chinese hunters. Hearing the information, Shin Han yawned and said, You know that all the media were talking about this. To which the man replied, Of course, continuing the dialogue with the boy. Park Jong-soo added, Contrary to what they say, they were attacked, and you should know about it, Hunter Cha. The next moment, Park Jong-soo added ironically, After the appearance of the dungeons, all international relations took a new turn, all because of our enemy, the dungeon monsters. Immediately after putting his hand to his forehead, Park Jong-soo added, However, things are not so smooth between local hunters and foreign hunters. The relationship is tense. This incident could be the spark of a fire that will spread around the world. For my part, I want to avoid all of this. In response to all of Park Jong-soo's words, Shin Yun remarked, You're judging in the wrong direction. After which he suddenly exclaimed that, continuing his speech, Shin Han added that the Chiango guild that recently hindered me is connected to China, as well as the Dawn to the Korean government. Seeing the men suddenly lower their heads, Shin Han added, You know about the battle between dawn and dusk. Now it's clear that it was Changzhou who was standing behind Park Ta-han. Continuing to raise objections, Shin Han recalled the facts and added, We have evidence of an open attack by them. You must have already been told about the papers in Park Tun's safe. Immediately after folding his arms in front of him, Shin Han added, "Know what would happen if the dawn were broken by dusk?" Seeing Park Chu's embarrassed reaction, the boy added, "It was obviously true that the resources and territory would be in Chinese hands." Starting to rise from the table, Shin Han added, "I have absolutely no business in this country. I only help for personal reasons, nothing more." Heading toward the exit, Shin Han added, "If it's about an international conflict, it's already broken out. Maybe you knew about it, maybe you want to pretend you didn't hear it. I'll take care of myself anyway, so don't bother me." At one point on his way to the exit, he heard someone shouting at him, "Stop." And then thought, "Well, show your true colors." Standing up from his seat, Park Chang-gu bowed his head and said, "I heard you, Hunter Chasen Hun. From now on, the board will do its best to support the martial arts guild." The next moment, looking up at Shin Han, Park Chang-gu added, "I hope you'll deal with them." Hearing the words of his management representative, Shin Han smiled and thought, "It's interesting. Of course, not what I expected, but it's also good." Immediately after finishing his thoughts, he turned to Park Chang-gu and said, "Whether it's a clay pot or a porcelain pot, you just need to put a little effort in, and it will break." Sometime after the end of the dialogue, Shin Hyun, walking down the street, said that he had enough determination. Although he contacted me in a strange way, picking up the phone and looking at the notification, Shernan saw, "Hello, I have an offer for you. Since you did not answer the call, I left a message. This is a business offer for the leader of the Martial Arts Guild. If you are interested, unsubscribe. I will contact you." Interested in Shin Yan's offer, he called the number and heard an "Allo," and then said, "I'm Cha Chin Hun, the leader of the Martial Arts Guild. You wanted to contact me about something, right?" When he heard who had called him, the man smiled and said, "I'm glad you answered. I'm a hunter named Kinchanik. I found your contact on the internet, and I'm glad it was the right number." Continuing the phone conversation, the man added, "Can I talk to you in person? To talk about this on the phone is a little problematic." Hearing this, Shin Han thought about not talking to which guild is suspicious.